It's 12 o'clock.
Wise, what's the deal? Ain't too much new right now. Just getting into this new topic right here. Sincere born Asiatic. Motherland Gardens, El Lowry. $793. The man. Peace. Welcome to the stream. The man. Teran Reed. You about to go to the gun range in a few hours, huh? Khalil O. Peace. Welcome to the stream. Teran Reed. Born Jamal. Divine Truth Allah. Hold on, let me put the link in here. Rafael Stratura. We went to the gun range yesterday, huh? Motherland Gardens. And you know, New York is a little bit more strict with the gun range. We waiting. We got a couple of people coming in. That right there, that's the link for anybody that might want to add on to the topic today. Born Jamal, I know you got a lot of I seen footage on your page. Why's you? Oh, let me see if I can show y'all a little bit. You see one of the clips of some of the things that's going on out here. Because it's definitely getting crazy out here about this enforcement. You went out on Oh, the man, no doubt. Yeah, shout out to We Control the Narrative. We Control the Narrative is a brother, Asiatic Mathematics, that he's going to be coming on, SW. He's going to be coming on today. You know what I'm saying? And he's collected a lot of the footage that we're going to look at today. We Control the Narrative. That's his Instagram, at We Control the Narrative. He got a YouTube page too. The link is on his Instagram. All right, this is actually something that happened.
That's a little boy.
Oh, that's let me see if I can bring
candy. That's a little boy. That's a little boy, but they don't but y'all niggas don't do none of that shit. That shit made me want to get off this damn train. That's a little boy. But like y'all don't do that to none of the grown ass niggas that sell candy though, bro. Hey, let them back on the train. Those sells candy. Fuck y'all niggas, man.
Let's see. Let's see. You know, this technology. I know I'm still like the Amish. Let's check this out right here. This is actually something that happened about a month ago. Yo.
Dude, that link not working.
What you mean it's not working?
I'm pressing it, it's not loading up. It's just a white screen. It's saying that up to 6 people can join at a time, and then it's saying press the blue button for mic and like for to use your mic and other stuff out your phone, and it's just sitting like that.
That sounds like something with your phone.
I don't know how you want to carry it because it's already 12. It's after 12. Because I told people just to tune into your page for the live.
I'm saying, what you using, your phone or your computer?
I'm using my phone.
Try it on the
I don't got no internet.
Use your phone for the internet.
I don't got no more what's the name from the phone. I ran out of what's the name? I ran out of time for the money already.
And what's the browser that you're using?
Chrome.
Yeah, it should be working. It's probably something in your settings. I don't know.
I know how you just go
Well, yeah, I'm already live.
I don't know how to get on that shit. Because I just told people come to your page. Because when I come to your page, it's not live on your page. Like you only press the icon on there.
On what page?
On your IG page.
Now I'm on YouTube.
Okay.
So come on to YouTube.
That's a little boy. That's candy in town, bro. That's a little boy, bro. They don't even
Go to Darkim
But y'all
Be
niggas don't do none of
AllahChrist.
that shit. That shit made me want to get off this damn train. That's a little boy. Bro, like, y'all don't do that to none of the grown ass niggas that sell candy, though, bro. Hey, let them back on the train. Don't sell candy. Fuck y'all niggas, man. I'm moving out the door, man, so little man get back with his friends. But why you take his jacket off, yo? Look how they doing that shit. Bro, we gotta get this train. That shit making me mad. Yo, let that little boy go. Little boy. Look at that shit, yo. Look at that shit. He crying. And that's her son, bro. You're not supposed to be on that. Yo, that's fucked up, yo. That's fucked up, yo. That's a little boy. Look how they cheating this little boy, yo. He's supposed to be protecting son. Yo, it's a whole kid, my nigga.
That is my son.
Let him go.
That is my son. That is my son.
He only got chips and candy, my nigga.
You just selling chips and candy on the train. Let my son. Let my son go. Let my son go. Let my son go. That is my son. That is my son. That is my son. Let my son go.
Look at this shit, bro.
Let my son go. Let my child go. I'm speaking to you.
You're not. Come on, bro. That's a little boy, though, bro.
Right? They're not supposed to do that to a little boy.
Look at him. He's crying, though, my nigga. He's crying. Yo, that's funny, bro.
That's a little boy. Because he was selling shit.
Selling shit.
He was selling shit.
Selling shit. Selling shit.
Hey!
So you see right there, and that was before this thing even really, kicked in. True Wisdom, Beautiful Earth, Divine James, Fly Phrase came in. That was before this even really kicked in. See, this brother, We Control the Narrative. He's been collecting this for a while, apparently. You know what I'm saying? He has more. Supreme Man.
What's good?
Peace.
I just got in from Philly.
Yeah.
Just came in the house.
Right now, I was just starting to show some of the footage that this brother has. This brother's been collecting footage for a while about police mishandling people. You know what I'm saying? And specifically, I started seeing his footage when this thing started happening over when this thing started happening over, this crisis right here, they started kicking the way they handling people into overdrive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the situation where it's like, last night there was a brother that was talking about, how, he keeps his conversation kind of serious. You know what I mean? Like
He keep his what?
He keep his conversation serious. You know what I mean? Like he don't just speak about the weather. If he not building on mathematics or nothing constructive, you know what I'm saying? He don't really have a whole lot to say. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I think some of the frivolous things that we get caught into is because we're not looking, you know what I'm saying, at the gravity of the situation that we in. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like we see all these images of everybody playing all the time, and we really, don't realize how urgent the matter is. You know what I'm saying? Especially because a lot of things that we looking at in the media, we looking at entertainment, we looking at rich people, people that got a little bit of cushion in life, where these type of things like this is less likely to happen to them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But we out here, yeah.
It's the whole dichotomy of friends and followers. I call it the friends and followers aesthetic. The people that you deal with on the social media, they're not really your friends. And these other people, they're not following you for real. But people have bought into that aesthetic mentally, and it creates an illusion. You know what I mean? So that
This another event right here we watching.
Move the fuck back. Move the fuck back. What you flexing for? Don't flex. You got lost up too. See? Look. He ain't even do nothing. He ain't even do nothing. Look. He ain't even do nothing. He's pussy.
You can see clearly, right now, who isn't, I saw, who isn't, I saw your comment that you said in 1985, the police killed your brother.
6 feet.
And stop it. That's crazy right there. Going to now, that's something right there we need to touch on what you said right here. Roid rage. need to touch on that. You know what I'm saying? You know, he's putting these cops out here, and you know, yeah, that this, you know, we got Rashawn Sincere came in, Chris Stallworth. Chris Stallworth said, "That's right, my brother. We are not outnumbered. We are outorganized. Black men stand together." Premier Partner Networks. One Jamal said, "Most people never seen anyone standing up to the police." Devon James said, "Too much recording and commentating." My audio is bad today. It's probably because the video was playing. SW said they supposed to protect and serve the public, not pummel and slaughter them. You gotta see if the link works from in here.
Can you hear me?
Man.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say it's a book out by brother from my tree, Darkim Be Allah, and it's called the FOA, the Fighting of Allah. And in the first chapters, he talks about how in the 70s, brothers was training, whether they had knowledge or not, but everybody was learning martial arts because they felt like it was a confrontation. A confrontation was going to be inevitable with the police. So brothers is trained up. And if you know the science of the Harlem Six, they took on the police. You know what I mean? In physical combat. I know you know that science, but if we want to become involved in that, then everybody has to start training and take this stuff serious, man. You know, you just can't go off because they trained. Them dudes is trained. So the only way you're going to be able to have any resistance is you have to train too. And that's another organizational thing that we got to do. Like the brother was saying, we out organized. We got to organize and train, man. You know, all over the country. If we train up and strike,
most definitely,
they're going to start falling back. But that's the only way. All the marching, the singing, that's a wrap, man. They just feed off of that. It's like throwing bloody water into bloody fish to a shark. The shark ain't gonna stop biting because he full. He just gonna keep eating. And that's how the police are right now.
That's pretty much, you know what I'm saying. What I've seen is that, you know, which that's already, you know, that's their motto in terms of, you know, if there's no consequences to, you know, mishandling you in any way, you know, then you're gonna be mishandled. You know what I'm saying? Any political, anything that got to do with politics. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you look internationally at the Palestinians, there's no consequence for messing with them.
Can I drop something about politics real quick?
Go ahead.
I'm involved in politics in Trenton, New Jersey, not of my own volition. You know, kind of just helping my black woman out. However, politics only works through economics. Even on a local level, if you don't donate to that candidate a substantial amount of money to get them elected, then the people who have donated the most money, they're first on the agenda of whatever that politician can do to make those people's life better. So if we don't have a block of money to get behind any candidate that's locally or nationally, they could say what they want to say, but they have to deal with the people who gave them the bread for the agenda. So it doesn't work without collective economics. So
Well,
anybody who deals with that cipher, you should know that. Go ahead.
in terms of that, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's the money that determines the kind of people that we get to choose from. You understand what I'm saying? Like before you even get to vote, it's only the people that can raise enough money that get on the ticket.
Right and exact.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm on the interview. Now cipher. I mean right and exact, pardon me. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. You have to usurp a lot of times corporations and their donations. And that's just not feasible for the most part. Unless you get a collective block of individuals that could put in said amount of money to make an agenda pass through. They're gonna push some agendas through, but look at the people who donated the most money to Obama. It was the LGBT community in Hollywood. So what happened when he got elected? He pushed their agenda to the forefront.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Peace.
Peace. Who that?
Peace.
All on the business. I just came in.
Yeah.
Just letting you know.
With you on the traffic?
Yeah, I'm in. Let me roll my window up. Yeah, I'm in traffic.
Yeah, that's what it is. Hold on though. Let me Born Sincere. Where you from, Born Sincere? You came on before. Welcome to the stream. Premier Partner Networks says the city's administration is exploiting our poverty, political unification, and lack of capital resources against us. Born Sincere said, I like Nearly Fuller's work, we trained in the sounds of we are not militarily prepared. We are in a system of racism, white supremacy, fighting over law 52 blocks. The 5% don't want to organize though. Every time somebody mentions organized movement, someone shoots them down. As W said, right? It's like buying favors, no money, no campaign.
Yeah, it's called quid pro quo. Quid pro quo.
Quote, what?
You know what I mean?
So we got Born Sincere said we supposed to be saving the world, but we don't want to organize. What you mean by this, Born Sincere? Come on on the stream and let's explore that.
I think that when you make a blanket statement like that, I'm not saying you wrong, Born Sincere. However, you have to deal with like minds. If your mind is in the formulation of organizing, then wherever you are, you have to get with the people that are organized. You have to show the way. You know what I mean? Not just say that we as a complete entire nation don't want to do that. Because it is people that want to do it. Somebody really has to take the lead. You know, we had different people. Go ahead.
There's people actually doing stuff.
Is this Born Sincere?
No, this is all on the business. We actually are working. It's just that when you say organize, you got to be clear on what you mean. Are you saying we should all live in the same state, live in the same area? Like, is that what you mean? But because as far as I see, we have everything we need. We got carpenters, we got doctors, we could build a house, we could build a hospital, we could run it, we could build a school, we could run it. Right now, we got that. The thing is, it got to be convenient for everybody to put down what they doing in order to get together for that common goal. Like, people got to feed their children. So it's hard to put down everything you doing immediately. You know what I'm saying? And like quit your job and quit the school and everything. A lot of people don't understand that. So organizing ain't really. It's not as plain as he's making it. You gotta really narrow it down to what you talking about organizing.
If I may add on to that, I think it's more about situational circumstances, and like you said, you have to deal with your day-to-day ciphers. However, we have to have a meeting in certain areas and figure out when we're going to set aside the time and then begin to organize around that. You know what I mean? You can't just say, we don't do this, we don't do that. Be the solution. That's been my mantra for a long time now. Like, all right, you identified the problem already. Don't keep quoting the problem. What's the solution? What's the solution? That's what our knowledge teaches us. Because you can't add a cipher. 10 is knowledge add a cipher. You can't add a cipher if you don't know what the cipher is.
Yeah. You gotta be useful. You gotta be useful as well. If you're not useful, then how is it that we can be talking about organizing with anything? Like, you gotta be useful. You know what I'm saying? The fact that we all got knowledge still to this day in the year we in. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, coming up on 60 years. You know, the knowledge and the information been around since the 30s, since before that.
Before
so it's like that's an organized information. Like the lessons is organized. You got math, alphabet, student enrollment, 1 through 36, 1 through 14, 1 through 40, actual facts, solar facts. This is an organized compilation of work. You know what I'm saying? Like the term organized is loose. We already organized. It's just about now getting the motion. How are you useful? What are you useful for? Like, you know what I mean? I'm not a carpenter. I'm not an electrician. I'm not a plumber. So I'd have to pay brothers that do this. I'd have to bring brothers on that do this if I was organizing to build a house. You know, if I wanted to build a house, I know that I can't build it by myself. But I know who to look for. I know exactly who to look for. I don't need 20 people to build this house. I need to get about 4 people, and then they can get their people. See, that's how things go. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a chain of command. Captain, lieutenant, private soldier. Right. So, you know, you got to be the general, though. You got to be the general and your partner.
Let me add something more right there, you know, in terms of the question. You know, I will say this, you know, in terms of, what's the brother's name? Sincere. You know, one thing you got to realize, right, is you know, being a leader of men is different than being a leader of boys. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, not to really take this into, you know, a privileged category, but, you know, you see that a lot where you got coaches they great college coaches, but they don't know how to coach men in the pros. Right. So you got to kick that up a notch when you're dealing with the 5. You know what I'm saying? You know, you got to be a leader of God. You know what I'm saying? You a leader of free thinkers. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, anytime you present an idea amongst the 5%, you know what I'm saying? That free thinking is gonna kick in. So being a leader of God's is actually a science. You know what I'm saying? When you saying now, okay, we're gonna galvanize and we're gonna do this, so we're gonna do that. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you 100 on that.
The best way, you know what I'm saying, so far that has come to be a leader of men is to lead by example.
Yeah. Can I add on just for a second with that?
Go ahead.
At one point, you remember they had the concert at the Apollo, and you was teasing me about my red jacket. I didn't forget that. My red blazer that I had on. I did not. I want you to know that. I never forgot that. But anyway, That show was supposed to have been put on mad years ago. Exact Mind, who was one of the organizers of the show, he wanted to do it. So I told him, I said, this is what you do. You go in front of the parliament and you say when the show is going down. Don't ask anybody to add on that's not in the entertainment business, because they don't know the standard practices of organizing a show. He did not listen to me. He started listening to the older brothers who was out of the loop and that understanding of how that's done. That delayed that show for about 5 years. And I say that to say what you're saying. If you want to do something within the confines of a Law World Manifest, just go do it. And those that want to add on is going to add on. Don't take a poll. Don't talk to 100 brothers. Get you 5 or 6 brothers, or just at least start at 9, which all of this started from anyway, and go do it. Like Born Sincere, if you feel it's not organization, you go get 8 more brothers that think like you and show the entire nation how to do it. That's how you have to do things. If you open it up for opinions and all of that, you're going to get too much wisdom. You know what I mean? That's not how you do it.
And Divine Truth put
I did already.
Divine Truth put something in here. Fear outweighs understanding that the penalty is death for our people to remain docile in the time of wisdom of law rule. There's never been a time in America where the original man hasn't been ostracized. You know, that's the reason why, like I said, we up in the clouds dealing with a lot of knowledge and wisdom. You know what I'm saying? But, we need to examine some of these things like this that's going on. You know what I'm saying? And from the aspect of not just waiting for this to happen, not just waiting around until you the one that's in that situation. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it goes back to where you set up home, man. Where you set up home. You can't set up home.
Yeah. And even when you sending your kids to school, like remember when we was going to school, it was right after the civil rights era with Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and all of them. People had just died. You know what I'm saying? And that used to be impressed upon us that, listen, people died so that you could go to school.
Word is bond.
You understand what I'm saying? So right now, people are so far removed from that. You know what I'm saying? That it's almost like slavery. That's why for me, I personally, I'm not with the taking down the statues and not showing no movies and none of that. You know what I'm saying? Because now it whitewashes the situation. You know what I'm saying? To where we don't understand, other people, they thrive on that. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that, if you say something in mainstream America, they'll tell you, wait, that's that tyranny from King George. Our forefathers fought against that. You understand what I'm saying? Like they never let that be. They never let that go far from their consciousness about taxation without representation and all these different things. That caused them to do what they did.
God, I'm gonna give you a good example of that. When on the Benjamins, when he said stack chips like Hebrews, he didn't even say nothing inflammatory. He said stack chips like Hebrews. They always blinked out that word Hebrews. You'll never hear that part on the radio. That's what you call control. They don't even call themselves Hebrews openly like that.
They don't even call they call precious metal money. They don't call it jewelry. Like if you show like Jewish people when when they dealing with gold, they don't look at gold as an ornament. They don't look at gold as something. They look as a tool or nothing. They call it money. Like they have words for it. They got Hebrew words that change the meaning of the gold and the silver. And I seen that in an old Jewish book back in the day. It was like a Jewish book for children, like a Dr. Seuss book. But it was basically like it was a grandpa folktale book. And it was like all the stories that the grandpa would tell the children in the Jewish family. And one of the stories was a lesson about money. This is something that the grandfather was teaching his grandchildren about money. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, and he had a quarter in his hand, a silver coin, and he asked his grandson, "What is this?" And his grandson said, "Yo, that's silver." He said, "No, that's money."
Check this out. We got Born Sincere. Born Sincere just tapped in. Peace to the God.
In their family, they don't.
Born Sincere, you hear me? I can't hear you though. So I have your mic is on. Nah, I can't hear you. Yeah, you probably got to log off and come back on. Chill. We got Question Brown C came in. Life of Love said you have to have what is useful, meaning real skills, real resources, real people with no excuses. You must be teachable and coachable regardless to whom or what. Ego and pride gets in the way. That's something I think is important right there too. In terms of a lot of times the people that's not being cooperative, they people that don't really have nothing to add on. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of, they weigh, because they can't be a part of things, they don't want you to, manifest nothing either. You know what I'm saying? That's like an aspect, in all things, the only thing that some people have to add on to a situation is kind of being disruptive, being a goon. They don't really have another thing to add on. But Born Sincere came back in. You hear me?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Born Sincere.
Peace. Can you hear me? Shit not working. You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. Peace.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, add on to Yeah, I can hear you.
What I was saying, pardon me, I'm at work.
Yeah.
I'm at work.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Work cipher, so pardon my.
So yeah, add on.
Pardon my blanketed statement, but what I was saying was, like, I'm a young God, I'm wisdom God, so it's like one of the things that I notice when it comes to this knowledge and the culture is that it's not that individuals that I have encountered are not with organizing, but it's almost like it's a disdain for organizing in the manner or the words that's utilized in the way that individuals go about thinking about organization. Now, when I say organization, when we come together and deal in equality and all that time we come together to do that, why are we not also coming together with that same energy for a determined idea, whether that be, let's go put some money together, go get some land. You know what I mean? We need 30,000. You know what I mean? Or you know what I mean? Let's get this money together for this food bank, or let's get this money to go get this dojo over here so we can, train everybody up in our community on martial arts. Now, what I have seen is that it could start off on that type of road, but then something will come in like bad habits and some form of inconsistency from a bad habit that will come in and disrupt that energy that we was dealing with for that common cause in the build or destroy degree in the 1 to 14. Whatever that said common cause that those individuals or a group of individuals said that they wanted to do, I noticed that occurs and that happens and it gets disrupted. We get distracted. And excuse me, I don't want to speak blanketed again for everybody, but again, I'm speaking on my experience, you know what I'm saying, as it pertains to us coming together. We all have different skills and different lives, but we all got this same knowledge and we all go to work every day. So if we going to work every day, we should be putting money in a pot where that money has time to accumulate, where we can go invest in the said necessities of food, clothing, and shelter, which is basically the land. And so when I see things like the police do, you know, on those videos, or all the different things that we raise question about, those things are just symptoms of the system. It's a system that we in. It's a system of racism and white supremacy. But the things that we raise question about, like the police or the food being bad, you know what I mean, or whatever, or the education not being right, those things are symptoms. And we could have been out of that situation years ago. But to a degree, I think it's a degree of comfortability within that. And I can understand that. We've been in it a long time. But to really break away from that, it requires a degree of organization, because can't no one man or woman do that on their own. Because like you said, we all got bills to pay on a day-to-day basis. You got to pay for this, you got to pay for that. So it needs to be an organized plan on how we can work our way up out of that. You know what I'm saying? So when I'm talking about organization, that's what I mean, man. Going to get some land so we can make the clothes that you got on your back, which come from the land, the shoes on your feet that come from the land, the food. You know what I'm saying? So that's how, you know, we come together to save the world on a physical manner. You know, we come together, we build on 120 degrees, you know what I'm saying, which is peace. And that's building on the knowledge plane. And you know what I mean? But now we got to we take that on the wisdom plane as well. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I mean when I'm talking about being organized.
All right, that's peace. You know, there's actually some answers to all that. You know what I'm saying? You know, the sciences, though, they do have to be activated. You know what I'm saying? Like when you were saying, you know, when we come together for social equality, you know what I'm saying? You know, when we come together, when we have a parliament is really a governing body. You understand what I'm saying? So this is a way that a group of people come to a decision. You understand what I'm saying? Where everybody can come together, you know, express their ideas freely, and then as a body, we put our heads together and decide what we're gonna do. You understand what I'm saying? We've been lax on what we come together and rally. You understand what I'm saying? But we haven't really been coming for parliament. You understand what I'm saying? So, like you said, when someone presents an idea, it's not flowing smoothly. You understand what I'm saying? The same way if a person presents an idea, say in Congress, you know, even though that process gets bogged down too. You understand what I mean? But at least, you know, you have certain standards of, you know, how the debate and how the decision is supposed to be made. You know what I'm saying? The other thing that you touched on is the actual science. You know, you got to go from just social equality to having a society. You see what I'm saying? Because, like, for instance, when you were saying that, you know, all right, everybody got to go to work, and then you got to, you know, we could put our money together and do whatever we got to do. We got to take that to another step up, to where when we go to work, right, we're going to work with each other. You understand what I'm saying? That's the society. So now, for instance, you know, right now, if we decide, you know, we don't like, you know, this white person or that white person, for the most part, that white person don't have to live, you know, under no decisions that we make. You understand what I'm saying? So they don't really care if we like them or don't like them because they got their own society. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, the things that you're saying, I agree with you, but I'm saying that, you know, the thing you want to do is, you know, or that we all got to do as a nation. But I'm saying, like you said, you know, you at an age where you're going to see things, you understand what I'm saying, that I might not be here to see. You see what I'm saying? So what we all got to focus on is understanding what a parliament is. You understand what I'm saying? So that when we come together, you know what I'm saying, whatever it is, even within the family, you know what I'm saying, even with you and the black woman, if y'all don't really have a way, you know what I'm saying, to discuss the issue, you understand what I'm saying, whatever it might be,
it'll be chaotic.
Who to go through, then everything is going to always go left and y'all always going to be arguing. You know what I mean? But the parliament is how we apply law and order to making a decision as a body.
Right. And, you know, I want to add this on. Basically, it's basically like supreme mathematics is a code. It's a codified way, or it's a codified system of thought for you to take things through first in your mind and then do the same thing in action. Right. So it's a code. It's a set of instructions. First, you do the knowledge, then you do the wisdom, then you bring forth understanding, culture, power, equality, God, build, destroy, born, and cipher. So it's a codified way. So it's not a lot of questions about it. And so it's kind of like the same thing that must happen in other areas of our cultural expression. It needs to be a codified way of going about things in every possible aspect. So it ain't no, you know, and I know we all do things differently, but what I mean by a codified way, like, okay, boom. Like, for an example, I remember when I first came around, I got knowledge in 2014. I always knew about the knowledge, but I got it officially in 2014. Now, I remember specifically, you know, we might have had, we had regional conference out here in Richmond. And one of the things is I was doing the knowledge and I was noticing we was coming from various areas throughout the states to come here to congregate, to speak about nation activities on certain topics, whether that be, you know, communications, public relations. You know, what are you doing? What are y'all doing in y'all community? What did y'all see that worked and didn't work or whatnot? You know, and we would come together to discuss these things, domestic issues. And what I would notice, I'm like, while we outside of this conference room, why are we outside talking about other things? Like you spoke about being lax. Why are we out talking about other things when this is the business at hand right here? This was confusing to me, because on the one end it's saying, when you hear the term nation building, see, that's also subjective too. Well, what do you mean when you say nation building? What does that mean? And what do you mean when you say it? You see what I'm saying? So going back to the codification again, so we can cut out confusion, because I might have a different idea in my mind versus what you may have when you say the word. So what's the definition? What's the formal definition? So if we're coming together at a regional conference, why are we outside talking about everything under the sun versus the said topic to all get on the same page here? It's confusing. You get what I mean? So when you spoke about the science of being lax, you know what I mean? I understand what you're saying. And we will continue to, I guess, improve upon these processes that we have. Because, like, for example, a regional conference, that's a code. You know what I mean? That's a part of the system of communications where we can come together in a communicative manner, various states, so we can all get on a similar page. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, you know, Yeah, God, I'm following.
Yeah,
it's just making me think about codification.
Yeah, that's peace, black man. You know, I'm glad you spoke. You know what I'm saying, from your perspective. You know what I'm saying, of a young brother. You know what I'm saying. Stay on the on the line if you can.
Yo, well,
right now,
I'm at work site for God. I'm gonna add on, but I'm gonna be doing the knowledge on my headphones.
All right, no doubt.
All right, peace.
Peace, black man. So yo, right now we're gonna bring in the brother that supplied the footage. The footage that we was watching earlier came from this brother right here. We control the narrative. Hold on, let me.
I was building all that.
Can you hear me? Wait a minute.
I was building all that time, and my mic was muted.
Who's that?
Born Sincere, that was real.
Oh, you was muted? Yeah, hold on. Oh, real Remy. Hold on for a second, Supreme. We control the narrative. You hear me? You hear me?
Yes, sir. Come on, I can't hear you.
Can you? All right, no doubt. Yeah, this is the brother right here that supplied us with the video clips that we was watching earlier. You know what I'm saying? You know, the brother is obviously, he cares and he's sincere about, freedom, justice, and equality for original people. You know what I'm saying? I just met him through seeing his video clips. You know what I'm saying? So, tell us a little bit about yourself, and what motivated you to collect these clips.
First of all, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak on your platform. We need more of this. As a person aspiring to be a king, I believe that it's our brothers who will stand up and speak the uncomfortable conversations that will allow our people to be able to think for themselves. You asked me, why do I compile this? I work in entertainment. I've worked for some of the biggest shows, reality TV shows that some of you guys watch on television. And before that, I was a professional hip hop dancer. So I spent a lot of my life dancing, touring, teaching majority white children how to do hip hop, giving them our culture, allowing them the invitation to the barbecue, if you want to say. And when Trayvon Martin was killed, that sparked me because he was the same age as most of my students. And there was no outcry from the same people who I spent teaching and mentoring their children. There was no outcry from my community. That was the first spark that woke me up, that started making me read more and read documentaries. Because like most of our people, I was a comfortable slave. I knew that things were uncomfortable for us. I knew things were unjust, but I did nothing about it. Fast forward to me, myself getting shot and losing that ability to be able to be a performer anymore in that aspect, an artist in that aspect. I joined into film, and I got to sit back and work my way up through the ranks and watched how they produced entertainment for our community. Sit in boardrooms and producing meetings and listen to them openly speak while I'm sitting there like it doesn't matter. How they don't want a masculine man, they would rather have a gay black man, or how they would rather an interracial relationship. We can't put two black people together. Nobody wants to see that. Which sparked me on my time on social media to change my focus to what you call now We Control the Narrative, where I speak to our people about controlling the narrative. The problem I have is that many of our people don't realize that most of the things in our community are told to us. A lot of us think it's our own ideas. Well, no, media and television and entertainment gives you the idea to think that it's normal. Prime example, we're in a pandemic right now. If you pay attention to things like Netflix, Hulu, any entertainment social media platform that gives you a visual to look at, they all have pandemic films. They have all films that correlate what we're going through. And you have to ask yourself, if this just happened in January or February, I work in production. It takes us almost a year before a lot of this stuff can be thought about, paid for, shot, produced. So that means for a year before this, they were priming us for what we see now. So you asked me what made me compile this information. If you check in places, I think it was somewhere in Texas, they are changing our literature, our educational, what they call education in the white supremacist system, that there was no slavery. They were indentured servants that were willing to come over here and work, and they were treated correctly. In the American War, this is the only time you'll see in history where the loser of a war is writing history. So I compile this information because, as you see now, which I saw coming from before, YouTube, IG, Facebook is censoring information that our people need. My goal with this is to be able to hand it down to my people in a organized form where they can look at this stuff and say this was the history that they don't want us to believe was real. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, I think one of us. Yeah, but you know, that's pretty much where, you know, the 5% perspective is. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, knowledge is you know, what we have the power to save ourselves and save others with. You know what I'm saying? That the lack of knowledge is, you know, at the core of our condition right now in North America. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, rather you think that's the lack of political knowledge or economic knowledge or, you know what I'm saying, education, whatever it is, you know, on whatever level, it's the lack of knowledge, you know, lack of the history of who we are or whatever the case may be. So, you know, on this situation right here, pretty much what prompted me to make this video right here is kind of the same thing that you're saying, where it's like, you know, especially on YouTube, you know, we get on here and we look at a lot of the entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But, you know, in this particular instance right here, you know, it's really a war going on right outside. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, sometimes, you know, what we doing, you know, even with those cameras, when everybody's out there filming the event, you doing a little bit of the sticking your head in the ground. You know what I'm saying? And pretending that this stuff would go away. You know, that's like a kind of protection right there when you got the camera up. Like you can even see when the cop attacks the person with the camera, they always off point because, you know, the camera is a kind of, you know, it's a barrier between you and, you know, the thing that you're filming. You know what I'm saying? It makes it not real. It puts it in another world. You know what I'm saying?
Do you mind if I jump in real quick?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just say one last thing. So, you know, that puts us in the, you know, we, you know, out of the mind state of knowing that we're in an urgent situation right now. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Supreme Man.
No, I think the brother wanted to say something. I appreciate what you said. You're giving us like a bird's eye view into the way that shows and stuff are manifested. I did have some knowledge of it. Well, go ahead, brother, if you want to speak more to that.
Well, no, I was going to jump onto what you just said. The problem I feel like a lot of us do not pay attention to is that every time that we, again, back to me saying controlling the narrative, every time that we as a people find a resource to help us in what I call the war against oppression, they find a way to use that against us. And I know you were talking about knowledge, which is great. Knowledge is great. But if we don't question the knowledge that we're looking at, you have to be careful of who's infiltrating the knowledge that you're getting. I tell a lot of people when they see these books and they tell me, well, I'm reading this book and I'm reading that book. Who published the book? Was it self-published? Or did it come from a published company that had an editorial editor go through that book before it was published? In a society that's run by them, we have to be very careful and make sure that we don't stop our people from questioning any of the knowledge that we got so they can think for themselves. Prime example, we look at Martin Luther King. If you look at Martin Luther King and you look at the knowledge that they've sent from Martin Luther King, they've only taught you from the knowledge they give you of him to be passive.
Right.
So if we just talk about knowledge, yeah, somebody will say, well, I read this and I read that, so I know better than you. But are you thinking for yourself? Are you thinking, why are they giving me this information, but not telling me how he talked about being in a burning house? How he talked about correlating that Malcolm X wasn't wrong, that they just didn't see eye to eye. Do you pay attention that they try to make them enemies? So it's like we have to still continue to question everything. I think a lot of the gentlemen in this room are elders like myself. We grew up remembering the 5 W's: who, what, where, when, and why. We were taught to ask that no matter what we looked at.
No doubt.
This generation is not. This generation is told to read something and be carbon. I call it carbon copies. If you go on IG, you see a lot of people repost things, but they don't tell you how they feel about it. They don't have an idea of what they're reposting. If you go to mine, I take everything that you. This goes back to the original question of you asked me about posting these police videos. I control that narrative with my caption. I beg people to read my caption so they can see how I look at a video. When I first started, people would see a video of a person fighting a black person fighting the police. That's what caused him to get killed. Really? So you saw a black man being punched on the ground and said that's what caused him to get killed, not holding the police officer who has a gun, who has been given authority over that person and is now striking an unarmed person and shooting an unarmed person. It's not their accountability. It's the person being assaulted. I just need our people to think.
Well, yeah, that's one of those things, I've always wondered. You're right. That's one of those things where it's a little bit strange logic for me, where I always like to make this analogy, right? Suppose you had a school teacher, right, that was molesting their students, right?
That part.
And then the school teacher said, well, you don't say anything when the kids have sex with each other. It's like, wait a minute, you're supposed to be here in a little bit different capacity.
That part.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I think that this generation, my observation, school is taught, and I built about this a little bit yesterday, for short-term memory.
Yes.
But now with Instagram and things of that nature, you can't even, it's just shorter than short-term memory.
Yep.
Because you have something where you'll get an incident that happens, and because news is pumped in so quickly, people forget about it.
Yep.
And they don't even have time to fully digest the circumstances and what we do. And like you were saying about historical things being pushed to the back burner in our school system, these children now, their attitude is, oh, that was back then.
Yep.
They don't see the correlation of how it relates to them right now. Right. The correlation of being a runaway slave, and it's legal to kill people. And that's what the police now, for lack of a better term, it's just nigger season. Like deer season. Yeah. Like moose season.
Yep.
And it's very upsetting. I've heard brothers say things like, Well, like with the female that got killed, she should have been talking to the police like that, and all types of stuff like that, man. The value for human life, like you said, we've already been set up. All of these video games, life is not valued, and nobody really cares till it's their family. Now you want to be concerned, but I want to deal with a solution aspect to it, man. We grew up in the 70s. When we grew up in the 70s, when you speak about Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, Malcolm X was the most vilified person that you could associate yourself with. Now he's on a stamp. I remember seeing this movie, the Kid and Play movie. And I can't remember the name of it, but they had this white boy. He had locks. He was in this rap group called Young Black Teenagers, which coincidentally was put out by Chuck D. And the white boy character in this movie was the conscious person in the movie. And I remember part of his script was he had to explain Malcolm X to Kid and Play or whatever, right?
That part.
And he said that Malcolm X hated white people until he went to Mecca and came back and seen that everybody was human. And from that narrative right there, that began the turning of the pages to create this humanistic character that Malcolm X is now viewed as.
But do you realize that that's in every movie that they build for us?
Right.
They will never build anything for us that doesn't protect them.
Right.
It's the same thing with Martin though. Like at the time when he's alive, they saying, J. Edgar Hoover is saying he's the most dangerous man in America.
Indeed.
But now all of a sudden, they tripping over each other to say, oh, I marched with Martin. I was there with Martin in Washington. So
the politicians, right?
Right. So with almost every single person, you know what I'm saying? It seems like they change over, the narrative to something that they could co-opt. You know what I'm saying? That moment for me was when I saw the Malcolm X flag, right? I mean, it was X, right? But it was in the colors of the United States flag.
Right.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Oh, good.
Yeah, that was the moment when I was like, okay, yeah, you've turned.
It's been co-opted. Yeah, it's been co-opted.
Yeah, but they don't ever evolving. So every time that we find something to use to empower our people, they hijack it purposely.
Right. Yeah. I agree with you 100%.
So like you said, solutions. I tell a lot of people this, my solution is to re-educate the youth by showing them the reality that you're not comfortable. See, the problem is that and I even have this problem as a father. I had an emotional moment with my daughter the other day because we're watching a show called Black Lightning.
I know that show. Mm-hmm.
But like every other show, no, you're good. Like every other show, they put the white savior as the uncle figure that saves all of them and loves all of them. They put the gay agenda in it as well.
Indeed.
And I'm watching it with my daughter, and I want to turn it off, but I'm telling her, and I said it earlier, I don't know how to not scare and put fear into my daughter on what it means to be black, but also I can't cut everything she needs to see to enjoy. And so we sit down and we fast forward through certain parts, and I talk to her through every part, but I also have to remember I still have to allow her to be a child. You understand? And it's hard for parents. So like I was saying, the solution part is we as the community have to mentor our children so that we control what they're being educated and how they're being taught.
Yeah.
Unquestionably. I mean, it's very hard. Like I have 2 kids in college. One daughter that graduated. She's studying for LSAT right now. And then I have a 6-year-old. So I see even amongst that slight age difference between the one that's 23 and the one that's 6. education is different, and how they've adjusted different things to the time period. And it's all about stripping away the layers, like you said, to make people think that they have capital gains when they really don't. Like I was watching Black AF yesterday, and I don't know if you're aware of that show.
I tried to watch that.
Come in. I don't know if you're aware of that show.
I tried to watch it. I couldn't get through it.
Yeah, I watch it more from to study what the programming is like, rather than to be entertained.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta wait. So the whole thing is, and it goes back to what we were building about with Sunez, Darkim. It's like, okay, this brother has made it, so to speak. And the result of him making it is his children are very spoiled.
That part.
His wife is spoiled. But he, again, is the woke one out of all of them. But he comes off as kind of like the buffoonish character.
Right.
And this is Kenya Barris. This is a acclaimed director. You know what I mean? But to people in the now, he is woke. Like a Charlemagne type of dude. When it's just surface knowledge that we're dealing with these individuals.
No matter how you look at it, I will always remember this. You can never trust somebody that white people trust. So if they put that on their national television show, we have to know there's agenda behind it. As somebody
I agree.
Television, think about this, and I tell this to everybody who asks me about television. Would you spend $1 billion to make yourself look bad? Well, that's what our entertainment is. It's $1 billion to make sure that they look good.
Right.
I asked my fiance and her girlfriend this the other day. I said, go on Netflix and find me a black show that has a strong black man and a strong black mother, and tell me that the representation on Netflix is equal. She goes, yeah, I know one. It's called Black Lightning. I said, how many white shows did you go through before you found Black Lightning? How many Asian shows did you see in movies they put up with an Asian man and an Asian woman? But anytime they put a black man and a black woman, either their kids are lost, spoiled rotten, like they did in Black Lightning, like they did in Black as Fuck. They're either gay, like they did in Empire, like they did in Black Lightning, or the husband is gay, like they did in 911, the TV show. Do you see the pattern I'm going in? They'll never give you a strong family that has no problems.
Yeah, I heard that was an issue for a minute with Good Times, that originally they wanted her to be a single mother.
Yep.
But she refused to take the role until they put James Evans in there.
And you see, it didn't take them long till they killed him off.
Didn't take them long.
They wait till they get their ratings and feel like the show can't get disrupted. Prime example, Fresh Prince. The mother was black as hell till when? Till they changed it to a lighter version of her. A less threatening version of her. She went from Aunt Viv, who would go in the hood and pull her boys out and everybody respected her and scared of her, to a passive, loving, smiling mother who was a lot lighter.
Yeah, but like you said, the title of your page, We Control the Narrative, that's one of those things though, in terms of a solution, you know what I'm saying? How do we overcome that desire, because there's a desire to be, kind of that object of white adulation, you know what I mean? To have that fame, that level of fame that's afforded to you by having a mainstream fan base, you know what I mean? So then you got to be kind of the proverbial sellout in order to be, vanilla enough, plain enough to appeal to that kind of market, because there's a lot of things that we can do, in my opinion. But the thing is, you wouldn't have the same level of money and fame.
But really, do you really believe that we wouldn't? My problem that I have is that I believe we would. I just don't believe. I believe that it's been told to us that we wouldn't, so we don't believe it. Because think about it. Who watches most of these shows? We do. Love and Hip Hop is mostly promoted by black women.
Yeah, and I never watched that, but I know the narrative of it.
Yeah,
and I couldn't take. I mean, I just couldn't take that.
But look how much black men watch sports. Imagine if we were able to get our black men that spend watching sports and our black women who still watch that negative Love and Hip Hop to focus that same viewership into black content. A brother of mine that I work with is on there's an app called Urban Flicks, and they just did a black TV show called Howard High. It's just like these these corny little white shows where you see them singing and dancing, but it's all black people. Reverse, where there's only one white girl and it's all black people.
Mm-hmm.
All we have to do is support those networks.
I think
go ahead.
I think it's something though that's even related to something that you said in terms of, at the end when Martin Luther King is saying things like, I may have integrated my people into a burning house and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Ever since integration, that desire to be a part of mainstream America, to integrate, has is destroyed Black America. It's destroyed the political structure and the economic structure, and it exists. You know what I'm saying? The saying, some black people think white people's ice is colder. You know what I'm saying? That's I'm saying from that whole standpoint. You know what I'm saying? That that thing that tells us that okay, if we get into a position that we make sure we elevate some of our own, you know what I'm saying, so that we can, we can be the decision makers here. That we project the ideas, the images,
Can I add on to that for a second?
Yeah.
I want to say this. Again, it goes to the attention span and the pushing the narrative that if it's viral, it's successful. You remember the whole thing with Gucci.
Mm-hmm.
That lasted maybe a month or two. The first 2 episodes of Black as F, the guy had on Gucci. He had an ugly Gucci rainbow jacket on, and then he had a Gucci sweatsuit on. And the Gucci thing is no longer a thing. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, there's outrage for something, and then it's out of the loop. Because there's so much information now being pushed that people can't concentrate on the facts or the issues. You understand what I'm saying? I would love to support. Go ahead.
I don't think we can't. I think we don't. The people who have the means to don't. I believe, and I know this is not going to make a lot of people happy, but 99% of our people are sheep waiting to follow somebody.
Oh, we know that. We teach that.
But is our leaders really are our leaders teaching, or are our leaders in their ego? That's our problem. I had a whole conversation with a brother the other day, and this may not be. I hear the way you guys talk. This may not be something you want to hear, but everybody's trying to push their religion, their agenda, instead of I should love somebody who looks just like me in the mirror. Period. My father always told me, to get the masses to understand something, you have to speak to them like they're 3-year-olds. That's the only way you get everybody on the same accord. And you asked me to prove my point? Look at Hitler. Hitler did not say, I want my Europeans or my Germans or my Americans to align with me. He said, if you are not blonde-haired and blue-eyed, you are my enemy, period. When you look at racist white people in this country on the dumbest level, they repeat his words. If you are not blonde-haired, blue-eyed, you are the devil. You want to know the hypocrisy in that? If you look at the videos of the men saying that, most of them are not blonde-haired and blue-eyed, but they are white.
And neither was Hitler.
That's the problem.
And his mother was Jewish.
But we don't realize that. We're too busy fighting over each religion, over what we do in our bedroom. They have us separated. If we sat down to the basic level and said, I just want to protect any man, woman, and child that looks like me in the mirror, period. Whether you want to call them black, Hebrew, African-American, whatever name, Jamaican, African, if we said, if I see a person that has melanin skin that looks like me, I'm going to protect them, period. That's what we should be doing. After we get to that point, we can worry about everything else. We would get somewhere, but we're too busy trying to fight on ego. Whose religion is better? Who knows more? Who's more knowledgeable? Who's being more oppressed? That's why we can't get to a solution, if you ask me.
Well, that's definitely part of the issue. We don't have a religion, so to speak. We may use some religious terms. And what you're saying is right. Like, knowledge of self, it starts with you. And like you said, that starts with the mirror. But you also have to understand the system of white supremacy and racism. It's been embedded in the mindsets of individuals from the time that we were brought over here. And it's carried on. You know, if you can't just wake up and all of a sudden become awake. No, I'm just speaking. You have to go through a system of unlearning things that you learn. You have to be able to look in that mirror and see beauty.
That's true.
In that mirror before you can project it outward. You understand what I'm saying? So until like, you know, and I don't mean to vilify women. You know what I mean? I love my black women. But this whole hair thing, the blonde hair, the different color hair, you know, it speaks to the psyche of an individual when you want to look like somebody other than yourself. You know what I mean? It's a deeply embedded self-hatred. If you look at little Kim, her self-hatred has destroyed her. You know what I mean? And she's not the only one. I'm just using her as an example. But that's just a microcosmic aspect of the mentality of hundreds of thousands of black women in this country because they weren't told that they were beautiful. You ever think why she dyed her hair blonde and all that? Didn't Biggie choose Faith over her? Faith is half white. So she has distinctive European features. And if he chose her over Kim, Kim then tried to become her.
So let me ask you a question. You don't feel like black men have that same problem?
What do you mean? What problems?
But we don't have that same problem of wanting to be just like white men?
No, yes, I do. That's why I said I'm not just vilifying white women. I'm just speaking on that. I'm not blaming black women. I'm just giving an example of the embedded self-hatred that exists. Yes, a lot of black men do see themselves as inferior.
Well, let me tell you, the reason why I asked you that question is because my background is psychology and sociology.
Okay.
When I have conversations and I sit down with my students, the first thing that I always see that I find interesting with us black men is we will bring up that talking point of black women's hair before we talk about ourselves.
Okay, that's fair.
And if you look at somebody who wants to be a leader, and I say this again as aspiring to be a king, if we don't choose our first talking point to be about us as men before we try to tell women how to be women, we can't get angry when they spend all their time telling us about how black men don't do this and black men don't do that. On my page, I spend all my time, especially in the morning, I post narrative of black men as fathers, leaders in the community, and I say, let's change the representation of how we look at black men. I talk to black men when I talk about hitting women. And if you listen to most of the men who come on my page, who I respect these brothers, but I don't respect their position on it, they have a million miles of comments about black women, but can't tell me why a black man shouldn't hit a black woman. And until, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, until our narrative is strictly talking about black men and fixing ourselves, I don't think we have a right to keep talking about black women.
I mean, you have a point there.
Black men run to go put on suits to look like white men. Black men shave their hair and cut their hair off, and they consider it waves. Where did that come from? Those waves also came from perms that we used to have in our head. That's not our natural hair to stick it down with glue and grease. That's a form of self-hate, just like blonding your hair. Our hair should either grow out your hair, or if you bald your hair. But why are we doing that? Because we have to be clean cut as black men to be seen in the white society. That's why you see look at what they just did. They just had to start making laws so it's okay for black men to wear their locks to work, for black men to have their hair natural. But yet as black men, we'd rather talk about black women blonding their hair and not the self-hate that we have in ourselves.
I'm not going to belabor the point of hair, because I know that if you go through the pantheon of different, for lack of a better term, tribes, a lot of people had different expressions of hair. Like there were people with naturally wavy hair without any chemicals in it. And, you know, the locks became a thing more or less from a religious standpoint or just a personal choice. But I wasn't.
Same thing with women, though? Are there actually...
No, listen to me, bro. Listen to me. I'm not trying to vilify women. All I was just trying to say was there's a deeply embedded self-hatred for all of us. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not singling out women. I just use that example. You can go into men in different categories and do the same thing. We all fall under that. You know, as far as like when you spoke about men hitting women and all that, that's below my radar in terms of even addressing that, because that's just something that I would never do. But I say peace to you for addressing that. But that's not even something that I even think about in terms of myself. But I'm not vilifying women. I'm not one of those brothers. I was just giving you an example of the system of white supremacy, how embedded it is. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You can go to the example of men. That's peace with me. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not some super sadomasochist, whatever, brother, you know what I'm saying, trying to just step on women. No, that's not the form that you in. I just want to make that clear. But I'm just giving an example.
The conversation, I'm not trying to say you are, but
yeah,
what you also have to understand is our unconscious decisions and what we choose to be our examples is what I was trying to point out.
Okay, that's cool.
I'm not trying to say that you hate women or anything, but as a person who, when we make a decision on our talking points, that point that I brought up in that conversation we just had is the exact conversation and the exact thing that we do when we watch our interaction with the police. Unconsciously, through our brainwashing of white supremacy, our talking points are always attacking our own before we attack the police and their accountability. That's what I was trying to get to by asking you those questions. That as somebody who doesn't have any hate for women or does not try to villainize women, unconsciously, that was the first thing that you said. And I'm trying to tell us that if you want a solution to our problem, we have to start breaking down those unconscious responses that we have towards our own people. Like the main one I hear when I watch black people get assaulted by police is he caused that. I heard a comedian talk about Mike Epps. Mike Epps did a whole thing talking about how bad this situation is in Georgia and ended it off with, if we don't want to die from police, we have to do better. How does that make sense? We see police. I had a young lady go, and on my page, you can check it, go for almost 2 days mad at me because I told her that she was wrong about Sean Reed. And she was like, he shouldn't have ran from the police. He tried to shoot at police. She slowed down videos. She did everything to prove to me that Sean Reed caused his own death. And literally, from whatever you want to call it, a heaven above, a story from the same area showed 2 white dudes who ran from the police, fired at police, and were apprehended alive.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's another thing. That's another issue in terms of you know, we've been given enough crumbs, right, in the system of oppression that, you know, we willing to protect it in some instances. You understand what I'm saying? We ready to be the most fervent defenders of the system sometimes. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you a question, brother. Can I ask you guys both a question?
Yes.
Do you believe that the black woman is important to the black man?
A question.
Yeah. So if I speak in benefit of the black woman, does that sound like a feminist or a black man who loves the black woman?
Well, you haven't said anything that sounds like feminine right now.
Huh?
Yeah, the latter. The latter of your statement. Yes. I mean, you just trying to bring our people together. That we have to be together. There's no separation, men and women. We have to be together.
The reason I asked you that is because somebody said I started to sound like a feminist, and I wanted to make sure I responded to that, not because it bothers me, because I don't care. But I think it's interesting that anytime a black man speaks in defense of a black woman, one of our own people will call us a feminist.
Well, that's a misnomer. If you know the history of the feminist movement, you wouldn't even say that, because that is not even applicable to what a feminist truly is.
Thank you. And that's
but a lot of people, they don't know the history of the feminist movement. But go ahead, bro.
No. I just want to point out that's the problem that I have. That's why I say, and again, I'm not attacking you, but the point of why you're doing this, I hope, is that we have the open conversation to respond to these type of assumptions. The problem is that anytime black men speak highly for our black women, our own brainwashing in our community is that it's correlated with hating black men. If I speak for black men like you were doing, then it's considered that you hate black women, which neither one of us hate the opposite. You know what I'm saying? I know I got confused, but do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I do.
Like, our community has to stop villainizing our own for loving our own.
See, I'm gonna tell you what you got to look at with that though. What you got to understand is that you know, black men and black women are under separate attacks. You understand what I'm saying? It's like if one of us is being attacked by the Navy and one of us is being attacked by the Air Force.
God, the dope.
You know what I'm saying? And so we don't really understand sometimes, you know what I'm saying, each other's trials and tribulations.
True.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And being that we under these attacks at the same time, you know, we both kind of looking at the other one like, yo, how come you not here helping me?
That part.
Without realizing that they under a whole separate attack simultaneously. You see what I'm saying? So this leads to a certain amount of misunderstanding in our community. You see what I mean? Because the whole way that they come, you know, like for instance, just in the simplest terms, right? the way the system approaches the black man is to try to take everything from him.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? The way the system approaches the black woman is to give her stuff. You know what I'm saying? The welfare, you know, whatever it is.
Yep.
But it's all the same kind of web, you know, that you end up tied up into. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, that's just something, you know, you got to realize when you hearing this, you know, back and forth. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm happy y'all spoke on that. That's all I wanted to say. I mean, for me, I don't worry about people's judgments on that level, but it was I thought it was important that they heard you guys say what you just said, so there's an understanding that although we are attacked separately, we all are on the same page. We all still need to help each other. I believe in the yin and yang. You can't have a good man without a good woman, and vice versa. And I think it's interesting for me, at least, and this is just my perception on what it means to be a king. On me aspiring to be a king, I am the head of the household. That means everything falls on my shoulders. So as a father, and for the brothers who are fathers, you understand this, your kids' successes are yours just as much as your kids' failures are. And when I look at the black woman's failures, I see a representation as us as black men. Just as much as when I see black men's failure, I see a representation of the black woman. We can't separate that and forget that, as much as we can't forget, like you said, that one's being attacked by the Navy and one's being attacked by the ground. You understand? And I think that's so hard for many of us to do, to understand that we also have to see that the attack is different, but also remember that we're all on the same team.
Mm-hmm. No, that's unquestionable right there. You know, in our way of life, we teach, we call our woman the earth, and we say that at the highest level of respect, that everything comes out of her. Life itself generates from the woman. So in our way of life, that's the highest honor. You know, it's equivalent to a queen. You know, we the gods. That's equivalent to a king. King and queen are part of our language that we use, which is our supreme alphabet. So we right there. We're on the same, you know, aspect of what you're dealing with. Totally. We just want people to know themselves. And going back to the whole point of this, the police brutality thing, you have to deal with the historical aspect of the police generating from the slave catchers. Mm-hmm. So if that's the foundation of what you're doing, and the law at that time was to catch somebody that wants to be free. Think about the dichotomy of that. Right? Now bring that into a modern sensibility. I just want to jog. I want to keep myself fit. I'm in the house. I'm on lockdown. I'm in quarantine. I just want to be fit. Right? Mm-hmm. Or I just need a jog. Maybe I need to clear my head. Again, it's about being free. Freedom is the ability to move without restraint. And those two crackers that approached this brother, they, in essence, were living out the DNA of what? Slave catchers. Because they don't want you to be free to be able to move the way you want to move, regardless of if this is now your neighborhood or not. I have literal police friends. Understand what I'm saying? I have police friends. I have a brother I know that's a sheriff, very good friend of mine. I have another brother who works for the New Jersey State Police, right? I have another brother, he's a transit police. And we have these discussions. I ask them, why do these police shoot to kill? They say that's how they're trained. They're not trained to hit you in your leg. They're not trained to shoot you in your arm. They're trained that when they pull a firearm, it's to kill. So then I asked them, what constitutes pulling your firearm? What makes that the action that has to be taken when they fear for their safety or the safety of others? And that's the vague term that they use all the time when they taking us out. You know what I'm saying?
Because they always fear us.
Exactly. And that's what we go back to. Let's go back to Reconstruction, right? I don't know if you're aware of that time period. It was right after slavery, 50 to 70 years after slavery so-called ended.
I like how you worded that.
Oh, close the door. I'm sorry. Close the door. I'm sorry. Thank you. You had people who in the society of black people elevated to senators, owners of property, lawyers. There's also a rumor of John Hanson was the president of the United States, a black man. I don't know if that's real or not. But anyway, he elevated to a high degree in government, whether he was the president or not. Mm-hmm. Now, after that happened, that's when you got these citizen councils, the Ku Klux Klan, and all this other stuff, because the poor whites who didn't benefit from slavery wanted to block the progression of black people during Reconstruction.
Well, since you bring it up, I got to ask you a question. So what is your viewing? How do you view voting then?
Okay, I spoke on this a little earlier. I deal with politics. I live in Trenton, New Jersey, mm-hmm. and I deal with politics, but not in my own volition. Something to help my wife out or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But what I noticed about politics, even before I dealt with it, is it's about economics. Even on the local level, if you don't have a block of individuals to be able to help the candidate get elected monetarily, then your agenda will never be met with any swiftness.
I say this all the time when people talk about Obama. Not that I'm a fan of Obama at all, but I point this out to him because I'm from New York, but I also live in LA, and I work with kids who deal with gangs in LA. And people always say how Obama didn't do anything for us. And I say, well, you live in a white supremacist country. If you have a blood and you send him into a Crip neighborhood, what do you think are going to happen to him? One of two things. He's either going to flip and turn to a Crip, or he's going to die. So if we don't do our part, you can't get mad at one person for not doing their job. Me personally, I do not care about who our president is. I work in politics in my community. I worry about who's on our school board. I worry about the DA. I worry about judges that get elected, and I worry about city council, because those four right there directly affect black people's everyday life.
I agree with that.
But
it also go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead. It also comes down to the economics of that, because it's still agenda based. One of the biggest people that promoted Obama's election campaign monetarily was the LGBT community.
And why do you think he supported them? Yes,
because they put the money up.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get the brother who's speaking.
Yeah, right. They put the money up, so their agenda was met.
Yes,
and that's what politics is about. Like, if you look at this movie, it's called Eddie Murphy, Distinguished Gentleman. That movie explains politics in a nutshell.
Thank you.
And how it really works. You know what I mean?
It's lobbying and money. Yep.
Exactly. And it'll always be like that because it's politics. It's not a system of equity. It wasn't built upon equity. You know what I mean? You can't. It's like Karras once said in one of his lines, you can never have justice on stolen land. You can't do it. You can only have justice within your realm of what you deal with. In blocks. You know, if we want to stop police brutality, watch the spook who sat by the door.
I'm sorry. That's a film I'm trying to redo right now.
I think I think it's two issues.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Is you know, one thing that happens is that you know, by the time we send our kids to school, you know what I mean? You know, maybe not our individual kids, you know, you might have more to you know, you speak to them more or whatever, you know, we got a particular culture. But, you know, for a lot of kids, you know, when they go to school, they get indoctrinated into the patriotism.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You know, and so you know, kind of the second thing is we got to produce our own political people. Like I think the only way to combat that system that you're saying, because at the end of the day, that's kind of what's always gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna produce a W.E.B. Du Bois. You understand what I'm saying? Every time we produce a Booker T. Washington or a Marcus Garvey. You see what I'm saying?
No doubt.
So we gotta actually have somebody who we supporting them because they're one of us. You understand what I mean? And they're supporting us because they're one of us. You see what I'm saying? Because as long as that currency is the motive, you know what I'm saying, and we don't have economic dominance, you know, that's the issue, you know, in America in terms of politics and economics. You know, that's why I said that, you know, we got to realize that whatever is our community, right? That's your real, you know, customer base,
right.
You know, business base that you can really depend on. Not saying that, you know, other people don't love our culture, but I'm saying that to a certain degree, you know, we got to contract in even to understand what that is. You know what I'm saying? That we don't have a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, a Chinese person to come here and sell Chinese food. You know what I'm saying? Italian person would sell pizza. You know what I'm saying? What's the thing that original people in America do that we known for, that people will come to our community, you know what I'm saying? Just to, you know, like people will come to New York, right? And they'll go to every area. Like they go to Chinatown to get, you know, certain items that's over there. You know what I'm saying? They'll go to Little Italy to go to certain restaurants. You know what I'm saying? They'll go into, you know, we don't have nothing like that. You see what I'm saying? So we actually, to me, like you said, you know, Reconstruction, at the end of the day, that's been our most successful era. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
People produce whatever numbers, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if it, but I'm saying it's got to be up there. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that was one of the characteristics of that era. You know what I'm saying? Was that, you know, we dealt with self. You know, we wasn't really worried about being a part of mainstream America for the most part.
Well, that's the thing. Like, even when you say what are black people known for, I know of Asian restaurants out here that sell soul food. So everything that we create is co-opted and taken over. You know, I think it goes back to something that Malcolm said. A Puerto Rican, a German, an Italian, even a Jamaican, a Haitian, they all have a physical landmass to identify with. So within them is a subliminal pride that circles around that particular landmass, right? Mm-hmm. If you ever been around certain people of any other ethnicity where they come from a specific place, they galvanize around that particular landmass. Unfortunately, black people in America, for the most part, not in lieu of sending your DNA off to get examined or anything like that, they can't identify with a particular landmass. That's why we teach in our culture that the entire planet Earth is ours. Because that landmass stuff is separation, but it's also a unifying factor that a lot of people, that's what separates us. So we've learned how to co-opt that existence into neighborhoods. I'm from Rolling 60s. I'm from Harlem. The east side of Harlem. I'm from east side. You understand what I'm saying? All of that stuff right there creates a separation, which is the fuel that's thrown on the fire to keep us away from each other as a people. And until we get beyond that type of stuff, it's going to be harder and harder for us to just come together against the police when at the same time somebody could get murdered for walking on a different block than where they from. And I'm not putting it as the same thing. However, it does have the police count on that. The police love crime. They get overtime and they keep people separated. I've known brothers in LA that told me they get picked up by the police and get beat up and dropped off in a rival neighborhood.
I live in LA. I did 5 days in jail for jaywalking.
I heard about that out there too.
I did my thesis on this when I was in school, after it happened to me. In California, they get paid for every time you get on a bus, every time you sign to bed, and every time you're paid. Like the brother said before, it's all economics and it's about money. And because they know that black people can't financially afford to lawyer up and sue them for this injustice, they are the easiest targets.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I seen a comment in here. Premier Networks was saying that that during Reconstruction, one of the things that helped people to be successful was that there was no foreign competition. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point.
The protectionism, though. But here's the thing, though: the protectionism was just the American economy at that time was protectionist. You understand what I'm saying? All of that international stuff really started coming with the Federal Reserve. Right. You know what I'm saying? The other thing is that kind of illustrates the point, though, that a lot of these other communities, they're still maintaining, even
I'm gonna put gas in the car.
Even in the midst of it. You understand what I'm saying? Like they still have a unity. You know what I'm saying? Whether they come, like for instance, I was saying the other day, right?
Is it my turn tonight?
When other people come to America, right? What's the main thing that they do in terms of their living? I'm talking about their residence. The vast majority of them come to America and they live in the same place. They all try to live around each other. But the average black people, as soon as they get a little bit of loot, they try to move away from each other. Kareem just came in. I was talking to you the other day, Kareem. Kareem said there was no competition for the black man in the U.S. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But there was that was in general. America was a protectionist society. Really, who started doing that was J.P. Morgan.
It's 2 o'clock.
You know what I'm saying? But you know, just in general, like I said, you know, without us, you know, sticking together, you know, without us being together, we start to have a different value systems. You know what I'm saying? And when we have different value systems, you know, the type of topic that we're talking about today, you might get to a point where you feel like that's not important to you. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't affect you because we, you know, we not one community. What is this? Y'all have it. Y'all have it. Y'all have it. The side rally over here.
Oh, maybe I'm muted. I don't know. I might be muted.
Yeah. Nah, what you said, Supreme Man?
You know, some people debate whether it was a real Willie Lynch, from the Willie Lynch letter. But what you can't debate with is how that system of separation has been used. Ageism, sexism, what the brother was talking about earlier. Lighter blacks, darker blacks, blacks from the diaspora, blacks from the United States. That's all relevant to how we are disunified now. So Willie Lynch didn't have to exist for that system to be used. You know what I mean? I say that to say that in order to fight an enemy, we gotta combine efforts. You know, we don't have the type of situation where, like, you see the people, like the brother said, they're like, it's voyeurism when you're watching these cops attack people and you just standing there yelling. What is that? You know, what is that? That's voyeurism. That's like, I'm gonna scream and yell and do this and do that, and you see a brother get beat to death right in your face.
Right.
You know.
Can I get a second, brothers? I'm gonna get out of here, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity. I'm actually taking some young men to the range to teach them to shoot.
Beautiful.
That's
what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna leave off with actions speak louder than words. If you want change, we have to do it. I don't know if it was you, Supreme Man. I was listening earlier who said this, but I thought it was the most amazing solution I've heard that I've also preached. Grab 9 people, grab 5 people, and don't wait for somebody else to do it or tell you to do it or wait for everybody to agree that you should do it.
Right.
Get up and do it yourself. Whoever said that, right. I think that if that was you, King, that's what our problem is.
Right.
We want everybody's opinion. We're waiting for everybody, even though we understand not everybody's going to agree. Prime example, if you see me, I'm arguing with these people about natural and unnatural do-rags and do-rag, which is cool. It's cool to have a conversation. But many times as Black people, we take those conversations and start insulting each other and getting angry because the person doesn't want to think the way you want to think. Or because you think you have more knowledge because you can't express your argument correctly, that the person is dumb because you know more than them. And that's our problem. That's our biggest problem in our community. That, again, like I said, egos. And I'm learning every day how to be better with that myself. And from every elder that I know, that I watch, who talk about how they were able to build, they had to learn how to be able to go in the front yard, fight, hug, and remember that we're not enemies. You know, yeah. I personally, and again, some people feel different about this, I miss the days of being able to go in the front yard with my cousin and catch a fade because less people died that way.
No doubt.
When you were able to fight and your elder would pick you both up, tell you to hug, and then talk it out. And then you taught your brother how to fight before we started stomping each other out for the entertainment of our oppressors. So like you said, I think, was it you, Supreme, who said that? About the 9 people coming together?
Yes. Yes.
Please keep preaching that. I think that's a great thing. I'm doing that. I had a pastor call me about being evicted out of his place because they would use the coronavirus to get him out. And I used my network of the brothers and sisters I know to find somebody who knew finances better than me, who's now helping that pastor. Without Supreme, without what would Supreme said, without having a group of people who have like minds like you, building and doing it, we're going to continue to lose because we can't wait for everybody to agree that one thing needs to be done. So I thank you guys so much. Supreme, I don't know how to get in touch with you. Please let me know how we can link up. I would love to talk to you some more and build with you. I'm from the Bronx. I'm from the Bronx, so I'll be back home whenever they let me come into the city. My mom is actually a nurse right now, working right now, helping everybody with this coronavirus. And you know what I mean? So thank you, brothers, for this opportunity.
No doubt.
Darkim, you know how to get in touch with that brother?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and I'll get in touch with you, bro.
All right, King. Text me and let me get you guys IG so I can follow you.
No doubt.
Peace.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yo, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, appreciate you, bro. For real.
Yeah, I hit him up though. But yeah, though, that, you know, he got some points of view, you know what I'm saying? You know, he's interesting building with him. Premier Partner Networks.
Yeah.
You have to realize that immigrants receive U.S. and foreign tax dollars to build their communities to encourage the removal of American descendants of slavery. I'm saying that, you know, I agree with that right there. You know what I mean? With that being a big difference, you know what I'm saying? And you know, what's going on in our communities, you know, but I'm saying that, you know, the part where you said, foreign loans.
Well, you know what, G?
So we gotta look at, you know, that was something that was once upon a that's something that was once upon a time a part of what we was doing, where you know, a community would put their money together and send, you know, a smart kid to school. You understand what I'm saying? That's kind of what I was saying when I'm saying that we got to produce our own people. You understand what I'm saying? You know, you know, it's you know, that's kind of the situation I'm saying. You know, is you know, they're not gonna undo that. You know, the enemy is not gonna unpunch you in the face. You understand what I'm saying? You know, you're gonna have to take some type of evasive maneuvers or whatever you got to do, but you know, it's like I said with environments and unity sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes you see a person, you know, maybe say like you in elementary school, right? And there's a kid that you know, he, you know, you see him, but you never really talk to him. You don't really play with him. You know what I'm saying? And then y'all go to junior high school. Hold on. It said I'm breaking up. When I started breaking up.
I hear you clear.
Yeah, but you know, you might have a kid that you go to elementary school with, but you don't really play with them like that. You know what I'm saying? Now, when you get to junior high school though, right? And now you in a little bit strange environment. There's kids here you don't really know. You know, you don't know the teachers, the security guards, nothing. Now, this same kid that you never really played with, now all of a sudden you got unity with them because y'all in an atmosphere that you're not really sure about. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is we're a little bit too comfortable in this atmosphere. And that's what is, not allowing us to see. Just like I said with this whole video, the idea behind this is showing people that, listen, this atmosphere that we in and the things that's happening, it's not just lights on the screen. It's really, like I said, a war going on outside. So, all of those things are true. Black Americans carry the lineage of the institution of slavery that is uniquely different from immigrant cultures, regardless if they are original. All of that I agree with. But, I'm just saying that, again, taking the example of Reconstruction, within 10 years, you know what I'm saying? Those brothers had it together. Within 10 years of getting out of slavery, those brothers had it together. Without a whole lot of aid. So I'm saying we gotta look at that, in terms of, because like I said, the solution is not, when they attacking you and then you getting in a fight with them or whatever. Like, yeah, that's self-defense or whatever. The solution is to reach some stage where this is not happening. Premier Partner said, governments pick winners and losers. So in making that a reality, then our political agenda must vote as a bloc that is centered around getting reparations for Black Americans. Like I said,
speak to that?
All of this, I think, is connected in that we have to have, a politician. Like, see, we're not gonna outnumber them at the election, and we're not gonna outspend them in economics. You see what I'm saying? So what we have to do is produce the actual person. You know what I'm saying? The people and the conditions produce. You know what I'm saying? Malcolm X, the law, whatever. The people and the conditions produce whatever savior is going to come to them.
Peace.
Premier said they had it together because the whites had no one else to rely upon to execute labor. All of these are facts. All of these are facts.
Peace, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
All of these are.
Go ahead, God. Pardon me. Go ahead.
All of these are facts. You know what I'm saying? Sincere system of the communities that were created during that time period were destroyed. Born Sincere said, getting codified and looking amongst ourselves, Reconstruction period due to Jim Crow, we were forced to do. If we were forced, we would produce the things is it seems to be that is not an urgent force. Right, that's what I'm saying. And that's what I look, and that's the point what I'm making when I say, look, we don't have all of the resources they have, right, to secure the same lifestyle, because you got to realize that we live a lifestyle here in America, right, that is afforded to us by oppression. And people necessarily have to be oppressed in other parts of the world for the American standard of living to maintain. You see what I'm saying?
No doubt.
If we was to start living a life where we wasn't oppressing people, the standards, some of the standards that we may have become used to won't be there no more. You understand what I'm saying? Just like anything in life, you know what I'm saying? If we decide that we're gonna become a teacher, you know what I'm saying, or certain things, you know, the standards of life that you know, an actor or a singer enjoys, you may not enjoy that. You see what I'm saying? You know, it's just in terms of you know, I look at that too. You know, you got ultimate solutions and you got you know, things that can be relief. Things that can relieve some of the symptoms of oppression. You understand what I'm saying? You know, economics and politics, those is ways that we can relieve some of the symptoms of the oppression. But you're never gonna overcome the oppression. You understand what I mean? Maintaining the status quo and using the politics and the economic system that we got right now is still maintaining the status quo.
$20 regular cash. Pardon me, I'm at the gas station.
Mm-hmm. You there all on the business?
Yes.
I mean, you said a lot right there, G. I just wanted to reference back to what dealing with the immigrants and the money, because I seen a couple comments. It didn't seem like people was 100 on the fact that that's a true statement. When I go to my economic knowledge, it's a person that I reference as Dr. Claude Anderson. And he has several things on YouTube. I've heard the brother speak. He was in the law school the night that the father was assassinated because they were protesting the building that's on 125th Street, that big building right there. They were protesting it. They wasn't hiring black people to work on the building, and a law school was letting the people that was protesting use the bathroom. So Claude Anderson actually came and used the bathroom in the law school and ended up getting drawn up by the father for like 2 hours. You know, that same night that he was assassinated. And I've heard the brother speak, and he speaks on that economic handout that immigrants get. Now, I don't know the qualifications of that or anything like that, but this man is a financial expert. So I will reference that if anybody wants to investigate it in that manner. And what the God spoke about with Jim Crow laws and stuff, that destroyed a lot of things that were done. And then you had the intimidation factor, because the Jim Crow laws, the military aspect of that, all right, the military aspect of that was the Ku Klux Klan and the White Citizens Councils and the Knights of Columbus and all this other stuff. So the Jim Crow laws wouldn't have worked if they didn't have the military aspect of that. And I use military in a loose form because it was just enforcement of prejudices or racism. So there's nobody else in this country that went through that dynamic that we did, where we had a whole bunch of progression and then it was just snatched away from us like that. Know what I mean? So that's when you get into philosophical debates with people about, oh, you forget all that. You should be doing this, that, and the third. But what about all that other stuff that happened? You can't erase that. You know? Yeah.
This right here, you say Premier Partner Networks. I don't understand what you say right here. The same principle applies to the lineage of Black Americans as it relates to white American comfort.
That's emphatically now, sir.
As it relates to what?
Yeah, I ain't sure.
I agree with what you said. What both of you said. See, we gotta have a situation where we produce a person with the said ability that we need. You know, it's like I heard Dr. John Hendrik Clark. I like to reference him a lot because he be dropping some stuff. But one thing I heard him say is when he was I guess it was like a summary about Dr. Diop. He was doing a speech on Dr. Diop's work, and he had mentioned that back in the days there was people in the community that was paid thinkers. Like they were actually, you know, the community would you know, everybody would give and make sure that this person didn't need food, clothing, and shelter. Everybody would provide food, clothing, and shelter so that this person could study and think and be that one person that you could go to. And when he said that, it made me think of the 23 Scientists, because it's like, you know, when you produce somebody like that and you give somebody the means to just study, just imagine if you had all day to study and you didn't have to pay bills and you didn't have to worry about your children and all that. You're like, yo, you was just your job was designated since you was a child. You was designated to be the thinker of the community. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you get to seeing things in the future at that point. Like you can see things coming. You can see things more clearly. It's like, you know what I mean? You like a guru type of thing, opposed to somebody who's caught up in this fast life. And we also, you know, studying and doing the knowledge, but at the same time, you know, we got to pause this. Like, yo, I got to get off this and go take care of business. I got to do this, that, and the other. But if the community all had to do, if we would say, okay, everybody pay a certain amount of money a month, and we funnel that into not into a bank account, but into somebody else. Like we give the money and the resource to somebody else, and we feed the people like that. And then that way, you know, we are the doctors, we are the presidents. We don't necessarily, we're not gonna need these people no more. We gotta just, you know, produce the people that we need.
Yeah.
It's like, and then another thing, it's like, as far as the finances, we'll never. That's the finances is like it's temporary. Like you can get as much money as you can right now. That's what I recommend for everybody. Like while this shit, before it really hit the fan, like nationwide, and when you look on the news and it's the whole country just a big red dot. Before that happens, then it's just get as much money as you can and get as much resources as you can, the little small resources that we could get, because you're gonna need these things. You know what I mean? It's like if they say money don't matter no more, then money don't matter no more. Then you being a financial expert wouldn't necessarily benefit us. You know what I'm saying? Because now the finances, the only way for us to be true financial experts is if we control the finances. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we got to think about it for more of a grassroots thing, and I think it's practical for us to actually raise up somebody, especially our children. We could, you know, our children from in the forefront first. Like, you know, you get your children, all the people that got children. You're like, yo, we can have a due set up to where every month everybody pays dues and the money goes to the people that are homeschooling their children in the nation.
Right.
In the nation, homeschooling their children, not having the time to it's like I gotta work 15, 20 hours a day. It's like that 14, 24 is real. I'll be out here 14, 15 hours a day. Then I get to the rest and it's like it's already late. You know what I'm saying? 50, 60 hours of working because I'm trying to get over. I'm trying to not just get by, I'm trying to get over. But my whole thing is every minute I'm spending out here doing that, teaching, getting money, I'm taking away time away from my children that's valuable time I could be spending. And it's like, you know, if it was money coming in for that, you know, the state don't pay us to homeschool. Not the state I'm in, at least. So we don't get paid to homeschool, although you do have the right to homeschool your children, and you could get into the K-12 programs and they'll send you the books and you don't got to get the shots. You know, you can do K-12 and homeschool your children and they give you the books and you can add on with your books. You know what I'm saying? So they get a a supreme education homeschooling them, because you giving them the true history and they get, you know, the history that they tell, right? So you get the full aspect. Now, if we are like, yo, if we all decide like, yo, your son, he gonna be the doctor. My son, he gonna be like a architect, somebody that designs the building. Like, yo, my other son, he gonna be the labor force. Like, yo, he gonna be a part of the people that's carrying the bricks. Like, yo, that's a science too. Brick masonry, like, you know, carpentry. You know, it's like, yo, we gotta have a supreme carpenter. Like, not just, yo, he know how to build structures like we do in America, but a supreme carpenter, to where his mind is gravitating towards that pyramid type of thought. Like, you know, if we funnel our money into paying and we feeding the seeds like that, we'll be building pyramids again in no time type of thing. Whether it's in the form of the triangle, or like they built out there, or if it's in another form, like metaphorically speaking, like something that's on the level of a pyramid, something that's gonna last for thousands and thousands of years. See, that's what they was doing back then. Back then they had dues, and the dues was going to the educated people, but the people was actually taking care of the society. So you don't hear about, you know, you hear about rumors like, oh, it was slaves and all this, but you know, a lot of the times they say that we enslaved each other. It wasn't the case. Not like we see how we was done by other people. No, it was, and even when they say indentured servitude, that's not the case. It was more so, if you can't not beat them, but if you're not bigger than them, you got to join them. If your society and your civilization is declining, then you got to join mine. There's no way I'm joining yours. The only way we can survive is if you join my army, you join my community, you join my education. You know what I'm saying? So that's how we got into that. But people were treated good. Like, you look into the history, like, yo, how else did they get an Imhotep? Like, yo, Imhotep was funneled. Like, they had this child and they made sure this child became a multiple genius. He became the first multiple genius, but they made sure he became a multiple genius. Even Yakub playing with 2 pieces of steel, he was playing with 2 pieces of steel that somebody gave him in school. You know, they was teaching magnetism. They was teaching about the steel in school. That's, you know, in them times. And then he discovered this part of the steel. But they made sure, like, look, he was predicted. It was predicted to him. How was it predicted to him? Because they made sure that they produced what they predicted. Otherwise, it's just a mystery. They didn't say that. They like, yo, it was predicted to him to make devil in the year 8,400 before he was born. So the people that brought him forth produced him. Somebody produced Yakub, and then Yakub made devil, but somebody produced Yakub. That's why I say he was 6 years old. Yo, somebody was breastfeeding. He had a mother breastfed him. He was raised up into, yo, he was running and playing. He was a child. He had his own independent thoughts at that point, but somebody produced that. Like, okay, you know, we got to make sure we teach him this subject. We got to make sure we teach him this subject. We got to make sure we teach him that subject. You know, and then that's why it's other rules and regulations, which are not mentioned in this lesson, dealing with the wisdom build. You know what I'm saying? There's other rules and regulations not mentioned in the lesson. You know what I'm saying? Because there's other things that it's like when I look at society, everything that they do is Yakub science. It's all from the original man. It's all this Yakub science. Like this whole country, the way it's shaped, the way the streets is lined up, you know what I'm saying? The way everything is, you know, numbered, the way you got tax IDs and parcel IDs. Like you got an address, right? Like, for example, Wall Street. Wall Street is the name of a street, but at the same time, there's somebody that owns that dirt under that land. See, the dirt itself is owned by a group of 10%ers. You know, that's like the 1%, the people that own the dirt under your feet type of thing. That's the devil. That's 1795 Naturalization Act, right? And then you got concrete on top of the dirt and streets with names. And these streets are also owned by another group of devils. And then you got houses on top of the concrete, and the houses is owned by the normal citizens. But at any given time, the person that owns that dirt under your house, they could say, we about to run a freeway through your shit. And there's nothing you can do about it because they own the dirt. And this is how a lot of freeways got built through black cities.
Right.
A black man will own his house, but the bank will come and say, yo, you got to leave, and we're going to pay you in full for your house. But a lot of people didn't get paid at all. But a lot of the time, certain people within the means of the law got paid for their house, but they had to leave regardless of whom or what. They couldn't. That's one thing that was non-negotiable. You staying in this land right here, you have to leave. We own this land, and that's called a parcel ID. Whenever you look at a quitclaim deed for any property, it's going to have a tax ID and a parcel ID. The parcel ID is going to define who owns the dirt under that tax ID. So you know what I'm saying? The tax ID is going to be the address that you send mail and receive mail at. That's the physical address. That's called a tax ID. You have to pay taxes on that address, right? Every year you pay taxes. It's called a state property tax. But who does the pay to? Who does the state pay? Like when that money gets paid, right, to the state, and the state gives the IRS state cut, who does everybody pay eventually? They pay the people that own the dirt, God. Look this shit up. This shit is real. It's the person that owns the most land, if I'm not mistaken right now, his name is John Malone. Y'all can look him up right now, John Malone. Well, he owns acres, man. I don't know how somebody could put it in there real quick because I know I'm doing multiple things. But I know his name is John Malone, and he owns a big chunk of America, a big chunk of the meat factories that's shutting down. That's on his land. You know what I'm saying? Like, he gets paid by the government. Remember the government, 1795, they said, this country is for all free whites, and if you come here, we'll give you land and tools for you to till the soil, but you have to stay here for 2 years, and you have to be a good Christian. That's the law. Naturalization Act 1795. This land was divided, and then you can even look further, like the Louisiana was owned by the French, right? Louisiana was owned by the French, and they lost it. Like the history of the America, it was divided by different people that came here.
No doubt.
And over time, they lose it and exchange it. It's just like Illinois. A lot of Illinois is owned by Abraham Lincoln. Like his lineage, if you trace his bloodline, his family still owns a lot of the land in Illinois. So Ulysses S. Grant, he owns a lot of the ground, like the dirt. Like the stuff they claim. I'm not gonna say own it, but that they claim, right? So it's like they got this shit broken down. That's that Yakub science. That's them layers.
That makes
and layers
sense, though.
Yeah,
that makes sense because that's how they enact eminent domain.
Yeah,
It's
like there's many degrees, right, at school. Many degrees, right? It takes you 4 years to get a bachelor's or something like that. Like 6 to 8 years to get your master's, 10 to 12 years to get the doctorate, right? Your doctorate, whether it's an MD, PhD, I think it's like 10 to 12 years. That's about 4 degrees because you pass an associate level. So that's when you get a bachelor's, you pass associate level. So bachelor's is almost like 2 degrees because you pass associate level through general education, then you get the bachelor's degree. So you get and then the master's, and then I would say that's like 4 levels of college right there, right? That's 4 degrees or 3 to 4 degrees, and in a society where they don't teach you how to make and own what you're doing. Now, what I'm saying is, with these degrees, we could have one person. We could have one person learn all these degrees that's known that we got out here. Every degree that you could grab at the school that's going to be useful to our freedom, justice, and equality. We can go buy the books. We all get our own money. Nowadays, you can download the books and print them out FedEx. Go to FedEx and just print all their paper. We all put some money into that. And you get big stacks of books, and we make a library, man, and we send one person in there, man, to get all these degrees. And he ain't got to worry about food. She ain't got to worry, because it don't matter if it's a he or a her. I'm just saying this is what we could do for the people. This is something that somebody would have to like volunteer their children. It's like, yo, my son and your daughter going to get married. Like, yo, when they older, we already made this agreement when they was younger. So when they older, they going to be married. You feel what I'm saying? People used to do stuff like that. Well, we could do that with our children with education. I could tell you, like, yo, my son, just like you said last night, guy, like, yo, your son decided he didn't want to be part of this nation. However, yo, I'm pretty sure you did what you had to do in raising him. So he's a civilized and righteous black man. So
yeah, no doubt.
You know, that's the successful part. That's the best part. Like, that's it. So therefore, it's like, yo, you designate him. One day he might say, yo, I don't want to do that. Okay, that's cool. I'm about to have another seed. Or we about to use another brother's seed, whoever's up next. Because, yo, we got to use our babies and say, look, my son, he's going to be this. And if everybody hears that call, then it's like, okay, your son going to be the electrician, the supreme electrician. My son going to be the supreme, not that ordinary electrician shit. Not that ordinary, I work for a construction shit. I'm talking about Edison, Thomas Edison electrician, Louis Latimer type of electrician. I'm talking about mathematician, electrician, a motherfucker that's making solutions to problems that we have. We need an electrician that can make us an electricity grid. In case these devils say, oh, it's the electricity. We need somebody who can make electricity that knows, like, look, all we need is these parts, and we don't need to go to Home Depot to buy it. We could take this apart, and we could do this. Somebody that can MacGyver this shit, because they've been studying this mathematical process so long that they don't need all the shit that the average person is going to need that's just getting into this. They can see, oh, okay, I know this right here. This is a good piece of metal. They looking at something, you don't even know it's metal. You're like, what's that? Oh, this is that. You ever been with a botanist, and every time you walk by a plant, they telling you what kind of plant it is? You like, yo, how the fuck you know what kind of plant that is? Yo, I've been studying these plants for years. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm just. We need an electrician like that. We need a plumber like that. Somebody that if they cut your water off, we got water. Even if we say, okay, we all got to move to one city. We all got to move to fucking New Mexico or something. It's like, yo, that's the only place is water. I'm going. And I'm, you know, and I expect everybody else to go, and I'm going with my children. Because if somebody knows how to make this water and they cut the water off, we need to protect that person. Just like that black man, Moses West. Moses West, he made a machine that generates water out of the atmosphere. It takes the fine mist and produces 1,000 to 2,000 gallons of water a day, man. That's something that every ghetto
I saw that
needs.
too. I saw that.
Yeah, every black child, that's something that should be fundamentally taught right now. Like, yo, we all know the science on how to make a water machine. It's like 120, like I was saying, you memorize that shit because, yo, if anything happens, we know how to produce water for ourselves. All we need is to get these tools, and we gather up this stuff, and we can make our own thing, man. We don't, you know, we got to be like that, and then it can't be so in their face because you know how these people is. But we got to get to the point where it's like, yo, who cares if it's in their face? We God. I don't care, man. This is the greatness unfolded in front of the world. So therefore, man, you know, when somebody, you know, people gonna lose their lives out here, man. That's all it is to it, man. This is the reality, man. You know, people are gonna really clock out because this is a fight, man, and it ain't about the fight with the other people. It's a fight with ourselves getting educated. Right. This is the fight. We have to, they do this. They send their children to private school. They have a school, they say it's a private school. And guess what? You can't get in because you have to pay a certain amount of money. So private school, you can put your children in public school and you ain't paying no money. All you gotta do is get down with the government, right? Get the shots, get the vaccines, or some people know that you can get around that. But if you enroll your children in school, it don't cost you money out your pocket. You feel what I'm saying?
Let me add on to that for a second.
Yes, sir.
God, let me add on to that real quick, right? My son was a high school football star. He went to his high school that's considered an Ivy League high school, right? Mm-hmm. It costs $50,000 a year to go to the high school that he went to. Mm-hmm. You understand me? And this is what turned him. Hold on one second. Hold on. He had a dean at that school, right? Darkim knows my son was on a fast track to playing high school football college football at a high level. This dean got in his ear and start telling him, you don't have to use your brawn. You have a dominant mind. And he twisted his mentality to where my son now, he went from Rutgers University, transferred out of there, and he goes to the University of New Haven, which is a D2 school. No disrespect to D2 schools, but my son's athletic ability was much higher. But this dean infiltrated his thinking, and that began his downward slide from being the young 5%er that I raised to him messing with grafted women in this high school to the point where he starts saying, I don't want to be what you are. You understand what I'm saying? I saw it. He's 21 now. I seen it. Now, on the other side, my son is a super scholar. So he's still going to be like he's going to be an investment banker. That's not saying we can't use his energy for our endeavors in the future. Because when you say that I still gave him certain things, whenever he around a bunch of 85s, guess what he do? He starts speaking in them alphabets to me. And I'm like, I thought you wasn't no 5%. You know what I'm saying? But you want to use it to talk around people so they don't know what you're talking about. So even within that, we gotta watch. Like I got another son that's equality. He's going to be a better athlete than this son. I gotta watch when I let him get into that school system, because his job and duty, what that dean did, he turned my son, God, and not just against athletics. He made him bougie in the mind, God, because I ain't got no money. I just know how to live.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Peace to the gods. I want to add on. Peace.
Yeah.
So on the topic of what we're talking about here, a lot of guys made a lot of good points, but to what I was saying in the chat room about the economics, economics is the whole science behind owning and controlling the resources. That includes the labor, the agriculture, and the materials, or the minerals that's available in a society. You know what I mean? The reason why we getting the treatment that we get is because we aren't a part of those systems. The other point that I was making to add on to that was that the reason why we getting the treatment that we getting is because the government ain't investing in the people that built the nation. You know what I'm saying? The Black Americans built this nation. But what has happened since the Reconstruction era, every deal has been reneged. You know what I'm saying? And that money was given to who? To foreign-born people. Most of the people who come here, who claim to be immigrants, came after the turn of the 20th century. You know what I'm saying? But when we look at the economics, we see that they have advanced. You know what I'm saying? We see that most of the, I ain't gonna say, I don't like to use the term most because we don't deal in that, but when we deal with the numbers, when you look at the majority of the people who are involved with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the majority of those people are foreign born or have immigrant, you know what I'm saying? They got immigrant past, you know what I'm saying? My father came here in 1921 and he built this empire. Mike Bloomberg, for example, Mike Bloomberg is worth about $8 billion. His folks ain't come here until after like the 40s, you know what I'm saying, or the 30s. His people didn't come here. But what happened is that the investment into his community by our government, by foreign governments, invested in particular groups, which allowed them to propel forward. What we ain't never get is a part of that pie. We ain't never get none of that. Our people never got that, none of that money. The government, every time they put a little bit of money ahead, it was for short term. They gave us things like civil rights, which didn't equate to economics. And Darkim, you brought that up earlier about how Dr. King, in his last interview, talked about how, you know, he walked his people into a burning building. You know what I mean? It's different to have somebody be civil to you versus somebody breaking bread with you. You know what I mean? So when we look at this treatment that we get, and I tell you, for example, if you pull up today's Daily News, you got a headline on there talking about how come the Orthodox or them Hasidic Jews out there in Crown Heights, how come they still having weddings and funerals and mass? If you go along in that article, you see that they voted as a block. All they do is vote as a block for their people's interests. And I don't know if it's different. I ain't been home in about 20 years, but when I was there, 47th Street, 7th Ave, 6th Ave, that was all them. They ran the Diamond District. Jacob the jeweler, he's a Jew. He owns all that. They own all that. You know what I mean? So when they vote for what's best for their people. You know what I mean? And so they talk about in that article, the Daily News, you can pull it up, how Bill de Blasio, he went to them. And they told him what he was going to do. They told him what he was going to do. And they wanted to have something where there's a practice in their community where after the circumcision, the rabbi do some real, you know what I'm saying, some real devilishment. You know what I'm saying, when it comes down to the seed. You know what I'm saying? And his reproductive organ. But that's a part of their culture that they wanted to have everybody accept. You know what I'm saying? And that's some real devilishment if you read the article and seeing what it is that they're doing. But
right, oral copulation on the baby. Oral copulation on the baby. I know about that sign.
Actual facts. Actual facts. So what they did was they told de Blasio, this is what we want, and this is what you're gonna do. This is how you're gonna act. My point is that they own and control their politics based on what it is that is best for them. You know what I'm saying? Now, I also made a point in the chat that, yo, you could be an original man from anywhere part of the world, but your situation is different than those of us here. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people come and stand on our back. Like I used the example of Bloomberg, but even a lot of original people come and stand on our back. You know what I'm saying? But their interests ain't the same as ours. You know what I mean? 50%. Now, you know, we talk about Dr. Claude Anderson. I followed Dr. Claude Anderson, got all his books, read his books, and I followed his history. You know what I'm saying? But Dr. Claude Anderson doesn't touch upon the fact that 50% of a population, that's us, we 13% of the US population, right? That's 40 million people. Out of that 40 million, 20 million are worth less than $1. So if you do the science of that, that basically shows you why we get the short end of the stick, why we get the treatment that we get. Because to take a life, if you do the math to a bullet, you know what I'm saying? You buy a bullet, bullet's going to run you between 5 cents and maybe 50 cents, depending on the type of ammo you purchase. So to take a black man's life by means of a bullet means that you taking roughly the equivalent of the two. You know what I'm saying? It's really, you know what I'm saying, we're worth less than $1. So it really comes down to how I see it, is understanding who's owning and controlling what. You know what I'm saying? Who's owning and controlling the resources? You could have a child, and I know the God spoke about that, and I appreciate that when he talked about, you know what I'm saying, how his seed played ball, but then he got around the devils, and the devils did that trick knowledge to him. That's the same deal. Like we could produce a thing, just like Yakub produced a thing, but who controls it? You know what I'm saying? And that's where the economics come into play. You know what I mean? We could, unless we put forth the agenda and say, yo, politician, this is what it is. We gonna produce our people, but those people got to know and understand the mathematics about the history of our people. What's the data? What the data is saying? The data is saying that most of our families are only worth $1,700, and that's not even talking about the television or the car, which are these depreciating assets. You know what I'm saying? They don't even count when it comes down to the value of a person. So quite likely the family value is worth less. The black man in Boston is worth $8. When we talk about numbers, he's worth $8 in Boston, where the average black or white person in Boston is worth $247,000. So when we talk about the math, this is what these people are looking at. So when we see these police going and catching wreck on us, meanwhile, the people over there in Crown Heights, they live in lavish, doing what they want to do. It really comes down to the numbers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you know, all of that. You know, I wanted to, because I actually was saving this up here before you even came on. You know, I wanted to you were speaking right here. You said economics is not about paper currency. It's about the supply and demand of natural resources that include human, agricultural, and mineral, and the control of those resources. You know what I'm saying? And then from that perspective, you know, coming, you know, towards a solution and saying that, you know, the part of that we can control right now, right, is the human. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, that's the most valuable resource, right? And when you look at it, you know, a lot of these groups that you mentioning, they was people who you know, they was able to take advantage. You know what I'm saying? They was you know, whenever these, you know, government programs came about, you know what I'm saying? You know, like in a lot of communities, you have a population of white people, right? Who they wasn't really in position to take advantage of, you know, whatever benefits. You know, they didn't get to move to the suburbs, you know, for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, that could kind of be summed up in that they didn't develop their human capital. Like they didn't have a person in their family who was educated. So when this program came up to where you could go to college or something, you know what I mean? Their human capital wasn't developed. You know what I'm saying? You know, and that's one way. You know, also when when you're dealing with the agricultural and the mineral resources, right? The value that comes from those things still is a function of the human capital being applied to those things. You understand what I'm saying? Like you said, the labor, you know, is what actually tills the land. You know, the labor is what plants the seeds and collects the crops. You know, it's what brings the crops to market. You know what I mean? It's the labor that, you know, acquires the minerals, refines the minerals into goods, You understand what I'm saying? And that's what it takes to make the minerals of food. You see what I'm saying? So just coming from that perspective, not even necessarily to say we're gonna get a handout, like any of those other communities did. But just to say that, even in terms of civil rights, not everybody was really in a position to take advantage of civil rights. You know what I'm saying? Like if you didn't have a person in your family who was qualified to work a certain job, like if you already had somebody in your family who, they had a professional job, and what was holding them back was the glass ceiling, then they was amongst the first people to get
I'm
some
sorry, what
benefit
is that?
from civil rights.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's peace, God. But go ahead.
Nah, go ahead, Bill.
What I was going to add on to that was that may be true in a lot of cases, but what's different is that they didn't have government sanctioned laws that were put in place specifically against that group. So you might have one-offs here and there amongst other groups, but none of those groups had laws that said, we don't care whether you fought in World War I or World War II, Vietnam War. You ain't entitled to get this VA loan program. We don't care whether, you know what I'm saying, how many kids you got. You're not getting this welfare program. You're not getting this homestead program. You understand? Millions upon millions of acres across this country was given to white folks that couldn't read, that couldn't write, you know what I'm saying, didn't qualify for certain things, but simply because they was white, they got benefits of free land as long as they agreed to utilize that land for agricultural purposes. And now I'm out here in Florida, and that's a part of the law. Like if you got a home, sure, today, us as black people, you buy a home, you could take advantage of the Homestead Act or the Homestead Tax Incentive Program, you know what I'm saying, for your primary home. But when I ride through these towns, you see a lot of older homes. You could tell these people been there for generations. And I'm talking about 40, 50, 60. There's one family out here, word is born, God. There's one family out here called the Porter family out here in Tampa, where they own, and I had a conversation with the father, and he's about 70 years old. I like cattle, I like agriculture, so I play around some of these agriculture and these ranches and whatnot like that when I have time. So right in the middle of the town, they own something called the Wiregrass Ranch. And so on my bill with this man, I'm asking him the history on how his people got this land. And he's like, of course, he didn't go into the full detail, but what he could share with me is that the land has been in their generation, in their family for about 5 or 6 generations. And he's in his 70s. You know what I'm saying? And he's in his 70s, and his sons are now take control over the land, and they still got cattle on it. Like you ride through the town, they still got, I probably can count upwards of maybe about 200-300 cattle. And this is across several hundred acres. And right now his sons are turning it into development, right? They're developing into housing communities, you know what I'm saying? For single family homes and things of that nature. They got a big ranch, a big mall over here called Wiregrass Ranch Mall. You know what I mean? That's on their property. You know what I mean? He said at one time they've owned up to 14,000 acres of land. Now you think about that, you think about the history to that science. What does that say? I think if I'm not mistaken, the Homestead Act, what they did was they gave land per head of slave that you own. You know what I mean? So you think about how that wealth was transferred from generation to generation to generation, and now his kids is sitting on, who knows how much money. You know what I mean? Okay, I'll be there in a second. So, you know what I mean? Just when we look at that, you know what I'm saying, there's nobody who was targeted as much as the Black American descendants of slaves. Nobody.
That's right.
There was laws that was implemented that still affect us today. You know what I mean?
That's
So,
right.
you know, when we want to build a school or when we want to teach our kids, we could put up our chips. You know what I'm saying? Look at Dr. Umar Johnson. You know what I mean? I don't really deal with him, but just look at the fact that he tried to build his school, you know what I mean, and try to get the money from the people. He got up a lot of money, but that's still not enough money. You know what I'm saying? But what's actually happening is that these different groups are really getting into the pockets of these politicians. They lobbying on Capitol Hill. That's what Capitol Hill is for. You know what I mean? They lobbying to get that tax money that they never gave to us to build their society, and they quite successful. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, my point is that we got to get involved in the political process, and we got to understand that we got to know and understand that what we doing is we got to vote upon our collective interests, not our individual interests. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because we all are centered around one common core is that we never was repaired for the damage that was done for us for 230 something years. You know what I'm
No
saying?
doubt.
A physical bondage, not to mention, you know what I mean, the legislative bondage that they continue to put us in. You know?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. What I'm saying, you know, in terms of, you know, things can work, you know, parallel at the same time. You know what I mean? But just in terms of, you know, that condition that you're describing, right, in the wilderness of North America is a conscious decision. You know what I'm saying? It's not just the way things work out. You know, say not to say that, you know, um, uh, say like in even when you look at the movie 300, right? The people that we know as the Spartans, they not really from Sparta. They some people that came in and conquered the real, huh? Hold on for a second. They some people that came in and conquered the real people that was native to that part of the land. And they enslaved those people. And I don't know if you recall, it was a part in the movie when Leonidas was a kid and they sent him out to pass some tests. And one of the tests was that he had to kill somebody. That person that he killed represents in real life one of those people that was from that land that the Spartans enslaved them. Meaning they chose them as the people. You're the people that we're going to extract the wealth from in order for us to live in luxury. And what I'm saying is that, you know, even in terms of what he's saying, all those deals, that was a part of the deal. You know what I'm saying? And you had to accept and join in. You know, you couldn't come to America, right, and not be with the program that, look, you got to keep those black people down, though, because that's how we all survive. Like, that's something, a decision that's been made, that we're all going to live in luxury at the expense of these people right here. So that being the case, you know what I'm saying? While we working on getting what's ours, right? We still have to develop our human capital because, you know, that's still a factor. You know what I mean? In terms of, you know, right now, let's say they say, you know what, you caught us. You know, red-handed, you got us. You know what I'm saying? You know, you came out with the history. We can't deny it. We're gonna give you the reparations. You know, are we gonna have the Chappelle show? You know what I'm saying? At that point, you know, would we build with that, or would that be rope to hang ourselves? You know, right now, I'm saying today, if they said, you know, all right, here, there goes the reparations. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's why I said it's still a thing where we got to develop the human capital. You know what I'm saying? To even inform the one mind to execute those types of ideas.
I agree with you. I agree with you 1,000% on that right there. That's facts. But nobody talks about the fact that, you know, like I think a lot of the times, like I don't agree with that Chappelle show skit. Shit was funny as hell, but you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's kind of like that Black as Fuck show. You know what I'm saying? That everybody talking about, we was building on earlier. You know what I'm saying? It puts a projection out there that ain't necessarily true. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe, you know, I ain't gonna deal and believe. I know and understand that ain't nobody work harder than the Black American. Nobody. I don't care what anybody might try to perceive. There's no way in the world that you could tell me our people are lazy when we built the greatest country on the face of the earth. You know what I'm saying? Like our people built an empire off our backs, off of picking cotton and tobacco. You know what I'm saying? So skits like that, I don't cut him no slack for putting out stuff like that because it just made white Americans more comfortable. Just like this dude, the Beres dude who's putting out the Black as Fuck show, you know what I'm saying? The Blackish and all of that, the Cosbys. All that did was make them feel comfortable and say, yo, see, they ain't doing too bad. When on the other hand, if you look at the flip side to that, a show like Roseanne was the most popular show because it really reflected white America. You know what I'm saying? It gave a reality of white America. You know what I mean? So, and to add on to that, Black Americans, and this is a fact, I can share the reports to you, Black Americans have a greater savings rate than any other culture in the United States. The problem is that we don't have enough of a cushion so that we have to constantly spend just to stay alive. We don't have that wealth cushion, the generational wealth cushion. I mean, think about this, God. In the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s, there was this brother out of Alabama. His name fails me right now, but somebody could pull it up though. He was one of the first to sell life insurance to Black people. You know what I'm saying? Because at the time, we wasn't even allowed to be sold life insurance policies on our people. Life insurance is one of the major ways of transferring wealth from generation to generation. You know what I'm saying? But what this man did, this Black man did, and he was hated by the white American community. You know what I'm saying? He was hated. He had to, you know what I'm saying, go into aliases in order for him to make money so he can buy those policies from the larger companies and then sell to Black American communities. You know what I'm saying? He built a major empire. You know what I'm saying? And so my point is that we work hard and we save our money to the best of our ability. I mean, if anybody knows how to make a can of beans stretch, we do. You know what I mean? If ain't nobody else do. You know what I mean? So we know how to make those things happen. You know what I mean? So I don't believe that we would go out there and blow money. Yeah, we got a percentage of our population that's going to be fools, but I don't think that's no different than anybody else. You know what I mean? I think the fear there is that we are actually going to take that money and do some of the things that the God was talking about earlier, building a school, educating our people, and getting the technology and the resources that we need in order to continue to grow. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you know, all those things is actually, you know, it's just, you know,
Peace, God.
We're gonna need a multi-pronged approach. You know what I'm saying? You know, like we talking about a condition that we at right now that you know, it took hundreds of years, you know what I'm saying, for us to get to where we at right now. You know what I'm saying? We've been the, you know, economic attacks, political attacks, biological attacks, educational attacks, you know, social attacks. We've been under so many different attacks that is not one button that we're gonna be able to press and bring out freedom, justice, and equality. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, in terms of you know, those things is actual fact. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, the way to apply them, you know what I'm saying? You know, is in a way where we have a community. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey,
you
God,
know,
can I add on for a minute?
yeah.
First of all, peace to the God. You in Florida. What's your name, God?
My name is Isaac.
Oh, peace, my brother.
Peace.
I do agree with you in the totality of your statement about reparation and the Chappelle Show skit and things of that nature. But what I think, and maybe I'm taking the liberty with Dave Chappelle, is that he was saying we're professional consumers, God. You know, as a people, not every single one of us, but you know, we was talking about this earlier, the white man's ice being colder and things of that nature. And what Darkim was alluding to earlier was with the social media access now, people follow celebrities. So it creates a wanting for that lifestyle. So if you give the average person that's not educated in economics in any direction $100,000, they're not going to do something substantially beneficial to themselves or their people with that money. Now, like I said, that's my interpretation of that skit. Even though it was made in jest, I think it was pointing out the fact that we're not savvy with economics on a whole. You understand what I'm saying? That's just my interpretation of it. So basically, we have to learn how to teach people how to be that from a very young age. Because a lot of us now, it's not going to happen. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen. You know, I know a lot of entertainers myself, and those that have staying power. I noticed Vlad always asked them, what was your purchase that you did that you regret? And it's always the jewelry, it's always the cars. You know what I mean? That's been ingrained in our mentality as a people to shine. You know what I'm saying? Everything is shine. You know, I dealt with that myself when I've had like a lot of currency, you know, as a younger man. So that's what we have to do. That's the solution. You know what I mean? And when I do reference Dr. Claude Anderson, I was the one who referenced him earlier. I was also the one that spoke about my son with the football stuff. But we have to re-educate ourselves in economics, because everything that we desire to get, freedom, justice, and equality, it's going to have to have an economic base. We can march and walk and philosophize and do all of that stuff that we want. If you don't have the economics, you can't enact freedom, justice, and equality without a certain degree of economics. The police is a political arm, soldier cops, you want to call them. But if you have the right economics, like you spoke about with the Jews in their community, they got their own police. You go in their neighborhood, not too far from Marcy Projects, and you're not a member of that community because you ain't got that garb on, you ain't got that hat on, and you ain't white, their own police will come and contain you until the regular police come. That's political power. That's economics. Nothing less. So I just wanted to add that on, man, to what y'all was talking about. Go ahead, Darkim.
Yeah, I just, always see that there has to be a society aspect to it. You know what I'm saying? Just in terms of every group of people, you know what I'm saying, that has some type of representation. You know what I'm saying? Even like when we saying politically, right? Kind of going into the Supreme, man. The union, right? Let's say the teachers union, as an example, right? The teachers union has more power than the teachers' votes. Because the teachers union is one of the main, is one of like the top 3 contributors to the Democratic Party in their political campaign. You understand what I'm saying? Every group of people that has the type of representation, right? The type of political representation that Isaac is talking about, and that got the type of economic system and power that you're talking about, they've got some type of society, some type of union, some type of guild, some type of something where it's like, okay, this represents all these people. You understand what I'm saying? Like you said, that's the actual arm. That's the actual arm that affects the consequences.
Right.
That's the arm that affects the consequences of doing something to people. You know what I'm saying? Or the consequences of not passing something that's in their favor.
Yeah, that's true indeed, God. Just 1 minute. Sometimes when the guards are building, like I can't really hear because somebody got their phone unmuted. They got a lot of background noise.
Yeah, you got a lot of background noise, Supreme, man.
But
okay, pardon me. Yeah, I've been moving, God. I went to Home Depot. I'm in the supermarket, so pardon me.
Yeah, but to that
point, I'll mute my phone right now.
Yeah, to that point, Darkim, the economics of that lesson right there, that science that you was just talking about, is the control of labor. You know what I'm saying? That's the point I was trying to make earlier when it came down to what economics really is. It's not just the physical currency, because we can see that disappearing. You know what I'm saying? That's, we going more to the cards, the credit cards, and whatnot like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's really more about the control of the production. You know what I'm saying? And that's where we lack. You know what I'm saying? We lack that because we're not getting that capital that we deserve. All our money, all the money that was supposed to go to us is being distributed around us. You know what I'm saying? And we're like the God said earlier, we're purely a consumer society. We're a consumer society because that investment hasn't been put into us to be producers. You know what I'm saying? We were brought here to be consumers. You know what I'm saying? Like we weren't brought here to participate. You know what I'm saying? To be economically included. And that's where my point was, what we was talking about last week when I first joined the bill, when I first joined the cipher, when we was talking about the Byron Allen situation, when he was talking about being economically included in the nation that we built. You know what I'm saying? That economic inclusion is something that we have never been able to participate in. You know what I'm saying? But there are those of us you know what I'm saying, who, like, for example, if you didn't put this cipher together, this information would, like, you know what I'm saying, like, I wouldn't have been able to share this information and we wouldn't be able to build on it right here now. You know what I'm saying? You got to reach on people in the community, you know what I'm saying, that I might not never be able to reach and touch. You know what I'm saying? But that knowledge is still being shared, and maybe, you know what I'm saying, that's how that information could be, you know what I'm saying, built on. That knowledge could be built on within the community, you know what I'm saying? Because even, and to the God's point, like, we could teach the babies, you know what I'm saying? And that's ultimately where it has to go. But right here and now is what we got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? I can't deal with what was built in ancient Kemet. I can't deal with Dr. Henry Clark. I can't deal with, you know what I'm saying, all that, because that don't affect us right here and now in the way that we most need it. You know what I'm saying? And how we most need it is to be politically educated. And that political education is tied to understanding what economics is and how those two are related. You know what I'm saying? And then we be able to get a better understanding of how we always been marginalized. We've been pushed to the outside of that whole system. Even though we are still the center, we aren't able to extract from it. You know what I'm saying?
So I got a question, you know, in terms of, because, you know, this is another level. This is kind of like an add-on question right here. In terms of the urgency, right, of executing on these things, right? Because, like, for instance, one of the things you were saying was control of labor, right? Yeah. So, you know, there was a time when, you know, as original people, we could withhold our labor, or we could withhold our money from riding the bus or whatever, right? And it have an impact.
Right.
But what about in this day and time where, you know, we being totally replaced as the main workforce? You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, even in terms of one thing I heard about the Reconstruction era, like Reconstruction up to like 1950s, 1960s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was that one thing that kept the black man working, was that like the WASP establishment, right? They would hire, you know, the other Europeans, say like Italians or whatever, they would hire them to work in the factories, but they wouldn't hire them to work close to them. Because for one, they didn't trust them. And for two, they didn't speak the language, and they, you know, black people was already kind of a trained workforce. You understand what I mean? So you might have your gardener or something, he might be Italian, but, you know, the butler is going to be a black guy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, that's anecdotal, but I'm saying in terms of right now, we know that they bring in other populations over here. Like you was talking a while ago about who's the people that's benefiting from the STEM programs. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times this allows them to cloud the issue and say, well, look, you know, we got this many minorities working here, right? Without ever dealing with the issue of the debt that you really have incurred by, you know, the course of your history. So I'm saying, you know, like, you know, how much longer do you see, you know what I'm saying, between that? You also got automation, you know what I'm saying? You know, how much longer, you know, can we retain even that power?
Right. That's a good question, right? So to that point, right? When you think about the gravity of that situation, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, I think your phone jumped on here, did it?
I don't know.
I can't hear.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't hear myself.
1, 2.
I don't think they can hear me.
You hear me?
Hello?
Yeah.
So Bluetooth not provided. You hear me, God?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I couldn't hear you, man. The phone, you was on the Bluetooth in the car. You switched over. But yeah, so when you think about how much time we got, you know, and we talking about, you know, the replacement of labor and that whole history of that science right there, I use myself as an example, right? I've been in business for myself for about 4 years. And one of the major things that I focused on was hiring brothers and sisters from the community to help them, you know what I'm saying, to help us all change our circumstances. Whatever contracts I got, that's how I sourced it. You know what I mean? In order to make that happen. One of the problems that you find is that the undercutting of the price of the labor is one of the impacts that we have to deal with again. You know what I'm saying? So from a history of being fired as slaves and put out there with no direction, nothing, no capital resources to build, each year, each generation, we trying to find a new way. We trying to find something new. But what began to happen around about the 60s after the civil rights and everything like that, after the civil rights era that took place, was that they began to bring in the foreign labor. And now with the introduction of foreign labor, that began to undercut our ability to negotiate wages. So that power that we once had then to boycott a thing is pretty much null and void. It doesn't have an impact because they go around us now. So when we talking about politics, right, I'm neither Democrat or Republican. You know what I'm saying? I deal with whatever affects my community first and foremost. And that's what I'm about. So when we hear a Democratic candidate or the Democratic Party fighting for, you know, some immigration policies, when you look beneath the surface, you really see what that's about. You know what I mean? It's really about getting us up off of their roster. You know what I'm saying? As a necessary group in order for them to get control over the economy. Again, it comes down to control over the economy. So they use that as a ploy, right? So you can strike, but your strike is ineffective. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't have that same power. You know what I mean? You can have issues in your community, but it's not going to have the same power as it once did. You know what I mean? So with myself, when I gotta hire guys and I'm saying, yo, I need to put you on, I need to bring you on, it's not necessary. I can't pay them the same wages as this institution over here. You know what I mean? I've got to, you know, I can't hire somebody on as a full-time. I got to bring them on as a 1099 contractor. You know what I mean? And that creates instability in our community. And now, if you think about it, out of 40 million, remember the population that we have today, 40 million people. You know what I mean? Out of that 40 million, 16 million of us is in the labor force. And out of that 16 million, you think about just this past week, we got 32 million unemployed people. 32 million. Now you think about the total dynamics of the population. If we got 16 million in the workforce, you know what I mean? And the majority of that, and maybe about 4 to 5 million of that 16 million is involved in STEM. You know what I mean? So the rest of us are really dealing with labor activities, things that, you know what I mean, that either going to put us on the front lines of a pandemic, which makes us susceptible to the illness, or those jobs can be completely eliminated. So, you know what I mean? When we look at when we look at that in its totality, you know what I'm saying? How do we address that? The only way we can address it is through our political activity. You know what I'm saying? We have to be able to say, yo, I was doing a report last week, not last week, but maybe about 2 weeks ago, putting together a business plan for a customer so that we can do business. And I go to the U.S. Geological Survey. Anybody can pull this up. We go to the U.S. Geological Survey and look at the mineral resources, how the United States is dependent on certain mineral resources from certain countries. And the ones that we produce in mass in other countries are dependent on us. And when you look at those countries that we depended on for certain resources, you see the direct relation to the amount of benefits or U.S. aid that are going to certain countries. And then you see those populations showing up here amongst this society. And then when you tie that to, well, what is it that I have as a Black American? What is it that I have of value? Now you see the relationship between the value of those of us who are here and been here versus the relationship of those that are coming here now and what their nation states have of interest. So the only way that we can really galvanize ourselves as a unified force, I'm not saying the only way, but one of the most effective strategies that's come across recently is centering around our common need, our common core. And our common core is we are owed this money. You can't send $80 million a day to Israel and never take care of the people that built the nation. You know what I'm saying? The reason why the Hasidic Jews are built the way they are out there in Brooklyn is because that money is going over to Israel and then it's coming back because they're financing these communities with the money that we never gave us. So we have to center around what affects us all. What is our common lineage? Our common lineage is we're descendants of an institution that put us in this condition. So if you want our vote, Democrat or Republican, whoever you may be, you got to put forth an agenda that's going to address our needs. I don't care about so-and-so from over there. He might be a nice guy. He might be this, that, and the third. Don't mean he's a bad person. But if his interests are not necessarily those that are going to take care of me and mine, you know what I'm saying, for what it is that we need right here and now, then it's hurting me. That's just the way that the geopolitical system is set up. You know what I mean? So our commonality has to be what it is that we focus on, just like them Jews that we spoke about earlier or any other group. The commonality is what they center around.
Now let's look at
that's what makes them a tribe.
Looking at what the Jews, you know what I'm saying, and other groups do, right? You know, how do we define political activity? You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, the Jews aren't just voting, you know what I'm saying? They're donating to campaigns. You know, they have political action committees. You know, they got interest groups, you know what I mean, the JDL, all these, you know, how do we define political activity? You know, the Jewish community, they got people from their community that run for office. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't want it, because just like we said, we're a consumer group, right? In terms of economics, a lot of things that we deal with, we often deal with just the retail level. Like even in terms of we go into doing business, we mostly at the retail level. Like how you were saying, you know, you really see us all the way at the mineral level. You know what I'm saying? Or at the manufacturing level, or at the distribution level. You know what I'm saying? We generally only deal with being retailers or consumers. So, you know, to me, a voter is kind of like the consumer in the political process. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, in my opinion, we need to expand then, you know, what we define as political activity.
in my opinion, political activity is exactly what we're doing now, right? Allah's mathematics is political activity. You know what I'm saying? You gather around a common need. You know what I'm saying? When Allah brought the mathematics to the streets, he brought the mathematics to the streets because he seen that, you know what I'm saying, a lot of us was running around, living like savages. You know what I'm saying? So he wanted to civilize us, so he helped raise us. You know what I'm saying? That was a common political action. You know what I'm saying? And we build on that. You know what I'm saying? We build on that, but the political activity comes from a center core. You know what I'm saying? That center core comes from what is it that we have in common that we need fixed. Same way if we driving down 125th Street, Lenox Avenue, there's a pothole in the middle of the street or the light's out. We all affected by that light being out. In this case, we all affected by the fact that 50% of our population is worth less than $1. We all affected by the fact that those Jim Crow laws, those mass incarceration laws that from the 94 crime bill that Joe Biden put in place, that the Clintons rolled with, that the Reaganomics that you know what I'm saying, fucked us up when we was kids in the 80s. All of that, it's a commonality that we have to center around. And it all roots out of the founding of this nation. And that we haven't been prepared for it. You know what I'm saying? We could talk about, everything else under the sun. But if it doesn't center around the commonality, then we all gonna be chasing different things. You know what I mean? We all gonna be chasing different things. You know what I mean? We got to deal with, you know what I'm saying? We got to deal with, what affects us at the core. You know what I mean? They can't take. Yeah, go ahead.
What you think is the most core issue? Because that's another impact of integration. You know what I'm saying? Is that when it was segregation and everybody was kind of forced to live in one circumstance, it was easier for us to see these commonalities. You know what I'm saying? So what do you think is the most, you know what I'm saying? Just like, if you go, on certain, say, maybe people's Facebook page right now, right? So, like you said, they'll be saying things like, well, the community that I live in, we live in a gated community and, we don't really have interaction with the police. You know what I'm saying? Or, I got a good job and I got this much money in the bank. So, I'm not really the problems of, people that's worth $1, that's not my issue.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but how I address that is this. That's like you buy a house on said 8th Street. I buy house number 2 right next to you. The other guy that's on the line, he buy house number 3. Now, you and me maintain our house. But guard number 3, he don't take care of his joint. He don't cut the grass, the roof is leaking, fence is falling. How that impact the value of my house and your house? You know what I mean? It depreciates the value. You know what I mean?
Yeah, God, I dealt with that science personally. My next door neighbor was a trap house. You know what I mean? So I hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's in an attack on us for the outcome of what's happened to us. You know what I'm saying? But it's a reality of you might that's like one of the wealthiest counties in America, black counties, quote unquote, is in PG County, Maryland.
Right, Prince George's, no doubt.
You know what I'm saying? Prince George's, right? Now I lived out there after I moved from NY. I moved out there. I lived out there for 16 years. You know what I'm saying? Now, you got the reason why that is the way it is because most of us work for the federal government. out there.
Right.
You know what I mean? So a lot of us forget about the fact that, yo, you know what I mean? Like where we come from. You know what I mean? But then there's a lot of us who understand, yo, you know what I mean? This is the reality of life, and we dealing with that. There's a lot of conscious people in that area. I'm sure y'all know that. But when my house and your house sit side by side, and one person not taking care of this, or they going through some economic hardships or whatever, and their house falls down, it takes down the value of your house. So to your point, Darkim, you can work wherever you want to work. You can think whoever you think you're going to be. The fact of the matter is that you're going to be treated accordingly. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter what fraternity you a part of. It don't matter what sorority you with. You black, you black. You might try to escape that, but the reality of it is that when a company like Wells Fargo, and this is facts, y'all can pull it up, when a company like Wells Fargo is sending out memos saying that this young black sister right here got the same education, credit score, qualifications, same credit profile, everything as this white woman over here, but we're going to charge this black sister over here more per dollar than we're going to charge her simply because she black. They don't care what job you work at, what your degree is in. They don't care about that. So my point is that we all in this together. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter your income status. Your wealth status is really what matters. You know what I mean? And that's two different things. A lot of us think because we make $120,000 a year that we rich. That's just your income. That shit could be shut off at any moment.
No doubt.
Your wealth is different. You know what I mean? Your wealth is an accumulation of your generations, the money that's been pushed down for you from prior generations, and your ability to plug in your degree into different networks. If I want to take my degree into construction, I can do that. If I want to take my degree into this field, I can do that because I got family and friends over there. You know what I'm saying? Where we as a people don't have that same outlets. You know what I'm saying? So to people who think that way, they're thinking, you know what I'm saying, need to be corrected.
Can I add on to that for a second?
Indeed.
Let me tell you how I was affected by what you're talking about. I'm sitting in my driveway now, right? So on the right side of me was a hustler that was getting money, but he was not selling out of his house, right? On the left side of me was a whole family that sold drugs. So one time I was accosted by the police going to my house. Had to whip out my ID, show them prove this was my house and everything, right? So as I stated earlier, I have police friends. I called one of my police friends. I said, yo, I was just harassed by one of your peoples. I gave his name, whatever. He said, yo, where you live at is targeted as a hot area. So I said, even the fact that I'm not doing nothing, he said, you got on one. He told me, my police friend, I didn't reveal the information. Well, I mean, you could see the guys that was openly selling drugs, but he said on one side of you is a drug dealer that we're investigating. On the other side of you is an open drug spot. Unfortunately, you being in the middle, according to our policy, you are to be questioned as well, because we don't know where you stand in it. You feel me? So I was immediately affected by the activities that was going on either side of me. Now, the people that's openly selling drugs, they got evicted. So they're gone. The dude that was on the other side of me, he moved out. I don't have that police presence on my block anymore that I once had, where they would go to the corner and just sit on that corner and watch the people coming to and fro the house on my left. That was the open air drug market. So it's like immediately I was pushed in the middle of something. So he was telling me if they would have raided, they would have raided all three of the houses. my house included. So I definitely agree with what you're saying, how your environment affects everything around you, whether you dealing with it or not. I don't know if they do that in white neighborhoods though. I don't know.
Yeah, they do that. But you know, in terms of you know, still looking for just a point where we could say, you know, because you know that's one of the things too. You know what I mean? But just a point where we could say, all right, look, if you know, NOI, if you 5%, you know, if you Christian, if you whatever, you know what I'm saying, what could be necessarily, you know what I'm saying, a type of rallying point that could be a common thing wherever, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, there was specific events, you know what I'm saying, you know, that sparked, say like the civil rights movement, you know what I'm saying? The Emmett Till thing, the Brown versus education,
Right, Rosa Parks, all that.
Right, it was certain, you know, these was kind of singular events, you know, that it was enough people that because they was, you know, realizing the situation, you know what I'm saying, they had things that they could rally behind. And also, what is the professional things we could do? You know what I'm saying? Because one person that gets left out a lot of this, right, is Thurgood Marshall. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That in
Right.
reality, you know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of other dudes, they did the marching and they brought attention to a lot of things. But who actually went in there and won the cases that made a difference was Thurgood Marshall. So that's like another level of the activity. You know what I mean? How do we define all of that as well as?
But you see what they did though? They co-opted that seat and they put one of theirs in there, Clarence Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but to the rallying point, pardon self, God, but to the rallying point is reparations. Right? That's the core at the core of everything that each and every one of us is dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Each and every one of us is dealing with that we have not been repaired. So we can't compete. You know what I'm saying? That's what Martin Luther King was talking about when they say, yo, y'all got to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. We ain't even had no boots. In fact, we was the shoes that they ran in. You know what I'm saying, God? We was the shoes that they ran in order to compete against the rest of the world. But then you asking us to fix ourselves. How are we supposed to fix ourselves if y'all giving our money to Israel at $80 million a day? Y'all giving y'all money to, you know what I'm saying, to countries in Africa, you know what I'm saying, because they got mineral resources that you need. You know what I mean? So
there's actually
the central rallying point. Yeah.
I'm sorry, pardon me, God. There's actually a rallying point every week. We just had one in Georgia. But like I was saying before, there's so much information being pumped that there's no point of concentration. When Emmett Till happened, it galvanized everybody. But we got an Emmett Till damn near every week or so.
Yeah, but that Emmett Till and what happened to the brother in Georgia is a manifestation of our lack of value, our lack of wealth. That's just a manifestation of it. That's why they able to do it at such degrees and why it's constantly happening. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't have that wealth. We don't control the industry. So earlier the guy asked, you know what I'm saying, when it came down to, you know, economically, right? Just look at who, you know, I was born and raised in Pelon, you know what I'm saying? Just like most of y'all here from NY. Who control the police departments? You know what I'm saying? Every time you see one of them police get killed or they die in their burial, you see who's in control of the police departments. It's the Irish. You know what I mean? The other groups divided up, the fire department, you know what I'm saying? The police unions or whatever it is, the teachers union are controlled by this group, that group, that group. Today, in dealing with the science of information technology, the majority of Silicon Valley is controlled and operated by Indians here on H-1B visas. You know what I mean? The agricultural industry right now, I'm down here in Florida and all, like I said earlier, all I see is agriculture. You got a city right over here called Plant City. Nothing but acres and acres and acres and acres and acres of blueberries and corn and all that. You know what I mean? Who's running, who's owning and controlling that? You know what I mean? You got the Mexicans. You know what I mean? You got the El Salvador.
Do they own it or they the labor? Do they own it or they the labor?
A lot of them, if you the markets, put it like that. A lot of them are the labor, right? But even in controlling the labor, right, you control a thing. That's the point of economics.
Right.
So if the white landowner needs these crops to be, you know, taken care of, you know what I'm saying, harvested, ain't nothing moving unless they say we're going to do it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So they control that whole industry. They got a market over here. The whole market is supplying all of the restaurants in the area. You know what I mean? It's an open air market. You drive up to the market. They got little stalls all over the place. Look like you just stepped back into a foreign country. You know what I mean? But you go in there, they all have they pulling the crops that they took out the field that they already sent out, you know what I'm saying, to the large buyers, but to the smaller buyers, they got the stuff there. They're controlling it. Down in Bronx Terminal Market when I was a kid, my father used to take me over there. You know what I'm saying? That's when I was telling the guard in the chat last week how, you know what I'm saying, I was taught how to negotiate prices and stuff like that when I was 8 years old. We used to buy for the whole family. You know what I'm saying? But the problem is that you go up in there, other groups was controlling the prices. They was controlling the product. You know what I'm saying? It was the same way. You know what I'm saying? And we have been etched out of that whole history. You know what I mean? So our rallying point as a political, economic issue is reparations. You know what I mean? Everything else is secondary. Everything else is secondary because our wealth hasn't been repaired. You know what I mean? But we're being expected to compete when it comes down to scholarships, for example. Right? We saw this scholarship issue last year. And all these people were paying these schools to take scholarships. Those scholarships was creation out of the civil rights era.
No doubt.
Those scholarships were created in order for us to be able to get the education. But what's happening is that they're using terms like people of color, you know what I'm saying, minorities.
Co-opted.
So now you could be a white woman you could be a white woman and you fall into that category.
Right. And population wise, I'm sorry, population wise, it's more white women in this country than any damn body.
Exactly, but the white woman owns slaves too. You know
exactly.
And that money has come down to her too. You know what I'm saying?
And that goes to the feminine.
Woman, she falls into that category.
Right. That goes to the feminine science that we touched on earlier. If you study the science of Susan B. Anthony, she was a racist cracker. She's been quoted as saying disparaging things about black men. And they pulled the original woman into it under the guise of feminism. But feminism is just another ism. It's the sister of racism.
Right.
But a lot of our women fall into that category because they don't study the science of it. Like I got a daughter right now, she's studying psychobiology, which is peace, but she's some new age feminist. And I'm like, you haven't done the history on that.
Right.
That wasn't for you. Yeah, she's 20 years old, so she don't know. But I'm just saying.
Right.
A lot of our women fall into that.
Right.
But then let me just say this. Let me just say this, and you can go. You can finish building. The devil showed you last election that they will elect, even though he didn't win. Let me clarify that by numbers. But they would rather see an uninformed, ineligible candidate than a white woman in that seat. And that was a middle finger to all feminist activities in this country. And they ain't even draw that up. You know what I mean?
They drew that. That's Hillary Clinton's excuse for why she lost. To me, for me, I don't buy that though, because Hillary Clinton is who she is. You know what I mean? She lost because of who she is and what she's done.
Yeah, I think there's two different groups there.
She didn't lose though, God. If you do the electoral college took it, she didn't really lose.
Listen, that's the system. That's the game.
No doubt.
It's like you saying, the electoral college system is the way it was. That's the same system that she used to rob Bernie. So you can't turn around now and say it's not fair. It's the same thing happened with Trump. Where at first when Trump was like, yo, I don't like the way this electoral college thing is going down because it seemed like I'm winning, but I'm losing. Then all of a sudden when he started winning and they was like, you want to change it? Like, nah, son, this is the system. When we started playing, this was the rule. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Last week, I don't know if y'all follow Dr. Cornel West. Dr. Cornel West, he said Joe Biden, the Clintons, the Obamas, they're the neoliberal class. They're the neoliberal group of the ruling class.
I agree with that.
On the other side, Trump and his camp, they're the neo-fascist side of the ruling class.
I agree with that.
You know what I mean? So when you do the science to how we caught in the middle of that, again, it comes down to who wants to control the masses. When you talk about the neoliberal class, the ruling class, they're the ones who are dealing with the financial systems. So you got the Chuck Schumers, you got the Nancy Pelosi's, you got the Bidens, you got the Clintons, you got the Obamas. They all dealing with the Wall Street. They all dealing with that banking institution. You know what I mean? The other group, the Trump side, they dealing with that empire type mindset. You know what I'm saying? Where, or it's more about their racial class. You know what I'm saying? Preserving their racial class. You know what I mean? Both of them want to promote white society, white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? At the expense of the original man. You know what I mean? So that's where they unify. You know what I mean? But they'll never put our needs, you know what I'm saying, before their own, unless it's commanded, it's demanded of them. You know what I'm saying?
What they tell on themselves, God. Left wing, right wing. It's the same bird.
It's the same bird.
That's what it comes down to. Pardon me for cutting you off. I just had to interject that though.
Yeah, I appreciate that though.
It's the same bird, God.
Yeah, go ahead, God.
This is one thing why I'm saying that, it makes us, I think that's a very important thing, is to define exactly how do we navigate that. Like when we in a situation where, right now, those are the two choices. You know what I'm saying? So now you got to make a vote based upon your interests, right? And like you said, if your interest is reparations, right? How do we, you know what I'm saying? Like once we, like, let's say we say this is the point of unity is reparations. All right. So now from here, how do we navigate, a system where, we've been I don't know if we've ever, maybe Lyndon Johnson. Like, when's the last time, that either side really offered, any kind of, chance? And not saying that Lyndon Johnson was,
all he did was sign the civil rights bill. Really, he ain't do nothing else.
Well,
but
he
the
had a lot
fact
to
of the matter
do
is that the
with
guard was on a point right there. Lyndon Johnson is the last president that specifically addressed the need for repair for Black American descendants of slavery. He even said it. If you pull up his speech, his speech at Howard University. You know what I'm saying? Back in the 60s when he was president, he gave a speech for the graduating class, and he said that we have to do something for the Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? That's why he was motivated to do it. He was a racist son of a bitch, but he was motivated to do it because he understood that we was given nothing when we came out of the institution, physically. And we expected it, you know what I mean? That's why he was motivated to sign. You know what I'm saying? So he was right. You're right about that. Lyndon Johnson was the last one to actually speak specifically. Ever since then, there's been people of color, minority this, because all they wanted to do was roll back the civil rights.
And not just that, but the interest that they represent. Like, ever since then, you know what I'm saying? Maybe Nixon, you know what I'm saying? But Carter, he's from the Trilateral Commission.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? All the rest of these guys, you know what I'm saying? They wasn't even appointed from within the nation. You know what I'm saying? They was appointed internationally to be the president. You know what I'm saying? So
the 67 corporations that run the world.
Right.
That's who.
So that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That right now we need to give a specific things where we can say, okay, look, this is the things that brothers need to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, like I'm saying, a Jewish guy, he had a radio show. I can't recall his name. But he was saying that within the synagogue, right, that they got Jews that donate to both sides. That this set of Jews over here, they go over here and go with the Republican candidates support him. This set of Jews, they go over there because, like you was talking about, Premier, they're not concerned with, really what's going on. They just self-interested. So their point is, look, no matter who gets in there, we got our guy in there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So we gotta redefine things along those lines. You know what I mean? So that, because, and I think another reason it's important, right, is that that's kind of the lesson, or one of the lessons that I take from the civil rights era, is that, you got people that, the modern forms of they've been doing this for 200 years, let's say, right? Just, in terms of the American government, you know what I'm saying, in the history of American, congressional activity and jurisprudence against the people in the civil rights era, you know what I'm saying, the original people who never even voted before. So, of course, they got duped when it was time to make deals with the people with 200 years of experience. You see what I'm saying? So we got to go in there now, looking at all those lessons. You know what I'm saying? Looking at the lessons of what happened after reparations, looking at the lessons of what happened after civil rights. You know what I'm saying? And applying that.
Right.
Well, I would say this.
The ball got. Go ahead.
I would say this as a solution. Voting has to be done, and I've said it earlier as well. I'm reiterating it. It has to be done in economic blocks, because ultimately, during a politician's term, whatever, how long that term is, you want some of your agendas met. Those agendas are not going to be met without a substantial financial contribution to that candidate's running. Period. That's just how it is. If we can organize that aspect of it, we could literally come together, maybe probably by the hundreds of thousands, with a real contribution, then our agenda will be met. Otherwise, it's just going to be promises to get the votes, the swing votes, because we're the swing vote. Ultimately, we're not the main vote, but we're that swing vote that in any election, whether it's a local election or whatever, we're always the swing vote because we're outpopulated in this country. It's just simple mathematics. So we got to put, with that swing vote, we got to have an economic block that's going to make sure that our agendas is met. Now, when the agendas don't get met and we have an economic block, then we don't give that economic block to that candidate ever again. And that swing vote won't go to the candidate, then the candidate can't never get in.
Right.
That's
right.
how I see it.
Yeah, that's why and I agree with you, God. Like you can't pick a Democratic side, you can't pick a Republican side.
Exactly.
The interests of the black community. Bottom line. You know what I'm saying? And when we dealing with the science of how these politicians play and how these groups play, that God said, you got Jews who vote for this candidate and that candidate. They play both sides. It's like squeezing a lemon, right? You ain't gonna get no juice out of a lemon or any fruit of that matter without pressing both sides of it in order to extract what you want. You understand what I'm saying? And so we got to learn how to press both sides in order to draw up out of it what it is that we want. And these people got that down to science. I look at, again, I love agriculture and things of that nature. I look at the cotton industry. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I played ball for years. I hooped for years. But I put all that down and I start just paying attention to the reports. There's a station called RFD TV, Rural Farm Development TV. And instead of these dudes talking about, what Apple is doing today or what Microsoft sold is selling, they showing the reports on corn, on rice, on pork bellies, you know what I'm saying, on things of that nature, right? And so they teaching their kids. There's another program they got out in the counties. I know they got it in New York too. It's called FFA, Future Farmers of America, right? This program, you heard about the 4-H. I don't know if they still promote it up there. When I was a kid, they used to promote the 4-H during the after school specials and stuff. I heard
of that.
Right. So if you look at it, still promoting it today, but they don't promote it in our communities. You know what I'm saying? But this is a big part of them farming new farmers, and so that their kids understand what their needs are. You know what I'm saying? And I look at the cotton industry, right? You don't hear nothing about the cotton industry other than you might see the logo, you might see a commercial every once in a while. But the cotton industry controls the world. You know what I mean? Like, they control the world. And when you say, when I say the cotton industry, that's not something that's like, it's just not it doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? We all know that. These are individuals that are controlling and managing this system that they've created. You know what I mean? And if you look at the prices of cotton, you look at how it impacts everything that moves in this world, from your jeans to your car seats. Cotton is involved in it. You know what I mean? And for us to have built the mighty nation off of it, and we don't own and control none of it, that says a lot about the economics of the system and where we need to target our attention. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, though, some of that, I think it just got to start at a very grassroots level, though. You know what I'm saying? Before you get, because if you look at Nancy Pelosi, right, and Charles Schumer, You know, with Nancy Pelosi, I read about her. With Charles Schumer, you know, I kind of seen him rise. You know what I mean? I remember when he was like a city council dude. You know what I'm saying? And there's a dude right now, Sheldon Silver. Sheldon Silver has actually been convicted. He's supposed to be in jail, but he's out on appeal. You know what I'm saying? But he did what he got convicted for is, you know, what they call patronage. You know what I'm saying? The quid pro quo type stuff that we was talking about earlier. You know, and that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? You know, even though the Jews is a minority community, you know what I'm saying? They produce these people, you know what I mean, like Sheldon Silver, like Charles Schumer. And as they come up, whatever level they achieve, they make sure that they people get a cut. You understand what I'm saying? Of the pie, like you said. And as their people, as the cut that they get and continues to increase, they can finance the politician to higher levels. You know what I'm saying? So you went from being a city council dude to, you know what I'm saying, a dude in the state. And then the next thing you ran for senator. You know what I'm saying? You know, I think you were congressman first. You know what I'm saying? So it's a constant level where, you know, him and his people, they've been washing each other's hands. You know what I'm saying? Right now, one of the things that his mentor got indicted for was funneling money through law firms. You know what I'm saying? You know, for different reasons. This is how he was getting the money to certain people, you know, and when he gave out contracts, that's how they was getting the money to him. You know, and then he
God,
had
listen.
Yeah.
I got a homegirl like that. She's a sorority sister of my wife. She started out as the East Trenton councilwoman. Then she became the head council person in the city of Trenton. She now is on the state, I want to say legislative board as a committee member. She's fast tracking to Washington. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm privy of all of this information because this is our true friend, for lack of a better term, that we're around all the time. So I pick her brain constantly on the process. And she's been anointed as a person who's going to rise up. But she's like, you know, she's in her mid 40s. You know what I'm saying? Mid to late 40s. And she's steadily coming up the ladder. Now, in Trenton, New Jersey, what would be an intelligent thing for us to do now is to get a block together to make sure that we support her on her way to Washington. That way she can speak on our behalf, such as like a Adam Clayton Powell was for Harlem back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
You know
what I'm
what I
saying.
mean?
See, Charles Schumer, that's how he started out, was just speaking for their interests. But then even right now, you know what I'm saying? Anything that's dealing with Israel, you know what I'm saying? Charles Schumer is gonna vote in favor of Israel. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, is it in California? What I found out is that, you know, the dude that's the governor right now, right? Gavin Newsom.
Yes.
And the dude who was the governor, the last governor, what was his name? Gray Davis, I think.
Possibly. I can't remember who it was exactly.
Yeah, whoever was the last governor and this governor, right? Their families have been intermarrying for like close to 100 years or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And Nancy Pelosi is married to a Newsom. She's originally from somewhere in the East Coast, I think, like Boston. Her father was some type of politician, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, those families, they produce the people that control the politics in California.
Right.
So I'm saying, by that same token, or just matter of fact, you know, that was another good example of how Harlem, you know what I'm saying, became the political bloc, right, for Adam Clayton Powell, right? Now I'm saying just look at how the same thing worked in our community. You know what I'm saying? Now Adam Clayton Powell, he brought Charles Rangel in. He was grooming Charles Rangel somehow or another. I'm not exactly sure how it went
No,
down.
you're right about that. But Charles Rangel went south. He
And
went
he
south.
ratted. He
Right.
ratted on Adam Clayton Powell. You know what I'm saying? Now here's the thing though. If I'm not mistaken, a white person might have Adam Clayton Powell's seat right now. He never groomed another brother to come in, you know, and also just him himself, he didn't really represent the you know, he represented a lot of corporate interests in Harlem. You understand what I'm saying? He's one of the reasons, he's one of the ways that gentrification came in. You know what I'm saying? And he was a very powerful individual. If people, you know he was the head of the Ways and Means Committee.
Right.
Meaning
Right.
he controlled the money. You understand what I'm saying?
You know who taught me about Adam Clayton? About Charles Rangel? Khalid Muhammad.
Right, Khalid was right.
He taught me about that. I told you he used to come down here and chill.
Yeah, so
he taught me that.
I'm just saying that this needs to be included in what we defining as political activity. You see what I'm saying? Because that's a part of the political activity, or just like we were speaking on the dude, you know, y'all was just talking about the fire department and the police, right? The guy who did that is a dude. I can't call his real name, but they should call him Boss Tweed. You know what I'm saying? And he's the character in the gangs of New York that's controlling everything. The politician dude, the big politician dude, that's Boss Tweed. You know what I'm saying? And as the Irish immigrants was coming, he was the dude that's like, all right, you don't got no place to stay, you don't got a job or whatever. He'll make sure they, you know what I'm saying, get a little gig or whatever, you know, or you got a family member that's still over there, all right, I'll help you get them over here. But then I need you to vote a certain particular way. You know what I'm saying? You know, we talk about the days when, or you know, look, I need, you know, they would station a gang outside of the poll place. You know what I'm saying? And if you ain't voting a certain way, you get beat down. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, they had all different tactics. But just saying that, you know, somebody coming.
No, you right and exact. That's goon politics.
Yeah, somebody coming from the community, right? And then they, you know, it becomes a synergistic relationship where they pull a community.
I'm gonna mute my mic for a minute, G. Hold on.
Yeah, where they pull a community up and a community continue to support them. You know what I'm saying? Or even, you know, they don't do it. You know, of course, it works out negative a lot of times over there. But we see this kind of thing in Africa too. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, a person come from a particular tribe and then they make sure, you know, whatever money funnels through the government goes to their tribe. You know what I'm saying? And their tribe continues to show up for them and vote for them, you know what I'm saying? And whatever is the reforms that they want, because for the most part, those reforms is benefiting their tribe. You know what I'm saying? You know, and somehow that's involved with education. You know what I'm saying? With you know, the other ideas besides the reading, right? Besides the reading, writing, and arithmetic that, you know, they're teaching in the schools right now. You know what I'm saying? As long as they get a chance to put those ideas out there, then we stuck in this good cop, bad cop scenario politically.
Yeah, I agree, God. I mean, it's like it comes down to the tribalism, and when we're dealing with this politics thing, it's got to be specifics, right? For example, right now, you got the woman out of the Bronx and Queens, who's a congressional representative.
Cortez?
What they call it, AOC.
Yeah.
Ocasio-Cortez, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, on the surface, it might look like, to some, that she might be doing something good for the community. And in many ways, she might. But if you peel the onion back a little bit, you see that she's a part of that Pelosi, Schumer camp, who are really pushing class politics and not race politics. Why do I say that? I'll give you an example. Last week, there was an article that came out with her and another sister from Boston, Ayanna Presley, who they're proposing canceling student loan debt across the board, right? Now, on the surface, that might look right and exact. But if you're dealing with policies that were created to give an economic advantage to one group over another, and you addressing those policies with class solutions instead of dealing with them racially, then all you're doing is giving a tax break to those who are already sitting on a pile of money. What do I mean for that? I'll give an example, right?
Peace.
I grew up in the Bronx. Peace.
Listen, I want to say this real quick. I'm getting ready to tap out. Pardon me for interrupting you. Darkim again, I'm always here for this. Just let me know when the next time you're going to facilitate this subject. Remember, we got to do the Gods in Hip Hop forum. And
all right, no doubt.
Just let me know the deal. Brother Isaac, it was good building with you, man. I got a lot out of what you say. And I just wanted to make one point when you talked about that the thing with the crops and the pork bellies and stuff. I first learned that in Trading Places. That whole report, the crop report. Right. And how important that was. And then I researched it later in life. So I do know what you're speaking of on that.
Right. And I didn't get your name, God.
Supreme Man.
Supreme Man. Appreciate it.
All right. I'm going to say peace, man. Y'all keep on building.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, so I was giving an example.
You all through with my journeys. And I had one.
Yeah, good. Yeah, Premier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the example is that when you got a policy like that, that's a blanket policy, you might have, somebody like me who's dealing with that lineage of slavery. We don't have that wealth. I don't have that cushion. You know what I'm saying? So my value in this nation is less than $1. Whereas you give that same break to somebody who's already benefited from those generational transfers in life and posthumously, he's sitting on 250, 300,000 in generational wealth with access and things of that nature. So what might bring him back from a debt of maybe $100,000 from student loans, that might put him right back in a position of $350,000. You know what I'm saying? Because she canceled that debt. But for somebody like me with a college degree and I got $100,000 in debt, that just put me back at zero. So it doesn't really address the problem. You know what I'm saying? What it really does is it gives a tax break, or it gives a break to those who already have the advantage. You know what I mean? But she comes in under the cloak of, you know, she half original. She coming in. I'm bringing gifts to y'all. This is for everybody. But it doesn't really benefit those who need it most. And they know that because they know the numbers. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So from a political standpoint, again, centered around reparations, but also dealing locally. I think you made mention to that, and the other guard made mention to that. Is dealing locally. You know what I'm saying? Controlling every possible elected office there is in our community. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's borough president, get involved in that. You know what I mean? Make sure that person, whoever's fighting for that office, is coming out of the camp. You know what I mean? And be tribal about it. You know, they can't go up there talking about people of color. You know what I'm saying? When that's not really in our interest. You know what I'm saying? Our interest comes from what our history says. That's what makes our tribe our tribe. Again, that's not, you know, attacking anybody, but sometimes you got to be exclusive in order to get repair that you need, because everybody can't skip the line just because, you know, they came here and they in need. You know what I'm saying? I've been in this line for 400 years. You mean to tell me you just came here 20 years ago?
This
you know what I mean?
What you hit on right there is another part of the line of what I'm saying in terms of establishing a society, right? Because if you notice, right, we the only, you know, I'm talking about specifically the original man in America, right? That got a history, you know, of slavery here in America, right? We're the only group of people that are made to feel bad for having a group.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? And
Yes.
you know, it's clear to me that that's the, you know, that's the thing that I see, that other communities that have wealth, right? Not even necessarily in the terms of money, but in terms of their unity, in terms of their freedom, you know what I'm saying? In terms of, you know, when they go to the store, the person that they buy it from is them. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. It's that they have a society. You know what I'm saying? Just like you said, you know, if a foreign person comes here, right? Like a Chinese person comes here, they got a Bank of China in America. You know what I'm saying? Like right here in New York, we got a bank of everywhere. Bank of Poland, you know.
Right.
So, like you said, these people got a network, or even the stores, right? The Arabs. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? You know, when you see an Arab at the counter, right? He's really working towards his store. Like he's somebody that he was over in whatever country he was, right? They brought him over here. Then he works in the store for this dude for a certain period of time. And then when he's worked off whatever the debt is, they go build him a store. And then he
Right.
sponsors the next dude to come over here, and they continue the cycle like that.
Right.
To where now we
Right.
see our whole, you know, I remember when there was no Arab stores. I
Exactly.
ain't gonna say none, but you know, it wasn't common like it is right now.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So, you know, to me, you know, even though that's the economic thing, that's still political. Because, you
Right.
know, politics at the end of the day, right, is the distribution of resources without war. You know what I'm saying?
I disagree with that. I know what you're saying, but I disagree with that to the extent that it's without war. It may not be physical bloodshed,
Well,
but
yeah,
the
that's
war
what I mean.
is by
It's
means of the pen. You know what I'm saying?
right. That's
They're
exactly what I
excluding.
mean. That's
They're
exactly what I
excluding a
mean.
certain group, so that group starves. You know what I mean? Yeah.
See, like Joshua was saying, apprenticeship programs could be useful, but that's kind of what y'all doing with the each one teach one. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. For instance, look, that's another good example that you brought up. You know, dealing with unions and how white people achieved a lot of their political power and economic power is through those apprenticeship programs in the unions. That's how they had a job to get the FHA loans, you know what I'm saying, and all of that stuff from the 50s and the 60s. You see what I'm saying? So, exactly what you're saying in terms of, without, the conflict doesn't take to, the physical battlefield. That's what politics is. It's the conflict in that form instead of, with swords and guns.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So, kind of how we put ourselves into position to get at those resources. Because, at the end of the day, that's what those groups had to do. They had to come here and look at what was going on with the other white people. Like, oh, okay. So everybody keeps these people over here down, and then that's how you come up. You know what I'm saying? You
Right.
learn how to speak English. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You gain, the cultural values that you have. These are the way how you be all American. All right. So that's what I'm saying. Is that each group, like even in terms of negativity, you know what I'm saying? The Italians, in New York history at least, the Italians learned the criminal game from the Jews. And the Jews learned the criminal game from the Irish. You understand what I'm saying? Each group, you got to look at what those people is doing, like how you got from there to there. And, besides, like Reconstruction, like in Reconstruction, the brothers understood that, okay, I see how you came up. Is you got that land and you got some guns. And if you notice, brothers from the South is still that way now to this day. You know what I'm saying? Because they realize is that, listen, man, to make it out here, you need some land and you need some guns. You understand what I'm saying? So, just in terms of looking at how other people came up, to me, that's the last end part of the endeavor is how we vote. You know what I'm saying? Like, actually getting into the process of politics at the mineral level or the manufacturing level is what we gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Because
But
even
that comes.
yeah.
I mean to break your wisdom, God, but that comes as a result of the political pressure that's put onto the people that you put in office. You know what I'm saying? None of those people receive what it is that they receive without the political advocacy that made it possible. That means that they, from an economic agreement, they all agreed, okay, well, we're going to take from the blacks and we're going to give to them. We agree? All right. You know what I mean? We're going to take from this group, exclude them out, and we're going to give to your group so that your group can have this segment of the economy, i.e. the fire department to the Italians, or, the Irish to the police department. You know what I'm saying? So that's the way that whole process works. You know what I'm saying? Like, buying land should be a part of the equation. You know what I'm saying? And producing on that land in order to sustain yourself. But we can't forget that the political advocacy is what got these people what it is that they have. You know what I'm saying? And it can't work the other way around, because you're never, you know, it's going to be hard as hell for us to be able to sustain. Like if I grow, if I get, you know, 20 acres of land, and I say, yo, we're going to grow cotton on this land for the next, you know, X number of years. We can see the farmers, the black farmers, been dealing with that for years, right? I grow cotton on this land. We're gonna cover every corner, and by harvest time, we're gonna hope to be that our expectations is that we're gonna get a significant value for this cotton per acre. You know what I'm saying? But if the agreement amongst the market buyers is that we're not gonna buy from them black folks, you know what I'm saying? Then it don't matter how much cotton I grow if I can't get it to market. You know what I'm saying? And this is why, like, you know, Lyndon Johnson, you know, since we mentioned earlier, they had specific set-asides for black businesses, right? There was specific set-asides to do government contracting at the state, local, federal level. You know what I mean? Those set-asides were specifically for black Americans. But what has happened by means of this political ignorance that we have, you know what I'm saying, that has manifested itself, you know, in our community, we have traded away a lot of that to be close, you know what I'm saying, to you know, white society. Oh, you want to be close to me? All right, well, you got to allow us to call this term minority, and everybody fits in there under that category. Okay, so when you agree to that, by means of not having a properly formed black agenda that serves your group or your tribe, what then happens is they could bring somebody who's black in skin but didn't pay the same price that your people paid. They could bring him from Nigeria or Kenya or whatever. He didn't pay the same price that your people did, but they can fill that role. They can say, see, he's black. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's happening in Silicon Valley, you know, because they're bringing in people of color. And they're saying he qualifies, when the program wasn't set up for you. It was set up for us. And so we begin to fall. You know what I mean? We begin to continually fall. So our value then decreases. They don't need to go through us because the set-asides were specific. And I'm having struggle with that. You know what I'm saying? And when I go for contracts and I'm looking at these boards, and you see jobs coming across these boards, a project coming across these boards, you know, they have a specific set-aside and say, yo, you know, if a company contracts with a quote-unquote minority business, then they get an extra 5 or 10 points added on to their submission. You know what I mean? For their proposal. They get an extra 5 or 10 points. So it's in their interest to work with a black business. But if the term now we all fall into people of color or minority, then they could go right around the black American and they could do business with their people from overseas and say, yo, he's a minority. You got it. This qualifies. You know what I mean? So a part of that strategy, that political strategy, is not only being exclusive, but being specific. You know what I mean? We can't do surgery with a blunt object. We got to go at it with a scalpel and say, yo, if you're going to do this, this needs to be specific. You know what I mean? If you're going to get in that office, you want my vote, you need to specifically say, yo, this is a set aside for this group. Not for you, you can't participate. Now they incentivize banks to say, yo, okay, now they have some political capital. They have some economic capital, so we'll invest in them. At least they should. You know, if they don't find another strategy around it. You know what I'm saying, God?
Yeah. You know, what you were saying, it made me think of another thing too. You know what I mean? A question to get your opinion on. You know, what do you think about, you know, how a lot of black people, we kind of live vicariously through people, you know, other people that we identify with. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's a little bit too, I think maybe a little bit, you could classify it as celebrating prematurely, you know, the factor that, like you were saying that, you know, you got to apply political pressure, right?
Yeah.
But when we have an individual that in particular we could apply some pressure on, we tend to give them passes. You know what I'm saying? Like, say for instance, in the case of Obama, you know what I mean?
I knew that's
You
where you
know,
was going. I already knew that's where you was going.
Listen, or even Bill Clinton, right? You know,
Right.
it almost seems like, okay, because, you know, we look at this guy as one of us, right? You know, we kind of fall back. Like, okay, we're not going to pressure him. You understand what I'm saying? Whereas it seems like with Obama, you know, it was like, okay, you had 8 years of Bush. So there were certain groups, you know what I'm saying, that knew they wasn't going to get what they wanted during that era, right? So then it's like, okay, the pendulum swings the other way, and Obama comes in office, you know, January 3rd, January 4th, they down there lobbying for they, you know, whatever they interest is.
Right.
Whereas, you know, black people immediately start giving excuses. Well, you know, he's down there and everybody's against him,
Right.
and this, you know that's not pressure right there. Like, what is you know, how do we negate that?
Right. And that's a great example of what we've been talking about, right? So when you do the knowledge to who Obama is, right? Obama is not a descendant of American slavery.
Right.
His wife is, right? But he's not. Right? His folks was Irish on his mother's side, and his father was Kenyan. So he never bore the brunt, he never bore the legacy of American slavery. But he got a pass because he was black in skin. Right? Everybody said he was black with a white mother, but nobody ever considers the fact that he was a white man with a black father.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying, God? Like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like his politics and the way he approached the needs of our community was of one who didn't really understand what it was that we needed, which is why we got nothing. You know what I mean? And a lot of our community lives vicariously, like you said, by means of, because of the fact that he was the first black president. You know what I'm saying? But not doing the knowledge to his actual policies. You know what I mean? Like, his policies showed that he had no interest in protecting or repairing you. You know what I mean? And the fact that he brought on Joe Biden as the VP, that in and of itself showed you that something's wrong with his policies. Because Joe Biden created the worst bill in the history of the United States to specifically target black Americans. And I don't know your history, God, but we grew up in the same city from all that I understand. We paid that price. We bore that brunt. My father had to, you know what I'm saying, stand on them lines to get that cheese. You know what I'm saying? Because of the cocaine crack era. Joe Biden ramped that up with his bill and cranked it down, and he was more effective at sending more black men to prison than the Republicans were. So when you look at somebody like a Barack Obama, you bring him into your cabinet, what does that say about your policies? You know what I mean? And there was And, you know, anybody listening, y'all can pull it up. Ta-Nehisi Coates out of Baltimore. He writes for the Atlantic. And he did an article, or he did an article, My President Was Black. And he interviewed Obama. And he talked about reparations with Obama. Obama said, now, Cypher. Emphatically now, Cypher, I'm not doing it. So you could live on the surface, you know what I'm saying, or deal with him on face value, you know what I mean? But when you peel back the onion, what is he really? What is this man really about? Is he in it for your interest? And it was absolutely not. He did everything for DACA recipients, and that wasn't just the Mexicans, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not, you know, like, again, I'm not targeting anybody specific, but, and I ain't got nothing personally against anybody, but how does that have an impact on my people, on my family, on my community who's been here in line waiting? You know what I mean? You mean to tell me that somebody's committing a crime coming across the border, you committing a crime, hold them accountable. Because I try to sell, you know what I'm saying, my little cracks and hustle and feed my family, and you send me away for 10, 20 years. You know what I mean? That's what I do is having a less economic impact on society than this person who's coming in and undermining the cost of labor. But this is who you fight for. You know what I mean? That's against my interest. But none of us did the knowledge of that. We just looked at him for what it was. And that's, you know, those things that we're paying for. This brother's and we got you know, people have to do Kamala Harris, the same thing. Kamala Harris, right? Oh, she's black in skin, so she gets a pass. Let's put her in. Like, wait a second. She was Attorney General of California. She was sending black mothers to jail just because their kids wasn't going to school. Not looking at the fact that these women didn't have money to eat and feed them kids. Not giving a pass to everybody, but she was sending us to penitentiary for years.
Yeah, that was one thing, though. That was
people give
that was one moment.
We got to, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's where the political education and stuff like that come in. I'm sorry, go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, that was one moment, though, that I was proud of. You know, how people, they didn't let the wool get pulled over their eyes. You know, the brothers and sisters out in California definitely put the word out of who she really was. You know what I'm saying? When a lot of other people in the country, you know, would have had no idea. You know, they would have jumped right behind it, you know, celebrating prematurely and living vicariously. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I was actually proud. You know, that seemed like a big step right there. The way, but you know, the issue right now though is just that you know, like you said, you're dealing with you know, such a poor choice. You know what I'm saying, in the election for original people. That, you know, it's clear that whatever the answer is, it's not inside the box of the status quo.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So the strategy to that is, again, dealing down ballot, right? So who impacts our community the most, right? When we say dealing down ballot, you know what I mean when I say that?
No.
All right, so voting down ballot is, okay, right now we got Biden and Trump. That's a national election, a general election, national level. We already know Trump ain't shit. He ain't gonna do nothing for us, right? He threw some chips at the HBCUs, but that's a whole nother deal all in itself. We got Biden. We see all the shit that he's already amassed over his years in politics, segregationists and all that, right? 94 crime bill. We see all that garbage that he threw our way. So what are our choices, right? People say pick the lesser two evils, right? Well, 60% of all white voting Americans voted for Trump during the last election. That's 60% of all white voting electorate. The reason why we ain't got no agenda, and I'm gonna get to my point in a minute, the reason why we don't have an agenda being published by or promoted by the Democrats, i.e. Biden, Clinton, Obama, is because all they doing is chasing after that 60% of white American voters. They trying to pull that back from Trump. So they did the impeachment hearings. They done sent Flynn to jail. They turned Cohen into a rat. You know, they did all of that only to try to show that 60% of white American voters, yo, come back and deal with us. We ain't gonna get a nigga shit either. So you can come and deal with us. We'll put somebody just as foul as Trump in there. Biden. Look at his record. He sent millions of niggas away. Pardon my language. But you know what I'm saying? He sent millions of black people away, destroyed black families. Look, he's willing to do the same dirt. He raped women. You know what I mean? He a pervert. Look how bad he is. You know what I mean? So we're not giving them nothing either. So what is our strategy? That's the question, right? So voting down ballot is, y'all not getting our vote up there. Trump is what y'all want. Trump is what y'all gonna get. Y'all figure it out. National Party. Who affects the black community the most? Local sheriff elections. Every 2 years, judges are up for election. Right? State, local. Right? Prosecutors are up for election. Those are all electoral offices that impact the black American community the most. Your local dog catcher, right? In some counties, it's the county commissioner or taxes, you know, tax collector or controller. You got your mayors. You got your borough presidents, right? All of those impact the black community the most because they're the ones that deal with the dollars as it comes down from the state and from the feds. They're the ones who distribute that money. Now, I grew up in Soundview, and over there, I forget the dude's name, Lewis something or brother. It's like a family business in the politics over there. You got like 2-3 generations of the same dudes running the same community, and the people that is the Puerto Ricans that always get the money.
A couple of neighborhoods in the Bronx is like that. I mean, in New York in general, like Staten Island is the Molinaris.
Right. You know what I mean? So their people are the ones that are always getting the money. You look at the bodegas, where they getting the money for that? You know what I mean? But it's set up in, you know, largely black communities. You know what I mean? It's a political strategy. You know, so we got to say to ourselves, yo, let's turn this off. Gucci Mane might got some, you know what I mean? Like, what is he saying to affect us? He's individual. He's doing things for himself. Or that person is just speaking for things that are going to benefit them. You know what I mean? Diddy came out last week. He said a few things, but his message was off. You know what I'm saying? It's the black American community that put money in his pocket. You know what I mean?
You know, a minute ago, I was going to ask a question, and this was a while back, and I can't recall whatever sidetracked me, right? But a lot of what we're talking about too, right? What do you think about that guy? Because I really don't have, you know, I see, you know, both sides of it. What's the deal with the brother Kwame
Kilpatrick?
Huh?
Kwame Kilpatrick?
Yeah, from Detroit. What's
Detroit?
Deal? Yeah. What's the deal with him? Like how you see, you know, what he was doing in government, and then in terms of what happened to him.
Well, first off, injustice is injustice, right? If you hustling the people, I don't care who you are. You know what I'm saying? Truth is not a respectable person. It's right or wrong, God.
Right.
So if you're not dealing right and exact, then you're gonna get the just reward. You know what I'm saying? If that's the penalty, you're gonna get the penalty. That's just what it is. You know, if he's taking, you know, our tax money in a city like Detroit, that's overwhelmingly a Black American community that's already suffering, and you tricking it off, then you get what you deserve. You got to deal with that. You got to face that penalty. Now, at the same time, I don't think he's been doing anything different than what they've been doing. You know what I mean? We just didn't have the same level of oversight to be able to observe what they do and hold them accountable. You know what I mean? But
I'm,
you know, he did what he did. Yeah.
From the other side, though, right? It appears that another thing that he was doing, you know, not that it justify that, but another thing that it seemed like he was doing is he was bringing a fresh batch of people into government that might not be beholden to the democratic machine. You know what I'm saying? And you know, he was giving out, like, one of the things he got convicted of, which, you know, yeah, that's a little bit out there. But like, he had a friend that he gave the city contract to, you know what I mean, things of that nature, where, like you said, you know, this is the same thing that you know, I see done all the time. You know what I mean? So, you know, that's why I said, like, I haven't really been able to really get a clear picture of what happened there. You know what I mean? Is it that because, yeah, he was loose. You know, you extra loose. You're tricking off money, definitely. You know what I mean? But like you said, being that that's common government practice, was the reason that this was brought to light, was also that, you know, you was bringing these new people in and you were spreading the joy amongst the brothers. You know what I mean? And also, you know, how that relates to what you're saying in terms of, you know, if they're gonna, you know, destroy somebody and bring them up, you know, on trial, you know what I'm saying, for basically the things what we saying right now.
I'm sorry, I broke up there a little bit, God.
Yeah, I was saying that what you think about the aspect of, you know, he was introducing a lot of younger people into the government that wasn't beholden to the democratic machine. You know what I'm saying? And you know, he was spreading the joy on the government contract to, you know what I'm saying, a lot of young brothers and sisters. You know,
Right.
because like you said, you know, a lot of things that he was doing was normal government practice. You know, normal politician practice.
Right.
So, you know, what about the you know, because I seen that's the other side of the argument. You know what I mean? That, you know, because he was doing things like that, that's why what he was doing wrong was brought to light. You know what I'm saying? And also, you know, how that relates to what we building on right now, because in terms of, you know, making sure that brothers get patronage, you know what I'm saying, in the contracts and things of that nature, you know, that's what we was talking about, you know. And if they destroy Kwame Kilpatrick over doing those type of things, you know what I'm saying, how do we safeguard against that, you know, with any political activity that we partake in right now?
Yeah, I think that, you know, on one side, if he's trying to, you know, if he was trying to, you know, help his community, that's a blessing. But you can't just you know, you can't at the same time be dirty in your dealings too, because what happened is what happened.
5 o'clock.
You know what I'm saying? You can't, you know, want to be righteous and then at the same time on the other side you doing dirt. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna come and get you. Now, if you stand up dude all the way through and through, come at me for being righteous. Come at me for steering for making sure my people eat. You know what I'm saying? And I'll stand on that square and I'm gonna take whatever comes my way. You know, if I gotta go away and do 30 years for making sure my people eat and we doing right, then that's cool. But if you know, if in doing that, you know, you run up and you see that there's, you know, kickback dollars sitting in the refrigerator, you know what I mean, and $200,000, $300,000 in the closet because, you know what I mean, and I'm tricking off money on my side piece and doing all that, then you know that you can't stand on that. You know what I mean? They're gonna be eating up every time. You know what I mean? Because you know we being not only are we being held down, we also being held up to a high standard. They saying, yo, you know what I mean? Like you really can't do that. You know what I mean? And especially in a city like Detroit, after they took all the manufacturing jobs and everything else like that out. You know what I mean? Right. My main goal, you know, and you know, obviously by now, you know, politics is really what I love. You know, I want to go into politics and represent, you know, but if I'm in that position, I'm going to do my best to make sure that, you know, we right the scales. You know, if there's money that's going to be coming in, then why is the Arab community have more of a presence in commerce than the black community, who's the largest population? It don't make sense. You know,
I think
it just don't make sense.
Something DeBar is saying right here, you know what I'm saying, and I think this is another important, you know, aspect of things that we got to analyze dealing with this political kind of realm right here. You know what I'm saying? Is he was saying that he saw in the news that Kwame was taken to jail for bribes and using government funds. There's definitely this thing about black politicians in that lane. He named a couple of politicians right here. But, you know, that's another aspect, you know, and you brought it up too, that you was like, okay, if Kwame killed Patrick, like you doing these things, but, you know, yeah, maybe this is regular politician stuff, but this is a predominantly black city of people that we know are struggling, and you one of them. You know what I'm saying? Not one of the people struggling, but you one of the people of Detroit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you should take that into consideration before you just do what's done in any other community. You know what I'm saying? But generally speaking, when we look at these inner cities, right, you know, that's predominantly black, and there's a lot of suffering going on there, right? We find a lot of times that the political, you know, apparatus is filled with original people. You know, I mean, you know, that's something, you know, what do you see as the phenomenon? What's the phenomenon with that?
All right, that's okay. So now let's do the science to the CBC, right? You got the Congressional Black Caucus, right? Those are the representatives in Congress that represent majority black districts that send them to Washington to advocate for a piece of the purse strings to bring back to the black community, right? That's the whole purpose of a caucus. So you got the Black Caucus, Congressional Black Caucus, you got the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, you've got, you know, this caucus and that caucus, right? All of these caucuses, that's their main purpose, to advocate on behalf of their constituency. But using the Black or Congressional Black Caucus as an example, if you go to their website, their mission statement is to be the moral compass of Congress and of the nation. The moral compass, right? and anybody correct me if I'm wrong, if I misquoted it or whatever, but paraphrasing, they're the moral compass of America. But if you go to any of the other caucuses, you see that their mission statement is to advocate on behalf of Hispanics, if that's the case. In other words, they in Congress doing business on behalf of those who identify as this group. It ain't no black and brown caucus. You don't hear all that. We not black and brown. It don't work that way. You know what I'm saying? And this is on political terms. You know what I mean? They are dealing for their people in their cities, in their states, in their districts. But our people, on the other hand, I use Clyburn as an example. Clyburn is out of South Carolina, right? And the reason why I'm using him as an example, because he's one of the leaders in the Congressional Black Caucus. He's been there for a very long time, right? And because of him, Joe Biden won the South Carolina primaries over Bernie Sanders, which essentially put Bernie Sanders out the game. But why is somebody like Clyburn advocating for Joe Biden in a majority black district that has taken, or a majority black district that has taken a huge hit from a bill that was created by the person that you're advocating for? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So essentially what's happening in a lot of our districts, you see that happening in PG County, and you had some good people come through there. Marion Barry, back in the day, you know, he got caught up in the crack, you know, smoking the crack with the prostitute and all that shit. But one thing Marion Barry said, he grew up in Mississippi. He knew what it was like to pick cotton. And when he came to DC, he made sure that the black community had jobs. That was his number one mission. You know, that was his number one mission, making sure that the black community, he said it every time you seen a conversation with him, an interview, he was there on behalf of the black community. But now we've got people in Congress, state and local elections that ain't talking for the people that put him in office. You got black people want to be talking about people of color. You got black people talking about minorities instead of being specific about the people that they dealing with or put them in office. And most of us who are not politically educated or, you know, aware of all of this information, we say, all right, cool. You know, you go there and represent us. We'll give you our vote. You know, do your best for us. But a lot of these people, they college educated. You know what I'm saying? So you go there and you're not doing your job. So that's dereliction of duty. You know what I mean? You're not doing what you were sworn into office to do. And when you look at the results, a lot of us going to penitentiary because of these laws, and they are overlooking it. You tap dancing for people coming over the border, even though they're breaking the law, and you're not advocating for the fact that my brother over here got caught with a few grams because he ain't got nothing else to help him feed his family. You're not advocating for the law that set that up. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that's really what's going on. It's like the people that we sending into office, the people that we putting out there to represent us, are playing both sides of the coin, really trying to get into the pockets in favor of those who got money, because they know most of us, you know, we build powers, we going to church, we not really, you know, the church, the pastors ain't educating us, they ain't teaching us on what really going on and how we should be maneuvering. The schools ain't giving us the education. So we just dealing on face value. We saying, oh, that person look like me. So how you doing? That person looks like me. So they gotta be in my best interest. You know what I mean? That's why Obama got away with what he did. He got into office just because he looked like you, but he gave us nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Detroit is a very Detroit is how would you say it? It's something we got to look at carefully, You know what I'm saying? Because Mr. Green one that's in the chat room, he's from Detroit. Or he said you got some Detroit fanatics. And he said Detroit is one of the few cities that's owned by the minority. That the minority has the most power. You know what I'm saying? So, whatever's going wrong in Detroit, I think, if we analyze it, you know what I'm saying, and how to make that a better situation, it might help inform us. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So to that, I say like this. Right. So when you're looking at the definition of the terms, right, you got minority and you have majority. Right. So when he uses a term like Detroit being a majority minority city, right? That means, in other words, the population is largely of the minority class, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that they understand the full use of that power. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are educated in the sense of knowing what the data is to know what they should be voting for. See, we taught just to go and vote, but that's just an exercise. That's just a physical exercise to go in a booth and hit a button. You know what I'm saying? But we're never taught what's in our interest to vote for. You know what I mean? That's two different sciences, right? What should you vote for? It should be things that are going to benefit you, your family, and your future. You know what I mean? You don't just go in there and say, oh, I'm voting for blue or I'm voting for red. You know, what are we voting for? And that's what I think is happening over in Detroit. You know, they pulled out all the manufacturing out of Detroit. You know what I mean? We built Detroit for the car manufacturing business. They pulled all of that out. They kept a few in there, but they sent all of those jobs down to Mexico. So where they had to pay black union workers $25, $30, $40, $50 an hour based on your tenure. They took all of that out based on policies that was agreed to by both the blues and the red, send that down to Mexico, and they building it for $3 an hour. So is it in my interest to vote for somebody who put forth a policy like that? And we see the results of that manifesting itself in cities like Detroit. You know what I mean? Pittsburgh, same deal. You know? But the CDC, our political leaders, they're not really speaking to those things. They're not saying, yo, this is the cause for my people being in this condition. I need you to help me fix that if you want our vote.
So when we deal with that, do you think it's better to try to demand change? Because, a lot of this, in my opinion, comes down to, especially with the Congressional Black Caucus, you know what I'm saying? They're beholden to the Democratic Party for their power. You know what I'm saying? So, if the answer to, demand that the Democratic Party, change, or is it, because what I'm saying is, historically, one of the things that's led us to a little bit of success is playing both sides. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
In terms of, we started out Republican, and then over time, we went to Democrat. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So, that's another level of the strategy of saying that, in terms of exacting some type of consequence. Because one thing, we got a small number of people, right? But here's the thing. The elections are decided by a small number of people. You understand what I'm saying? Like the elections is not being, the last election wasn't decided by 30 million votes. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever the population of black voters, it was only like 2 or 3 million. You see what I'm saying? So is the answer, and how do we deal with that layer of politicians too? You know what I'm saying? The James Clyburn, that, your partnership as a Democrat is more important to you than the impact that he had on the brothers in your state.
Right. We got to show them the same way we pulled, for the most part, the same way we use our power to pull from somebody like a Al Sharpton. You know what I'm saying? We pulled a lot of power from Al Sharpton, not just because he grew older in age and had a older population following him, but more so because we began to see this guy for really who he was. You know what I'm saying? Dealing in things that really didn't advocate for our community, right? Even though he wasn't a politician, he kind of played in the political field, right? So his value dropped. So somebody like a Clyburn is in office primarily, not so much because of the Democratic Party empowering him, but more so the people from the community that put him there, right? And so his value basically comes the same way Al Sharpton's value is. I don't know if you follow MSNBC, but if you notice, all of the black commentators that were so prevalent and on screen, Melissa Harris Perry, Al Sharpton's still on it, but they dropped him down, right? They had a lot of other black commentators during the Obama era. But the minute that was over and Obama was no longer valuable, they were no longer valuable. They pulled the plug. You know what I'm saying? So that education piece, you know what I'm saying, especially through the nation, you know what I'm saying? If guards is listening to guards and understanding and beginning to look at the science behind the data that's really putting us in a position, and spread that, each one teach one, and spread that information into those districts and say, yo, this is why we need to make a move this way and build on science, not about my emotion. You know what I mean? Deal with the math. If it add up, then we add on. If it don't, then we got to take that away. So if he putting it out there and we saying, yo, this guy's not a value to our community, he's actually hurting us. Then the Democratic Party says, yo, Clyburn, you ain't got no more value to us because you can't control them niggas. You can't control how they think no more. So you got to go. You know what I mean? And the only people that's going to be able to really control us are those who are, or not even control us, but represent us in those offices are going to be those who agree specifically to our needs. That's what the Hispanic caucus is doing. And we see it. They're saying, yo, we want our people to come over the border because we're going to control that labor. And once they come over here, we're going to control the cost of labor. We're going to be a part of the economy. So we need them to come over here. We need y'all to ignore the fact that they're breaking the law. And so they go ahead with it. And so they create policies and say, yo, deferred action on childhood arrivals. That's a good deal. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So when we see somebody like a Clyburn jumping onto that, we say, yo, Clyburn, what you doing? You know, what are you doing? You can't do that. You know what I mean? When we see, representatives, in Texas who are representing black communities, not even talking about black issues, but now you're talking about these people's situation. So you telling me that it's okay for me to stand in line for 400 years, but you agreeing with the fact that they could come over here and just skip right in front and get all the resources, while my wife or my mom is paying $200-300 a month just in collect calls so she can talk to me because I'm in the penitentiary? Why we got to keep paying that? You know what I mean? They came after us. Let them pay for that. But that's just fair dealing. You know what I mean? So when we got politicians that's coming into our community They in our churches. They in our, you know, in our communities, and a lot of them ain't even living in our communities. But if that's what they're supposed to be doing, then we got to hold them accountable and say, yo, either you speak for us or we find somebody who speak for us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what the Divine Truth asks a question right here. He said, if the foundation that these constructs, I guess he means the politics, are built on is already corrupt, then how does an individual or individuals who may or may not be elected achieve these determined ideas without meeting resistance from the status quo? So right here, you know, his question is similar to the question that I was asking is, okay, we get a person in office, right? And kind of the same thing you're saying right now, right? You know, the person is in that position, you know what I'm saying? What happens when they run up against the resistance, you know, because like you said, you know, if you go in there with the type of ideas that you're saying, you're not going to just get resistance from the Republicans. You're going to get resistance from the other Democrats like Pelosi and Schumer too.
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, but that's a part of the process. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of the process. They used to dealing with resistance. That's why they doing things to undermine our citizenship. You know what I'm saying? Citizenship's supposed to have a value to it. But when you devalue that by allowing people to deal without having citizenship, you know, then they figuring out a way to deal with that resistance. So we got to be willing to say, okay, we got to figure out a way to counter that. You know, one of the ways to counter that is voting as a block. You know, either y'all gonna give us what it is that we asked for, or we're gonna stay out that election and we're gonna deal with the things that and focus on our local levels. You know what I'm saying? Deal with the things that impact us most, and let y'all figure that out. If the nation would rather deal another 4 years with Trump's bullshit, then it's because of you. You know what I mean? The other day, right? I think Tuesday, Michelle Obama dropped a book. Right? I didn't read it. She dropped the book and she dropped the Netflix little documentary. Right? And there's a quote that came out of that where she said, yo, Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump because our people didn't come out and vote. You know what I'm saying? We got to recognize when people are trying to victim blame. Yeah, we got to recognize when people are trying to victim blame us, victim shame us. You know what I'm saying? That's like, you know, a guy who gets robbed and beat up, you know what I'm saying, and say, yo, why you get your ass kicked? You know what I'm saying? You a sucker, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, he might have did that. He might have got his ass kicked, but it wasn't his fault that he got robbed. It was because somebody ran up on him. We got to realize, yo, we got people among us that are victim shaming us, blaming us for our own condition. And so if somebody like Michelle Obama says we voted, we didn't come out and vote, that's why Trump is in office. No, you didn't propose any agenda that was in our interest that would cause us to come out and vote.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? That's a big difference.
To kind of piggyback off of that, right? You know, what's your opinion on, you know, what would be the power behind abstaining? Like, you know, like if like just like you said, right? Is if as a block we decided to not vote, you know, what's your opinion on what the impact of that would be?
Well, I didn't say don't vote.
No,
I didn't say don't vote. I want to be clear.
I'm presenting that right now because, you know, even, you know, in Congress, that's a strategy. You know what I'm saying? That no, I'm abstaining from voting because you're not giving me, you know, the options that I'm being given here is not acceptable either way. You know what I mean? Or people that resign their post in protest. So I'm saying, you know, if that happened, you know what I mean? Do you think that would have any kind of impact on, you know, would that provide? Because, like, for instance, what you're saying, if that occurred, right, just from just a marketing standpoint, both sides have to look at that as, okay, that's 30 million votes right there we could get. So we need to, we need to work. That's like a suggestion of one thing that might happen. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I think that they both are looking at that and they're saying that they are willing to take that loss, right? So if we don't vote at the national level, then what do we stand to lose, right? We already getting the short end of the stick, right? Neither one of y'all are offering anything. So, but what I stand to gain is if on the local level, I know that that prosecutor right there has a history of being extra hard on my community. You know what I'm saying? I got to find somebody who may be willing to run against him, who might give us a little bit more favor in certain situations, who may not be as police friendly, you know what I'm saying, but more willing to deal, you know what I'm saying, upright and righteous when it comes down to my people. So I deal on that avenue. But if you ain't proposing nothing up there on that level, on the national level, then y'all figure it out. Y'all deal with it, because I got to deal with it either way. You know what I'm saying? We that strategy has been pushed for the last maybe 2-3 years, right? To go about it that way. And a lot of people were saying, yo, that's a foolish strategy. It's a foolish strategy. Until Bernie Sanders gets knocked out of the race, and then he backs Biden, and then now all of his supporters are saying, yo, we're gonna vote down ballot. We're gonna give our vote down ballot. You know what I'm saying? But when black folks are proposing that, is looked at as crazy. So what I'm saying is, basically, to answer your question is that, and I'm hoping I'm answering your question, is that when they're not offering anything on a national level, they're either saying, we're willing to lose you as a voter, you know what I'm saying? Which we could say, okay, we'll just stay local and we deal local because that impacts us mostly. But if you value us and you really want that seat, then you're going to put something forward that's going to benefit us economically. You know what I'm saying? And we're not going to just hope that you put something forward that may sound good. We're going to tell you what it is that we want. We didn't do that with Obama. We didn't tell him, hey, look, this is what it is that we need. You know what I mean? We just was hoping that, he was going to see it. He was going to provide it for us. You know what I mean? Well, he didn't. He didn't give us nothing.
That leads up to another good question right there. You know what I'm saying? So what is it that we need? You know what I'm saying? Because I do think that was one of the problems with civil rights, is that we hadn't defined what the change looked like. You know what I'm saying? Like we wanted change, but we got change, but it wasn't necessarily the change we was looking for. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So yeah, go ahead.
So there's a professor, right? He's the head of African Studies or African American Studies, and the head of the economics department down at Duke University, right? His name is Dr. William Darity Jr. He goes by Sandy Darity. You can pull him up, and he's one of the leading economists in the nation, in the world, for a matter of fact. He heads the department at Duke University. But nobody hears about him. Nobody, unless you're in that economic circle, you know who he is. But he's been publishing reports for years. You know what I mean? And he's saying that, first things first is reparations. This is where I'm getting it from. You know what I'm saying? This is why I'm telling you. Mm-hmm. He wrote the Color of Wealth Report. You can Google that as we on the phone. Color of Wealth Report. Umbrellas don't make it rain. The Color of Wealth Report was funded by the Ford Foundation. And he studied New York. He studied Boston, Detroit, Miami, DC, Los Angeles, Chicago. All the cities he studied, especially where it had a majority black population or significant size of the black population. And in those studies, he's showing that as the Black American community specifically, if we were to get 40 acres and a mule like we were supposed to back then, over the years, with interest, that would equate to about $17 trillion. $17 trillion to be spread out between about 35 to 40 million people today. Because back then it was only about 4 million. You know what I mean? But now he's saying outright and exact $17 trillion. And he just dropped another book, From Here to Equality. You know what I'm saying? Him and his wife just dropped a book maybe about a month ago. I ain't get it yet, and I ain't read it, but he just dropped a book. But $17 trillion, and that's just in cash. You know what I'm saying? That would bring us up to speed. You know what I mean? He also talks about the number of years that it would take for us to catch up. You know what I'm saying? They like 200 years in advance. You know what I'm saying? From a wealth standpoint, 200 years it would take us to catch up to them. But the reality is that it ain't stopping. They're not gonna wait for us. You know what I'm saying? So what must happen? 17 trillion. Plus, you got to get a little bit more specific. A lot of things that Dr. Claude Anderson is saying sound good. Even him saying he wrote the first affirmative action program in the state of Florida. You know what I'm saying? He wrote the first one, which was supposed to be specifically for black people, but it got watered down because of the political games that a lot of us was falling for. The trick knowledge we was falling for. So what do? You know what I mean? We got to be specific and say, yo, if you can trace your people back to the institution of slavery in this country, then these programs are for you. These contracts are for you. Nobody else can touch that. You know what I mean? The Indians got it. The Jews got it. The Japanese got it. Everybody got reparations, but we got skipped over. You know what I'm saying, God?
Mm-hmm.
So a part of that, yeah.
So what does that end up working out to? Is King Shy in the room? I got a mathematician in here. What does that end up? $17 trillion divided by 40 million people. What does that end up working out to? And then, even in terms of saying that, you know, is there a particular you know, how would you say, you know, how is it to be distributed? Like, in other words, let's say if they say, listen, you know, we're going to give you, you know, 2,000 acres of farmland. You know what I'm saying? Because like you said, the money is not true wealth. It's the resources. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. Like, when we be talking about $17 trillion going to each individual, you know what I'm saying? You know, when we talk about $17 million that we would be dealing with institutionally in some way. And one of the reasons I asked that question is because a lot of times when I see people talking about reparations, right? They put it in a form where we still got to do something. Like, for instance, Black, you know, he was like, you know, people should get reparations in the form of a free education. You know what I mean? But, you know, when you say something like that, right? That means that the people in our community that's most likely to have been around before the Civil Rights Bill, right? You know, like my mother, you're saying that my mother has to go get a college education in order to get her reparations?
No, cypher.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, my mom is 72.
Right. Nah, you know what I'm saying?
What form would the 17 trillion be coming in, and how would it be distributed?
Right. So his proposal is, first off, the 17 trillion. That's cash, right? And I think if I'm not correct, I don't want to misquote him, but I think he's estimated somewhere like around $400,000 per person. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you talk $400,000 for your mom. That's $400,000 for you. $400,000 for your earth. $400,000 a piece for each one of your seeds.
Mm-hmm.
That changes the ball game. You understand what I'm saying? And in addition to that, right, your college education and your education is also free. You know what I'm saying? Contracts to service federal, state, and local government, those are specific set-asides. That's outside of the 17 trillion. You know what I'm saying? Because if they would just simply gave us,
you saying that institutionally, that's a whole separate debt.
Separate. That's separate. You know what I mean? Just look at it right now, right? We dealing with a global pandemic, right? Mm-hmm. We dealing with a global pandemic. Everybody is messed up right now. 32 million people unemployed in the United States of America. This is bigger than the Great Depression. But the first thing they did, what was the first thing that Secretary Mnuchin did was push for a stimulus package, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's another term for a stimulus package?
Bailout.
What's another term for bailout? Repair.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So they issued $1,200 to each person. Just like that, with a stroke of a pen. They knew that people were suffering, so they issued reparations right away. Obama issued $7 billion in repair to the banking system for a problem that the banking system created. That's reparations. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so that's repair. They understand what repair means. Repair means cash. You need to be able to get into the flow of things. You know what I'm saying? If you had the money to pay for a home, you might choose not to stay where you grew up at. You may choose to. You may decide to buy the building. You and your family might decide to buy the block. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And the new people who come here to the United States, they fill those spaces.
That was another question that I was going to ask. You know what I mean? Do you think in a situation like that, right? You know, that it might be, wise to say like, okay, let's say out of this, because brother said it's 425,000, right? You know, but to build some type of national fund, you know what I mean, or some type of fund where say like, you know, everybody only got 325,000, and then the other 100,000 went into some type of pot for some collective purposes.
And you suggesting that who do that?
I'm saying like out of everybody, if everybody got 425,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
But instead we said that, you know, everybody just took 325,000 and then 100,000 went into some type of collective pot. You understand what I'm saying? Just like you saying that other nations, they got banks and things of that nature. So meaning like, you know, look, we got, what I'm saying? Just like you saying that everybody that's alive right now, right, is going to get their 425,000, right? But we know that, you know, just law averages, some people is gonna mess their 425,000 up. You know what I'm saying? But if we still had it, you know, something where we could say, okay, this is our community fund, or even look, that's an example. You know what I'm saying? Where, like you said, these are government contracts and everything that still have to be given out, but we still live in these communities. So, like for instance, let's say everybody in Detroit, if you got 325,000, and then everybody put the other 100,000 into a fund to rebuild Detroit. You know what I'm saying? The communities where you wasn't living on blocks with abandoned houses or whatever. You see what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, I think that's a personal choice. You know what I'm saying? But that shouldn't be something that's dictated. That therein lies the freedom. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if that's a choice that the community decides in this particular area that we're going to take 125, then we take that 125 and we do with it as we will. You know what I'm saying? But that shouldn't be something that's decided. They don't get to dictate those terms because we're the ones that have been damaged. You understand what I'm saying?
No. I'm saying us as a community. I'm saying to build Detroit, you know what I'm saying, for us, the people who, you know what I'm saying, like we from the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, they probably don't have too many plans to build government structures in the Bronx. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know, we could all individually buy our house. You see what I'm saying? But like I said, to have even to say, look, if we get the reparations, right, that's going to be a bill passed, but that's not going to change the attitudes. In fact, that's going to make some white people's attitudes get worse towards us. You see what I'm saying?
That may be true, but the scales are even now.
Nah,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
right. Because we can form communities, right, and then have still an entity within the community that's looking out for all of us. You see what I'm saying? If we put money into one pot,
right?
You know, not dictated in the people that's giving it to us. I'm saying that once we get it, I'm talking about in the you know, in terms of keeping this thing going.
Right. I agree with that. You know, I think that's how it should be. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that in and of itself is like, that's self-actualization. You know, that's what a lot of people don't understand. You know what I mean? Even like, I didn't really understand it until I got knowledge of self. You know what I'm saying? Like, your self-style wisdom, you know what I'm saying? You make it manifest the knowledge that you get. You know what I'm saying? So the same thing goes for other people. You know what I'm saying? Like, in sociology, they talk about the hierarchy of needs. You know, your food, clothing, shelter, on up to self-actualization. You know, when you get that, when you receive that, you know, that ability to make manifest what it is that you see, that's where your freedom comes from. We just never had that power to do so. Whereas our countrymen, they've had the power to do that over these years off of our back. So I agree with you. That's something that, you know, I would be interested in. You know, I would put up $100 grand and say, yo, let's do it. You know what I mean?
And I think Devon too, that's a good question right here too. What do you think is the possibility of you know, this type of effort being galvanized by the next election, right? And if not by the next election, you know, when do you know, think, I'm saying not in terms of the whole thing coming to fruition, but in terms of the movement for this gaining enough steam to have an impact?
It's already having an impact, right? It may not fully become manifest to the point of getting reparations in this next election. It may not. You know, that's yet to be determined. But the push for reparations and the specificity to the American descendants of slavery is the agenda that's been being pushed, you know what I'm saying, behind people like Dr. Darity. You know what I'm saying? He's been pushing it. And now there's a whole community that's been pushing it. And so this whole election cycle has really been changed. If you notice from the beginning of the election cycle, you notice that the candidates have been talking about reparations. Each one of these political debates, the Democratic debates, has had some form of questioning to the candidates about reparations. You know what I'm saying? It's already having an impact. You know, one of the reasons why Kamala Harris got called to the carpet was because she was in an interview saying she wasn't going to support reparations. She's not, you know, a descendant of American slavery. You know what I mean? She's black, she's original, but she's coming from somewhere else. Her whole connection somewhere else. So she came here and in the interview said, I'm not supporting it. No way, no how. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's already having an effect on the political cycle. Now, they are aware. I know I'll be on the chats and I'll be talking to them and I'll be engaged and I'll be letting them know, you're not getting my vote if you ain't got no black agenda. And I mean a black agenda that speaks specifically to the pain and suffering that my mother and grandfather and great-grandfather then went through. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't bringing that forth, then you're not getting my vote. And if you choose not to get my vote, then I leave it to you to deal with that 60% of the white population that you're chasing. And I'm going to deal with the issues that are most impacting me and my people on the local level. That's the sheriffs, the judges, the DAs, the governors, the mayors. I'm getting involved in those elections. You know what I'm saying? Because they're the ones who are distributing the wealth down at the state level. They're getting the money from the feds and they distribute it down at the state level. So they're the ones who have the most direct impact. You know what I mean? So the next election cycle, when they realize, okay, these people done woke up, we're gonna have to play a little different. We might have to capitulate to what they're saying. That's the impact. That's a long-term strategy. Short-term, we done put it out there for the last 3 years. They've been hearing it. You know, they've been hearing it. You know?
He pretty much was making the point that I was saying right here. He said, I think we fail to realize that while that's a grip of money, you know, at one time, it's not really that much. That's what I was saying. That, you know, 425,000, you know, in some cities, that's not even going to get you a house. You see what I'm saying? So it would definitely be something that I would say, all right, you know, for me, we got to find a way to multiply this. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, even with the set aside, you know what I'm saying? You know, we don't know how that's going to work out.
Right. I mean, even in that case, and I understand that, right? That's not a grand amount of money. But when you talk about when you hear politicians talk about the middle class, when they talk about the middle class, that don't include you and me. You understand what I'm saying? Like, to be in the top earners in the black community, you earning maybe about $150,000. That's relatively the bottom of the white middle class. The middle class of white America is earning between 500,000, maybe 1.5. That's when I say deal with the data and deal with the mathematics of that science. That's what I'm talking about. The middle class, when they talking to them, they talking to that group. Our group is mostly a wealthless group. Now you might have the LeBron Jameses, the Kobe Bryant, you know, the Oprahs and the Michael Jordans, stuff like that. Those people are like the smallest percentage of our group, and they don't even really get counted because they're so small. You know what I'm saying? The celebrity class who earning that kind of big money, small group. The overall group, you're talking about 40 million people worth $1,700. 50% of which is worth less than, or 20 million is worth less than, you know, $1. You know what I mean? So you get that 400,000, that puts you into the middle class. You know what I mean? So now you get the benefit from those tax breaks that they throwing at the middle class. You get the benefit from all of the things that put you in that group. And those who come behind us, who want to immigrate to America, you in proper order. You in line, because I've been prepared, and now I get to enjoy what it means to be fully American. Not to say that I want you to suffer, but at the end of the day, I've been in line. You got to get in line. You can't just skip the line.
Yeah, I think that's what one of the questions Divine Truth is asking right here. He's saying, why would one who has oppressed us then empower us when the system we live in doesn't deal with equality? It's capitalistic. You know, so, you know, yeah, we, you know, you know, like I said, when people exist off oppression, you know what I'm saying, then the lack of oppression is taking money out their pocket. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, in order to, you know, let's say they were going to deal with reparations for the Indians, right? That would require a lot of people to leave their house right now. You know what I'm saying? So that the Indians could get their land back. You know, so, you know, and that's one of the things, you know what I'm saying? That's one of the things that happened, you know, when you had that kind of coalition of people that was with Martin Luther King, where they presented, you know, civil rights on every level of how it would be an advantage. You know what I mean? So even the commercial, the capitalistic world, right, they was with immigration because they wanted to get those black dollars. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, how is that part of the presentation to capitalist America, who is gonna, you know, because that's the buzzword, you know, in terms of when you listen to the mainstream media, you know, this is the redistribution of wealth. So the people who have the wealth, you know, it has to be presented in them some way. Like, for instance, the original argument for welfare was that the businesses weren't making money. So when they said, well, why the businesses are not making money, is because people are not buying stuff. You know what I'm saying? So let's give the people money to buy stuff, because it was the Great Depression, so people didn't have jobs. So they gave people the money to buy the stuff, and then that was one of the ways that they attempted to get the economy back going. You know what I mean? Or the same thing, like I said, with civil rights, where it's like, okay, you're going to get the black dollar if you support this mission. You know what I'm saying? You know, how do we deal with that aspect of things?
Well, let me deal with one thing that you just said. You was talking about during the Great Depression, right? During the Great Depression, they didn't give people money to that degree, right? They supported their white communities by way of introducing welfare and introducing Social Security, right? They introduced those programs in order to show up their people. But more so what they did was, and I can't remember the president at the time, it might have been Roosevelt, but either way, what he did was they created the National Writers Project, I believe it is, right? And that employed a significant number of white Americans. And what they did was they went around the country and they interviewed slaves, right, for the National Archive. These are unemployed teachers, right? So the government again came in and instituted programs. They funded programs. They funded programs that secured their people so that their people could earn money from the tax dollars, create a project or produce a product, You know what I'm saying? Which was the writing and recording of slave narratives. You know what I'm saying? They even had groups going around to the Native American tribes and recording, you know, their experience with slavery, or, you know, what it meant to be a Native American at the time. You know what I mean? So again, my point from the beginning was that the government picks winners and losers, and they invest the capital where they see fit, where the pressure is coming from. You know what I'm saying? And so as it pertains to us, it has to be a specific. And that specific has to say, these are the needs for our group, not everybody else, right? Even the native tribes, they got tribes all over this country. They're a separate nation in and of themselves. You know what I mean? They don't have to pay taxes to the United States. The United States is still paying them money. You know what I mean? Nobody complains or questions how well they're going to use their money or how they mess it up or none of that. We just go to, what's that joint in Connecticut? You know, Foxwood Casino, right? Nobody questions the fact that that's Indian, quote unquote, Indian tribal land. You know what I mean? And that they get government money. There's even a federal government institution that deals solely for the Indian tribes and make sure that they get their annual money. You know what I mean? So this is the similar case, you know, and we should be entitled to that same treatment, you know, and get that same honor and respect. And once you balance those scales, then we could talk, you know. And you made another point earlier, and I wanted to respond to, is really it's not up to them to dictate the terms of justice. You know what I'm saying? It's up to us, because it's our duty to produce justice. It ain't gonna be in their interest to do it. You know what I'm saying? But if they want to, it would be in their interest in the long run to do it, because by having a group of people here that is suffering, is damaging their reputation. They already know they got a jacked up reputation, but it's damaging their relationships with foreign countries, because the foreign countries know that we citizens and we getting dealt with in a certain way. But it's also creating a lag on the system, because you got people here that aren't able to produce because of the inequities in the system. So in order to fix that, and that's what Dr. Derry talks about, you got to flip that. You got to create that correction, and we got to demand that. Frederick Douglass says power concedes nothing without a demand. And that's high science right there. Power concedes nothing without a demand. You got to demand justice. You got to demand freedom, equality. You got to demand those things from those who are being unjust. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I mean, you had to see. Mr. Green once said, I recently heard from a person that there's a second stimulus package being proposed called the ABC bill, where every American would get $2,000 every month for a year, and for families, each child. You know, not for nothing, you know, you were saying earlier about Israel, how Israel get $80 million a day. You know, they do they appear to be able to come out with a package when they want to, you know, when they need to. You know, usually they saying we don't have this money. Mm-hmm. But suddenly you find it, as you said, when there's a group of white people that's doing the suffering.
Right. Right. They always find it. You know, when it comes down to funding the war, they find it. You know, if you go and destroy a country, it's your obligation to repair it. They find the money. You know what I mean? If there's a war going on, just think about all the people that's coming over from Syria, right? The last couple of years until Trump shut that off, Obama was funding people coming over from Syria in a war that we wasn't even involved with. The United States ain't had nothing to do with, at least as far as I know, ain't had a hand in that war that's going on over in Syria. But somehow the United States is extracting people out of Syria and bringing them over to Detroit. You know what I'm saying? Places like Flint, Michigan, Detroit, and stuff like that, and helping them set up shop. You know what I mean? So where are you getting the money to bring these people here and help them plant roots? But yet across the street or in the same neighborhood, the Johnson family can't get $100,000 to get their life right. You know what I mean? That goes, you know, that's a manifestation of poor, you know, not really understanding where we are economically, you know what I'm saying, and what our needs are. And not really holding those accountable for advocating on our behalf, not holding them accountable, you know.
Mm-hmm. And so who's the I mean, I know the main people is getting the word out, you know, amongst us, but who's the like who's the main people that we need to take these issues to, you know what I mean, in terms of who do we need to apply the pressure on, you know, like a politician that's there right now or somebody that's on the rise or something?
Well, first and foremost, I always start with self, right? We gotta educate ourselves individually to know and understand what is going on. You know what I'm saying? The history of the country, and also to understand the basic numbers. You ain't gotta be, you ain't gotta be a PhD in that, you know, but just, you know, getting into the mix and understanding who we are and really what that means. And then when it comes down to applying pressure, we apply pressure to those who ain't on board. You know what I'm saying? And that goes from celebrities on up to our politicians. You know what I mean? I can't support you as a celebrity if every time I see you handing out water over in Africa and ain't did shit for my brothers in Flint, Michigan. You understand what I'm saying? I can't support you if you building a school in South Africa and ain't contribute nothing to the community in Chicago to help them get their situation, their politics straight. You know what I mean? I can't support you if you're a basketball player and every time, you know, you on the scene, you doing some foolishness. You know what I mean? You got an accountability to the people that's supporting you. Every time I buy a New York Knicks hat, you know what I'm saying? I'm supporting that organization because you're playing there. Not for any other reason, but more so because you're a player on the Knicks. So when you get in front of somebody, and I know it's hard for a lot of these athletes because they've been isolated and handled their whole career, so they really don't understand what's going on. But when you get in the mix and somebody's talking, you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta say something. I like the dude. I can't remember his name, man. He got a regular show that he be doing online too. What's the brother's name that got that was with, he was playing with Indiana. He won a couple of rings with the Spurs, and then he was with Indiana, and him and Ron Artest at the time got the pounding on that white boy in Detroit.
Steven Jackson.
Steven Jackson, right?
Yeah.
Steven Jackson, you know, I like him. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? He get up there, he just give it to you how it is, but he also let you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I'm a black man first, I'm a black American. He kind of comes from his position as a black American. He ain't about supporting all this other this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could support you, you know, in your struggle, but you also got to exchange with me. And that goes to, you know, all other celebrities. But now when it comes down to politicians, you can't talk. You can't every time, every interview, you saying black and brown, black and brown, black and brown. But then when situation goes on in our community, like with this Ahmaud Arbery getting murdered over here in Georgia, I don't hear no black and brown. You know what I'm saying? I'm only hearing black people dealing with this situation. You know what I'm saying? That's not to say I see everything, but if you got that type of visibility, then it's your duty to support just like we support you. You can't ask me to sign on to your legislation and you not speaking out and doing things that are necessary to produce justice. So pressure applies to everybody who ain't in line with being specific about our needs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's peace. You know what I'm saying? But this is the basic, this is the ADOS movement right here. This is what I hear a lot. I watch Tone Talks and what is it, Breaking Brown? I watch it.
Right.
I haven't watched him in a while. You know, Tone is very angry. Tone,
yeah, but
he got a way of talking for you, like Joe.
Yo, I like dude, and I don't know him personally. You know what I'm saying? I don't know him personally, but the fact that he brought a lot of this information, he be putting out a lot of information. I think that's peace. You know what I'm saying? And as a black man, it's hard. You know, even James Baldwin, even I don't deal with him like that, but James Baldwin said it's hard to be a black man in America and be conscious and not be angry. Because once you're aware of really what's going on and you see the numbers and you see people skipping the line, I mean, I got a right to be angry. My father didn't make more than $25,000 a year, and he worked for the gas company. 5 kids and a wife. Lived with us every day, never left us. You know what I mean? Before that, he picked cotton as a kid. And so did his father and his grandfather. My great-grandfather was a slave. You know what I mean? And you mean to tell me that all these years y'all still ain't giving us what we do? You know what I mean? I got a right to be angry. You know, so I support dude and I support his work that he do. You know what I mean? I think he bring a lot of right knowledge. He may not be right all the time, but he bring a lot of right knowledge to the table.
Peace. And I think we got to keep the best part preserved for ourselves. Every time we get something beneficial and conducive, we give it away before we get the goal for our labor.
Right.
I mean, this is a different, you know what I'm saying? You know, the conversation, you know, we got into this in terms of speaking on what's the solutions to the way we being manhandled right now. You know what I'm saying? You know, not just a solution in terms of, you know, waiting for them to attack and saying that, you know, we well trained to fight, you know, which of course that, but I'm saying, you know, in terms of building a situation where we're not subject to that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, in terms of, I understand what you're saying, peace. That's a whole other science, you know what I mean? If you want to come on and talk about that, you know, how, I had asked, to me about that too. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, what do we have left now? You know what I'm saying? Like that, like when I was asking Premier in terms of, you know, right now we seeing that we not the main labor force no more. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't even know, are we still the second population, or are we the third population?
Well, according to the data, I think the last one that came out for 2010, I think they said that we dropped down to number 3.
Yeah,
but that's by, you know, a small margin. You know what I mean? Right. Very small margin.
Right. I'm still saying your ability, you know what I mean, because that even shows you how, like you said, when the politician goes up there, they chasing, they chasing that vote. You know what I'm saying? If once that vote starts to outnumber our vote, it reduces the amount of pressure that we can apply. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of this right here, what Peace is saying is, what I was saying earlier is that, people make money off of their culture. You know what I mean? Because their culture is a resource that other cultures don't have because it's not their culture. You know what I'm saying? So, Italians, come to New York at least and sell, pizza. You got Dutch people that make wooden shoes. You know what I'm saying? People come to America, Germans sell beer. You know what I'm saying? They, in every aspect of our culture, we've always sold it out for a few dollars more. As a matter of fact, I don't know why I got Peace started. He's gonna say something about butter biscuits in a minute. But I don't even know how I walked into that one. I don't know how I walked right into that one. But in terms of now, what do we really have left? You know what I'm saying? Like, we gave up, hip hop music. We've given up forms of music in the past. Styles of dance. Inventions. How many things do we have left right now to, that you said we get something beneficial, but for the most part, we creating these things that are beneficial. You know what I mean? Like, even right now, I was just seeing some documentaries on how the lottery comes from Black people in the numbers.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's just adds another element to the urgency. You know what I'm saying? That on both of those accounts, you know what I'm saying? It's a window of time that we have to be the dominant person, even in the things that we dominate in.
Right.
Because like you said, the more people that they bring over here and classify as us, you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Then the less they need us to do things. You know what I mean? Just in general, when you deal with labor, in 1600, 1700, 1800, only the Black man could do the labor that was needed.
Right.
But first starting from the Industrial Revolution and then waves of immigration, you understand what I'm saying? Now you got other people, you need us less and less. And a lot of the, things that have been introduced, on the top of that list being the penitentiary, right? Basically represent the reduction in the need for us. You understand what I'm saying? Like I saw a documentary about people that have migrated from like Alabama and Mississippi up to Chicago. And there was one brother, he was talking about how when he was down south, that you could kill somebody. But like as long as they was Black, you know what I'm saying, and y'all was both drinking or whatever, that on like you could kill somebody on Friday or Saturday night, right? But on Monday morning, if you was a good worker, the boss could just go down to the jail and get you out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's all together. That's what I'm saying is that we got to look for a way out. You know what I'm saying? Instead, because right now we just documenting from thing to thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We just documenting incident to incident. We all got a whole list, Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, kind of the same thing is happening.
Right.
I'm saying, in terms of speaking on the event, in terms of, there being some recourse over the event, making sure, whether it's criminal, whether it's civil or whatever, all of that is of tantamount importance. But I'm saying what's also up there important like that is that we get to a point where we're not telling the same story. You know what I'm saying? Like, what happened to the brother in Georgia is the same thing that happened to Emmett Till. You know what I mean? You change a few details. They chase you down on the street instead of them coming and dragging you out your house. You know what I'm saying? Or, remember, what was the dude name? I know his last name was Bird. He was down in Texas.
Oh, James Byrd.
Yeah. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See how we come with the names and we constantly document it, but we're not really adjusting the situation. We not making no real changes to the situation. We just we're dealing with justice like it's isolated incidents. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And not like it's a system that's manifesting and spawning these isolated, well, not even isolated, but that's spawning these incidents. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. And that's why I say that we can't deal individually with these with our issue. It's got to be a collective, and that collective has to center around that one focus. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to putting pressure on people, if somebody is dealing as an individual and doing some you know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Like if they dealing as an individual, as they going about, they paying you, $5 million or $80,000 an episode, but everything that you talking about ain't got nothing to do with what we have to deal with as a collective, then we don't support that. We can't support that. You know what I'm saying? If the policies that you're putting forward is something that deals with an individual group, or you just the only one that's benefiting, then you got to go. You know what I'm saying? Everything has to be around, like they, back in the day, they used to call it communism. You know what I'm saying? And how they rejected, the idea of a quote unquote planned society, where the government plans this out, plans that out, so forth and so on. But we never really look at it, on a micro level. You know what I'm saying? When you're dealing on a micro level, that's the same thing that's happening. You got management of companies. That's a collective group, but they don't want you to have a union as employees. You got a board of directors. They're operating a planned economy. You know what I'm saying? Every system has a group that's operating as a collective, but then when it comes down to us, they tell us, nah, you got to be an individual. You got to operate this way as an individual. You got to do this, you got to do that. Don't worry about everybody else. But if I don't worry about my neighbor's house and people running up in his house and breaking into his house and spray painting on his wall, then it's going to affect me whether I look or don't. It's going to have an impact. And that's how I see we got to look at it. We got to work at it as collective. What's happening to, the brothers in Brooklyn, I got to look at the same way. How's it affecting the brother in Tampa? Or how's it affecting the brothers? What's the situation going on with the brothers in LA? Because overall, we migrate from place to place to place if we could afford it. You don't see bands. I think you mentioned this the other day. You don't see bands like Earth, Wind, and Fire no more.
Right. Yeah, people
You know what I'm
don't
saying?
come.
You don't see, huh?
Yeah, people don't come together. Everybody want to be a boss now.
Right. Everybody is all about individual.
You're not gonna get an individual to play the triangle now, or just play the tambourine. That's it. That's what he do. You know what I'm saying? You know, in old school
Yeah.
bands, you got that guy that he already play the tambourine, man. That's it. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. You still eating. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you a part of something that's great. You
Right.
understand what I'm saying? People don't realize
Right.
that too, that Earth, Wind, and Fire, that's something that's gonna go down in history. He could have tried to have his own, group, you know what I'm saying, where, he just played the cowbell or whatever, but it's not gonna work out the same. You know what I'm saying? The same way
Right.
the lead singer could try to go off on their own, but it's
Right.
only been a couple of times that worked out. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
Michael
Right.
Jackson, Teddy Pendergrass, outside of
Lionel
that, it
Richie.
didn't really work out too many times. Yeah, Lionel Richie,
Right. Right. It'll work for a little
outside of
bit.
that,
You're gonna get some. You're gonna get something, but overall, it's gonna fail. You're gonna be out there by yourself. You put yourself in an island. You isolated. Now what?
So SW asked a good question right here. Is there a core person or persons that we need to help further this on a national level? For me, I think that's something that we really we got to start all over, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that. We don't have a line of leadership. You know what I'm saying? Like in most of the lines that we do have are the same corrupt people that we've been talking about that run these cities right now. You know what I'm saying? Like we got to produce a new batch of people that, like for instance, in the 1920s and 30s was produced a certain batch of people. You know what I'm saying? You might even could extend that up into the early 40s, where you could say from, those are the people who pretty much did civil rights. You know what I'm saying? Those are your Martin Luther Kings, your Medgar Evers, all the way up to like the Black Panther, all the way up to like the Black Panther era. Those are dudes that was born in the 40s. You know what I'm saying? Maybe early 50s. So, and like I said, it's the people and it's the condition and the times and everything that produce the people. You know what I'm saying? So, when you look at, what we spent the last, say, like 30 years doing, you know what I mean? Maybe 25 years, you know what I'm saying? It's produced the people that we have right now that's in their 20s. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that, that's a level of it that, like Martin Luther King was 28 when he started dealing with the civil rights. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people that was doing the marching, those was teenagers and people in their early 20s, the student nonviolent coordinating committee and all the, so, those was people that was produced by the times to bring about that change. You know what I'm saying? So, we spent a lot of the last 25 years doing a lot of frivolous things. So it produced, this generation of trolls. You know what I'm saying? That we have on the internet. They come on there and troll each other. You know what I'm saying? So I think we gotta actually produce these people that is gonna live this out. Queen Mecca came in. Jassim said it's more about building an institution to work. What said to work out now? Oh, to work out in 50 to 100 years down the road. Yeah, I mean, definitely. But that's what I'm saying. Is that we got to look, because like I said, it's got to stop being the case that, we could take any speech from any era, whether it's Frederick Douglass, Martin Luther King, Umar Johnson, whoever, and they speaking the same exact issues. Like, yeah, there's some latest current people, you know what I'm saying? Meaning, when Frederick Douglass was speaking, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure with some young brothers that he was speaking on that received some injustice, Emmett Till, was there for Martin Luther King to talk about. Trayvon Martin is there for Umar Johnson to talk about, it's been 150 years. Peace said in our era, Trolls was in a movie in the 80s and 90s. Ugly characters. Trolls used to live under the bridge, right? Peace. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think that this type of time, and like I said, these type of discussions, people growing up around this type of discussion, not even being in that type of discussion, being around it, because I wasn't particularly, in discussions, you know what I'm saying, about the condition of original people, but I used to be around it a lot. So then as as my awareness grew, the awareness, the experience of the awareness was already, it had some history to it. Smell good? Nah, I ain't sleeping on the youngins. I'm just saying that, what they've been exposed to, they have a value system that's totally different. You know what I'm saying? The value system that had emerged, and I mean that's pretty common knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying that too crazy. You know what I mean? That, the value system that had emerged amongst the original people, up to the 50s and 60s in America, has undergone a few drastic changes. You know what I'm saying? But we definitely gotta impart some values out there, especially community values, even in terms of, when once upon a time gangs protected their neighborhoods. You know what I mean? But in these times, gangs terrorize their neighborhoods. So, these are the kinds of things, like I said, I'm not even blaming them. I'm just saying that, that's what they've been exposed to. That's what they've been exposed to, for 25 years. Especially when it comes to the young. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to the young, a lot of times you know, it's just like right now, right? You reach your age and you like, yo, I see things now that I didn't see. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times I look at the example of that's in New Jack City, right? And if you not New Jack City, Juice, right? And Tupac's character Bishop, if you remember, it was a part in the movie that they was looking at a gangster flick. And the dude in the gangster flick gets killed at the end of the movie. And Tupac jumps up. He like, yo, that's how we gotta live. We gotta, gotta be like him. And everybody else said, yo, what you talking about? We gotta be like him. He just got himself killed. And Tupac was like, yeah, man, but look at how I knew, all the stuff before that. So a lot of times, you could put an image out there, you know what I'm saying, for a reason of illustrating for this, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could put a movie out there like in the Hood, right? And your real goal for it is to show them that, look, all the people that live this kind of life, at the end of the movie, they didn't come out good. But the young kids don't see that. The young kids don't see that. They only see the first part. And wherever the mistakes was made, they see that as that's because they old school. They not as smart as me. That's not gonna happen, See, I'm gonna be smarter than that. I'm gonna get out before that happens. Now I'm gonna keep my circle tight. So that's what I'm saying is that we I'm talking about the movies that they've seen, the music that they've listened to, these magazines that's out, they've gotten this one image of what a hero is and who a hero is. You know what I'm saying? Like, enough examples wasn't provided for them so that, they're, you got people right now, right, that's in their 30s. They in their 30s, right? They in their 40s. And they got heroes that's 25 years old. Like the people they looking up to, and they like, yo, the big homie, this is it. They talking about somebody that got killed years ago when they was 25 years old. You know what I'm saying? So how do they plan for the future? How do they, make grand plans when the people that they look up to is already younger than them? And they haven't, learned the lesson of what occurred. You know what I'm saying? So, Smell Good said that's good. They're taking the best part, but when they take the best part, which direction are they speeding? You know what I'm saying? Most of them will tell you, like if you look at say Kev Mac videos, right? Shout out to Kev Mac videos. It's this brother on the West Coast, and he interviews a lot of the gang members. You know what I'm saying? From out here. And most of them, right now, they like, yo, listen, I'm a gang interventionist. I try to steer kids away from the gangs. I do some type of outreach where I try to get people that's in the gangs, I try to, get them out somehow. You know what I'm saying? Right. Kev interviewed the OGs. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that those same OGs, if you would have heard from them 20 years ago, 25 years ago, they would have been talking totally different. And that, even a lot of them, they telling people that, listen, you chasing something that we did, once upon a time. Yeah, he said, you the boom gang. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got, they, like you said, a lot of stuff that they do, I don't really try to analyze it because it's not for me. You know what I'm saying? Like even, with their music or whatever, they not making music for me. So I don't really worry about if I like it or not. I don't listen to it. But just in terms of, there's got to be, better images, or whatever you could say, kind of put out there. You know what I mean? A better set of examples has to be set. You know what I'm saying? Because, out there, even in terms of out there on the streets, you're not even getting the ride that we got. Like at least you had a couple of years of getting big money. It's not even big money out there like that. A lot of these dudes, they just gangster. I ain't saying none of them, you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, it's not like, in the crack era where, you had, lots, you might have a block with 100,000 years on it. Like 100 different people, that's thousandaires, and a couple millionaires. But people are still, in my opinion, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people today, in general, are chasing a life of a 1980s drug dealer. Like that's how you trying to live. Like the amount of stuff you have and the stuff you do with your money, you behaving as if you have a large amount of disposable income that you don't really care about because it's coming easy for you. You know what I'm saying? As W said, it ain't that much abundance in the streets anymore unless you engraved in it. These new dudes do it for pictures, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And at this point, which has always kind of been like that. But at this point, the runs are for the most part extremely short. People that do get money, you get money for a short time. You know what I'm saying? And the amount of time that you're getting is draconian. So, you know, like I said, you know, I'm saying all this just to say that this has been the fruit that's been born, you know what I'm saying, out of us not providing, you know what I'm saying, the proper images. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's the images that they've been providing, that they've been provided with, you know what I'm saying? You know, and I guess this is kind of what Premier was talking about too, in terms of you know, when you look at a lot of people that we've supported, you know, in the entertainment and what they do, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not growing up with Jim Browns and Bill Russells and Muhammad Ali's, you know what I'm saying? You're not growing up with those type of people. You know, the images that they've seen. Bronx War Story. I mean, you know, we still have more teaching to do. You know, I mean, hip hop in and of itself is a very, you know, it's a defiant music. You know what I mean? You know, it was born, you know, in a rough situation. You know what I'm saying? And it reflects the condition that the people had to survive through. You know what I'm saying? Is hardcore. You know what I'm saying? Without a doubt. And is you know, one of the things it's there to do, you know, since at least the message was to, you know, express our situation and what was going on and how we saw it. But you know, we gotta drop the whole science. You know what I mean? You know, time gotta be spent on breaking that down and explaining it too, so that it's not misunderstood. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of times, for instance, when you watch these documentaries, and it might be about a gang member who's reformed, right? And let's say the documentary is an hour long, right? 59 minutes and 15 seconds is spent talking about, you know, when you was on the rise, and, you know what I'm saying, all the money you was getting, the dudes you knocked out in jail, you know, the people you politic with and all that. And then when it get to the 59-minute and 15-second point, then they say, well, yo, what about the stuff you're doing now? You know what I'm saying? Tell us, you know, how you doing the outreach with your kid. I'm like, yeah, so, you know, I do this, boo, 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 boo. And the whole, you know, excitement in their voice, the whole excitement in their voice goes down. Like, when they was talking about what they was doing in the street, you could tell their juices was flowing. You know, the exclamation points they was putting on everything that they was saying. You know what I'm saying? And then when they, you know, when they get to the point where they helping kids, yeah, you know, I got a program right now. I'm helping kids over here, bro. You know, we gotta at least give equal time. You understand what I mean? To, you know, explaining, you know, that all of that right there, you know, the Bronx War Story, that was a product of our condition. You know what I'm saying? You said Bernie Mac wasn't scared of who? I mean, yeah, that's a whole other factor now. You know, where people, yeah, they afraid of the youth, you know, which has been that way for a while. You know what I'm saying? You know, And that's what it comes down to. You know what I'm saying? That you could take any people, any family, I'm saying, right? And in one generation, you could have great change. And how many people, you see people right now, right, with their kids, right? And it's like, like I know people who, their son is, they like timid. You know what I'm saying? They, just do their schoolwork, come home, don't never talk back. And they pops was one of the wildest cats I knew when I was growing up. And by the same token, when I was growing up, I knew people who, when you went to their house, it was plastic on the furniture, pictures of Jesus all over, religious music playing on the radio, and outside they was one of the grimiest cats. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that within, the condition is going to produce the kind of people. Peace said, that's why I tell guys smile more, because if we got this knowledge, they got to see us living life. Yeah, and that was a misconception that I had growing up. You know what I'm saying? Was that, in all the pictures that you were seeing, you would never really see Allah smiling. There's the one picture where you see him with the two women, and he's smiling. Other than that, you never really saw Allah smiling. So yeah, that was a way that we grew up. That, what I'm saying, this saying, where's Yakub? Ain't nobody playing, nobody smiling. You know what I'm saying? But that was a condition, that was a part of that time. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was playing, period, at all. You know what I'm saying? Like if you think back, that was some of the image. Well, at least for me, let me say for me. You didn't really see, the images of the people that was out at that time. Like when I was coming up, like just before I'm getting the knowledge, Farrakhan is, we talking about the fire, the fire breathing dragon Farrakhan. He not smiling. Mike Tyson not smiling. You know what I'm saying? The people that's out, Rakim is not smiling.
Word is born.
Those are the images that I was seeing. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, you're right. That, people need to see that we deal with love, peace, and happiness. District 120 said Mike Tyson and Farrakhan was going in tough on the Devils. Mike Tyson, he don't really he was kind of neutral. See, the thing with Mike Tyson, you gotta remember, white people saved him. You know what I'm saying? So he never really was that, harsh against them. You know what I'm saying? He amongst them, he was a little bit of a gentle giant. You know what I mean? He was somebody that, they could deal with, kind of like George Foreman. I wouldn't say to that level though, not all the way like George Foreman. George Foreman, he's cheesing with them. Mike Tyson, he treated them regularly, you know what I'm saying? As opposed to say like Muhammad Ali, even Larry Holmes, he wasn't really smiling with them like that. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna do the little post-fight interview and all, but he's smiling in your face like that. And he was a serious type of brother. He was about some of the stuff that we talking about right now. When he retired from boxing, he purchased his town, his hometown, Eastern Pennsylvania. So, he knew about, ownership and all that type of thing. He wasn't, it wasn't lost on him what was going on. Oh yeah, Farrakhan. Yeah, Farrakhan was. Yeah, he was Iron Mike. But I'm saying Iron Mike was. He was knocking cats out too. He was definitely representing. That was the time. That era in there. You know the late '80s coming into the early '90s. For a little kid, I'm not saying that this was, what revolution is about. But I'm just saying, once Larry Bird and Pete Rose and these type of people like this was gone, you start getting, your Jordans, your Mike Tysons, uh, they was kind of showing and proving the black man is God out there on a physical level. You know what I'm saying? So we paid attention to that too. Peace said, my man from Medina, he smiled when he fighting. That's actually I know a lot of people like that. Not a whole lot, but I know, a fair amount of people that, if there's a conflict situation and they start smiling, that's when it's on. Yeah, Mike Tyson. Yeah, he was. Yeah, right. That's a good. He wasn't anti-white. So yeah, that was all a factor. But yeah, hopefully, man, tomorrow, what I'm saying, we're gonna stick with this topic. Maybe not particular title right here. You know what I'm saying? But hopefully somebody comes on from, even the next point of view. Like today we got the cultural point of view and the political point of view, you know what I'm saying, of things that we could do to improve our condition. Things we could do to improve our condition where we don't have to be subject to, every whim, every what would you call this? We don't have to be, basically to this kind of manhandling as somebody else's will. Perhaps somebody from the economic standpoint, I'm not sure if this particular audience is interested in hearing from somebody that might want to speak from somebody might want to speak from the religious aspect of what, or maybe, maybe not religious, but, values and morals, you know what I'm saying? And things that we might want to do in order to build a better society for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I think it comes down to, is taking it past just being a group of men, right? Which is a small group of people, to a society of men, which is a large group of people, in which you have to have more, you got to have more pillars. You got to have pillars that uphold the society. You know what I mean? Like Jasim, I can't recall what his whole comment was about, but he was speaking on building institutions. Institutions are the pillars that society rests on. You know what I'm saying? If something happens to that institution, then society becomes less stable. Who? Delivery? Hold on. Damn it. Somebody deliver. You ordered some? You ordered delivery? Tom? It's Tom, right? But yeah, these institutions is what stabilize society. You know what I'm saying? And that's, something that I think we lack. In the Black community, we don't have very many institutions. You know what I'm saying? That support our society. And then that's one reason why every problem has such a great impact, because you don't have the pillars that uphold society. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, within the context of North America, you know what I'm saying? The whole mainstream, the whole population, the mainstream, their society is like a table with four legs. So if a problem is represented by a gallon of water and you put that problem on the table, it might leave a mark, it might leave a ring. But, if you take a table, a Black community, a table that only has three legs, and you put that same gallon of water on there, then everything is going to come crashing down. Because it was already barely, delicately balancing from the beginning. So, if let's say right now in California, if you remember, like in Beverly Hills, in those type of rich areas like that, they had some fires in like the last year, some bad fires. See, they got pillars in their community, right, in the form of individuals and institutions to help them build that back. You see, in the Black community, how many things we know, right? They got destroyed for whatever reason or the other, and it's just been like that ever since. Hey, don't get me wrong, gentrification.
It's 7 o'clock.
Is kind of knocking that out now. You know, it's not as many places like that. But there's some places in New York that, listen, ever since the urban blight in the 60s and the 70s, that place has never come back. It's been like that ever since. Because you don't have no institutions to step in and say, okay, see, when you pass the hospital, right? Any hospital, well, I ain't gonna say any hospital, but most of the hospitals that I seen, all the hospitals that I seen, you know, when you go in there, they got different wings that's named after private individuals. Just individuals who donated money to the hospital, and they, the whatever, Mr. Rockefeller wing, Mr. Schwartz wing, whatever. So that's a whole other aspect right there, man, that, hopefully we'll get somebody that's sincere about that. What you say, get some religious help? Nah, man, you gotta let the religious people. We gotta let the religious people. They might have some good suggestions about the moral fabric of the community and how that's having a negative impact on our social standing. Because a lot of our our brothers are religious. But that's something, man. We'll try and get that lined up. Sim said, I see it as get it how you see fit and take it how you live it. Sit down if you get set down. I mean, all of that's good for us. But for the babies, right, that's coming, that's what these institutions do. See, school is an institution that America rests on, because school is where everyone becomes indoctrinated into the religion of America. Yeah, it just said 7. Yeah, I'm about to. That's what I was actually. I'm winding down right now. You know what I'm saying? This was a great live right here, I think. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that made it this far, I would think y'all probably already did the each one teach one and hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? But let's continue to explore these solutions. You know what I'm saying? Of what we could do to improve this situation. You know what I mean? Because like I said, change, is something that it happens gradually, but it's noticed all of a sudden. Like a lot of times, if you around change and it's happening gradually, you're not even gonna notice it. You know what I'm saying? Like you might be, you know, it could be your physical, like your cousin. You know, you might see them every day, right? And you're not noticing that they're growing. But then you might don't see them for the summer, and then when they come back from wherever they was, you're like, yo, you got mad tall, yo. So what I'm saying is, you know, when change reaches that level, when we notice it, you know what I'm saying? It'll be like, for instance, you know, at the slavery, right? When slavery was over, the next day, the slave masters showed up at the slave quarters with bills. By bills, I mean bills that you had to pay. It was like, yo, look, you know, being that you're not a slave here no more, you know, you staying here on my property, you gotta pay rent. That was one of the ways how the sharecropping started. You know, how you gonna pay me this money? All right, well, look, I'll let you work it off. Well, how you going? Where's your seeds? Where's your rake? Where's your shovel? Well, look, you know, I can loan you mine, but you're gonna have to pay me now, man, because you know, I really was gonna use it. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning that happened in one day. All of a sudden now you notice, you know, things has changed the whole other way. So saying that right now, yeah, all seems fine and good, and we sitting there waiting. Yo, are they gonna do this? Yo, we're after this crisis. Is this gonna happen? Is that gonna happen? Is this gonna happen? But see, the people who got the power, the people, you know, the political power, the economic power, they already made their own move. You know, like they were saying, a lot of the rich people that they got the means to do that. A lot of the rich people that got the means to do that, they out on their yachts in the middle of the ocean. You won't be breathing on them. And that was one of my cues right there to get up out of here.
Yeah, before I go, God, I just wanted to appreciate, you know, let you know I appreciate you letting me build with you today on the cipher here.
No doubt. Peace, black man.
Peace.
Anytime come through, you know what I'm saying, and we chop it up.
No doubt. I'm gonna be on tomorrow when you come on. I'm gonna share this on my page too. So.
All right, no doubt.
All right, peace to the gods and the earth.
Peace. Yeah, that is. Look, man, the school. You know, we gonna. You know, we phasing that in. We phasing that in gradually. You know what I'm saying? But so yeah, you know, peace to we control the narrative too. That came in, you know what I'm saying, and built with us. Peace to Rashawn Sincere. He had some technical difficulties. He didn't get a chance to come in. Supreme Man, all on the business, you know, also came through and built with us. Peace to Premier Networks, came through and built with us. You know, peace to everybody out there that tuned in today. You know what I'm saying? And once again, peace to the guys in the earth. So, you know, we managed to get through another day. You know, we didn't have the He-Man Women Haters Network. We didn't, you know, everybody remained calm, kept their composure. That was great. And I'm about to hit up the supermarket. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.